Hello there, and welcome back to the Senate Podcast. I'm your host, Caleb Johnston, and today we have a really fun episode. We're doing a retrospective for Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. I'm joined by Tony, the Chosen One, Quinn. How do you like the Chosen One title?
It's a lot of weight to bear. I got a lot of people counting on me to bring balance or whatever, but
You have to bring balance to the podcast.
yeah. Well, I think I was born for such a time as this, so whatever.
This is what I'm gonna take a blood sample, and you're gonna have midichlorians.
They're over 9,000.
If your midichlorians are high enough, then you can co-host. I think we're going to do a type of retrospective where we just look back at the Star Wars movies. I want to go in somewhat of an order. I would like to do the numbered ones first, all the episodes. So 1 through 9, starting with 1, ending with 9, and then we'll figure it out from there. But The Phantom Menace, there's a lot we could say about this one. But I want to start with The Phantom Menace because essentially George created one story, and that was episode 1 through 6. And the way he describes it is each episode is essentially a chapter within the story. And then he says each film fits into a larger mosaic, and we're dealing with micro stories in each episode. So I think, George started in the middle, and we can get into that, but I want to start with episode 1, and we can start from the beginning where everything is being set up, where everything is being introduced, and we can just go through the story in order within the world and story of the Star Wars universe. Do you like the way George did it with starting in the middle and doing 4, 5, and 6, then going back?
I mean, you would know this more than me, but I think I saw a quote from him that he said his idea for what he wanted the prequels to be weren't like the filmmaking technology of the time of making the originals wasn't up to par with how he wanted to represent that vision.
Exactly.
So I think it makes sense. It really speaks to the quality of the original trilogy, how it feels very gritty and rustic, it has that kind of feel to it. And because they were using a lot of practical effects, they were having some problems with certain things, which we'll talk about when we talk about those movies. But yeah, it lines up pretty well. And I see an artist making the best out of the resources that he had, and that's what a true artist is supposed to do.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. And one thing I do want to say is actually a quote from George. He talks about cyclical motifs. That's one thing that's going to be a reoccurring theme, which, that's the definition, is a cyclical motif. So he likes to start in the middle of the stories. That's what he did with episode 4. He started in the middle of the overall story of Star Wars that he had planned. Because like you said, he had episode 1 through 3 outlined from the very beginning, but the technology wasn't there. Each episode actually starts in the middle. So we talked a little bit about George and the overall idea he had for Star Wars. We're going to go through each episode. So let's just dive in to The Phantom Menace. It starts in the middle of an interaction between the Jedi and the Separatists. He likes to start in the middle of the stories. So he starts in this very first chapter into the story of Star Wars. And I'm just going by based off what he thinks. Obviously we have more than just 6 Star Wars movies and whatnot, but this is the first chapter that he created. So I just want to get into the mind of George Lucas and what he was doing while he was filming and creating these movies, because I think that's going to help us to understand the movies even more, to analyze why George did what he did. So he starts in the middle of this interaction between the Jedi and the Separatists. So before I get into why he made the decisions with, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and the Neimoidians and the droids and whatnot, the whole blockade and that fun stuff, what do you think about the opening of the movie? From the crawl to starting with the Trade Federation and Separatists. That's a very exciting topic.
Well,
I know
I'm
you have
glad
thoughts on it. I know
I
you have thoughts.
I'm glad you asked, Caleb, because some of my problems with the movie start with this opening crawl. So,
I knew it.
do you remember in A New Hope, the opening of that movie is Princess Leia sending a message to some guy named Obi-Wan, who we don't know yet, and he's
Yes.
crucial to, how this war is going to turn out. And if they don't reach him, basically it seems like he could help turn the tide. And like we find out later, he was a Jedi, that's been in hiding. And it's like, oh wow, the Jedi are these important heroes. They're involved in some big scale stuff. And then in this movie, I've written here, why are the Jedi here? Because we go from that to there's a dispute about the taxing of trade routes. So they send 2 Jedi to help solve a trade dispute involving taxes. And it's just like, what? Why are the Jedi here? There was something really funny about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan just sitting at a table, drinking tea or whatever, just waiting for the new Gunray to show up so they could talk about taxes. I'm like, was this the best way to start this whole thing? I don't know. It's strange.
It's strange, and I love it.
Of course.
So, a reoccurring theme or motif throughout probably all of these retrospectives is I'm gonna love everything George Lucas does. I just love George Lucas. I like how he does things, how he
I love
thinks,
him too.
how he tells stories, everything. I have a lot of quotes from him. I'm gonna drop some knowledge, okay? I always found this time period extremely interesting because it's not the Empire and it's not the Clone War era where Jedi have more power, essentially. This is pre-Clone Wars, which I always found pre-Clone Wars very interesting because this isn't the Old Republic. It's not the High Republic. This is a weird time. This is one of the only, I think, really one of the only pieces of Star Wars media out there that's during this time. Of course, you have Master and Apprentice and Dooku Jedi Lost and Plagueis, some books around this time period, and there's some cool things going on. But essentially, everything going on from the start of this movie, from right before the start of this movie to the start of this movie, is involving Anakin's fall. So I love this time period for one. When the movie opens up, you get the Jedi and whoever's on their ship. They're transmitting to the Separatists, and Newt Gunray says, "Well, it's legal for us to blockade right here." So you immediately jump into a taxation, this blockade going on for taxes and stuff with Naboo in that system. Very boring. It's a boring movie. This is probably the least exciting Star Wars movie, and it has some of the best action in it, but it's very boring.
Yeah.
And I think, I know you have something to add to that, but you brought up Qui-Gon. I find Qui-Gon extremely interesting, and I just went back and rewatched the first scene because Qui-Gon, he kind of follows aside the Jedi. He's not wanted in the Council, but they want him as a Jedi. People call him a gray Jedi. I don't see that as a thing. I don't see a gray Jedi as a thing. He just has a different set of beliefs than the Jedi, and that will come up as a very important thing later on in the story when Anakin gets involved. But when they start out, Obi-Wan says, "I sense something, in the Force," and Qui-Gon says, "I don't sense anything." And what's funny is Obi-Wan isn't known for his Force abilities. He actually has a very low midichlorian count. He's just a very skilled duelist, and obviously he's just very capable. But he's not known for his Force abilities, so it's funny that Obi-Wan can sense something that Qui-Gon can't, and I was wondering why that was the case. So Obi-Wan says, "It's not here. I sense something else out there that's going wrong." Who knows what that could have been? I don't know. But Qui-Gon says, "Focus on here and now. Obi-Wan brings up the teaching of Yoda, which is something that we were talking about before we started the podcast. In the original trilogy, Obi-Wan says that Yoda was his master and what he was trained by Yoda, correct?
Yeah.
George Lucas brings up in the commentary for this movie, specifically talking about Anakin, how when they bring in Force-sensitive younglings at a very young age, probably 3 or 4, as young as they can, bring them in, Yoda trains them until they're about the age of 7 or 8, and then they're given to a Jedi Knight as a Padawan. So technically, that was right, that Master Yoda did train Obi-Wan. In the opening of The Phantom Menace, he even says that. He says, Yoda trained me to do this. But what Qui-Gon's response is, he says, pay attention to the living force. That was his response to him. And I think this is a big distinction between how Qui-Gon thinks and believes compared to the, probably overwhelming majority of Jedi. He says, pay attention to the living force. And Yoda always told Obi-Wan you want to be mindful of the future. So Obi-Wan is trying to be mindful of the future. And I'm going somewhere with this. Qui-Gon says, not at the expense of the present. Think about the way that Yoda trained and kind of mentored and taught Anakin. He told him to think about the future. And Anakin had that specific ability to where he could sense things that were going to happen. So what happens when you take somebody that is so has such a high midichlorian count and is so capable as Anakin, and you give him the teachings of Yoda and not Qui-Gon? That's the distinction between Qui-Gon and the other Jedi, specifically Yoda. And you can see it within Obi-Wan in the first opening 3 minutes of the movie. You get to see how wise Qui-Gon is and how he influences Obi-Wan to kind of become that Alec Guinness Obi-Wan that we see in the original trilogy, where he's a little bit more wise. He's not as, run in and handle things as he is in The Phantom Menace, because he's still a Padawan at this point. So I actually love the interaction between Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan throughout this entire movie. I think it's one of the best relationships and dynamics and duos in the entire Star Wars franchise. Qui-Gon is a beloved Jedi. Everybody loves Qui-Gon. So I just love seeing them at the beginning of the movie, even though they're dealing with taxation and Nute Gunray and then the Moidians. It's interesting to me.
I just thought of an interesting parallel with because like a famous thing that George has said that's kind of become like a meme is certain things in Star Wars rhyme.
It's like poetry.
Like the whole saga is essentially like a giant poem, and like every stanza rhymes with the next one stuff. In this scene, Obi-Wan's sensing something bad in the future, and Qui-Gon's telling him to be mindful of the present.
Yes.
In Empire, Luke is sensing things in the future involving Han and Leia, and Yoda's telling him to focus on the here and now. And then in Last Jedi, he gives Luke that lesson again. I never put that together till now, that's like a nice lesson thing that like pops up. Yeah,
a lesson that Yoda learned because of Anakin.
Yeah.
And we get to see that. We get to see this whole thing start in The Phantom Menace. And I think that's one of the reasons Phantom Menace is a boring movie. It is the setup and introduction of the characters we meet throughout the rest of the movies. So George has to take the time and actually take a lot of exposition to establish these characters. And it's fun what he does with the exposition, because that's why we get secondary characters in this movie like Jar Jar, the Gungans, the droids, even the way Anakin is portrayed in this movie as a secondary character. All right. Anything else you got to say about the fun taxation and blockades in the first part of this movie?
In a way, it kind of feels like a Quentin Tarantino movie. In terms of like you have all these people in one location, and then like rising stakes, and then there's like a big climax where like everything just hits the fan and unfolds. So I actually like the structuring of it. I mean, I still think it's kind of a little too
bland.
boring and dull.
Yeah.
But this is probably the movie in the prequels that feels the closest to the original trilogy in some ways, in terms of like
I would
how
agree
it
with that.
looks and
Yeah.
like how it, feels in certain ways.
So I'll say something about that real quick. George had a lot of ideas, specifically for episode 4 that he wanted to use, but he couldn't. And that has a lot to do with the set design and even some of the locations they film that he couldn't use for episode 4. So he actually implemented them in this episode. So I would agree with you. Phantom Menace feels the most like the original trilogy because I think he used the Phantom Menace to capitalize on a lot of things he missed out on in the original trilogy. And for example, one is Coruscant, which we'll get to. But I got two more things to say about kind of this first part. This was actually the first time that the entire set was filmed on blue screen. They did not have any kind of on location site for this bridge scene.
Really?
Yes, it was all blue screen.
I thought it
So
looked like it didn't look as obvious to me as some moments in the other movies. Like I thought they were using a set like they did in A New Hope when they're on the ship in the opening. I thought it was
yeah,
something like that. I didn't know that was also blue screen. Wow.
yep. The opening scenes were the first time they filmed with absolutely no set. So that's going to obviously be a theme where now VFX and technology, ILM and George are going to use it a lot. The story you actually brought up in the Last of Us analysis review that we had, the difference between the main character and the protagonist, and I thought that was really interesting. So can you explain that?
Yeah, so like in stories, sometimes like a lot of stories, like the main character is also the protagonist because they're like at the
Yes.
center of everything. But in some stories, the main character is sometimes called principal character, and the protagonist are both two central characters, but the protagonist drives the plot forward while the main character is impacted by the plot. So like in
Yes.
an example that I found when I was working on a YouTube video is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka is the protagonist because he
Yes.
organizes the whole lottery contest for the tickets and everything, and like he makes things happen in that movie. But Charlie Bucket is the main character because he's the most impacted and he's who we follow.
So one thing I love about George and what he does in this movie specifically, the Jedi are the protagonists. We see everything through their point of view, and that's how we open up the movie, is with the point of view of Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. But the main character is actually Padme. The
You
war on
think?
Naboo is the central story of this episode. So I always found it interesting because,
Main character is Padme. I never.
yes.
Huh. I guess that kind of makes sense now that I think about it.
Now, of course, there's a ton of stuff going on in this movie. They're setting up a lot of different things. I love the way that it's told through the Jedi's point of view, and Anakin isn't even the main character. The main character is actually Padme and what's going on with the war on Naboo. Listen, I got the receipts, man. I transcripted the whole commentary from George Lucas. This sequence ends with the Jedi trying to reach the Queen before the Separatists do, and this drives the plot along. And of course, we run into Jar Jar. Once they reach down, they land on Naboo. We get to see the flora, the fauna. He establishes new environments. He got to film on location in Italy for Naboo, and that's one thing George does in every Star Wars movie. He creates new environments, whether it's on location shooting or with miniatures or VFX. That's something that he really revolutionized with these movies was the locations and just the scope. We get introduced to new species, Jar Jar, for example. We actually get introduced to the droids. And the droids were designed and created to be goofy, to be bad shots, to have no defense. And as we go on throughout the saga, the technology and the advancements of who the Jedi or the main character are, who they're fighting, gets better and better. So this is actually the lowest point for the opposition of the Jedi. Because think about it. They start out the movie fighting the droids, who really they have no problems with. The only problems they have are the destroyers. They don't really run into a problem until they meet the Sith. So that's a cool thing he establishes here is, usually we see the hero as being weaker and the villain as being stronger, and that's how it was in the original trilogy. Now flip that, you got the Jedi being invincible and the droids and separatists being the ones that are scared of the Jedi, and that's just a cool visual you get to see that they establish in the first third of the movie. Like I said, they start in the middle of a story, and it's this blockade that's happening. We don't know how it started on Naboo. All we know is that the Jedi showed up. We're seeing it through their eyes. So they go to meet the Queen. They find her, right? And help me out here. They find her. They get in her ship, which is the silver ship, the Naboo one. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And they leave the planet. This is where we're introduced to one of the most important characters in all of Star Wars. This is where they introduce R2-D2. I have a lot to say about him and all of this, but what do you think so far? Meeting the Gungans, going to the Capitol, being introduced to R2. This is all in the first third of the movie. So, what do you think about the Gungans?
Some people, I've heard it pronounced Gungans, but then they themselves say Gungans.
Gungans.
So, which one is it? Like, is there like a established?
I say Gungan, but
I like their city. Like, I liked it. Like it looks cool. Underwater city of these, like, I guess what they're like, frogs, right? Like
amphibian, whatever.
Anthropomorph, amphibious creatures. Boss Nass is a lot of fun.
He's cool.
He's a memorable, fun character. I mean, I know it's a cliche for anyone saying anything negative about the prequels, but I don't like Jar Jar. He's probably like one of the few characters. Here's a spicy take number one. He's one of the few characters in this movie that actually has an established personality. Boom, there it is.
Okay.
But like I think George went overboard on him. Like, he's too ridiculous. He's too, like, he's annoying. Like, I get, like, like Return of the Jedi had the Ewoks. This movie has Jar Jar. I get it. You want to appeal to kids, but like, he's almost too much of a caricature in that respect. And it really sucks that people bullied Ahmed Best so much that he actually considered suicide at one point because of the backlash to him in this movie. And like, he's not the problem with this movie. Like, he did what he had to do, and he's a great performer. You could tell he's a great performer. He brought so much life to Jar Jar. I just don't like the writing of the character, but it's nothing to do with him in any way. It's just been always one of those things. Like, whenever I watch this movie and we meet Jar Jar, I'm like, here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's over the top. It's a lot to sit through.
And I hate the way he speaks. Why does he speak in pig Latin? Oh my god.
He's over the top. I agree with you. So the Gungan city's cool. I agree. I like the way he has that set up, and they serve a purpose, which I like the way that the people and just the Gungans are wrote into the story, because they serve a purpose.
I'll say this. Here's a little preview for our Return of the Jedi episode. The Gungans are incorporated into the resolution of Phantom Menace way better than the frickin' Ewoks incorporated into that movie.
I agree. I think Jar Jar was a little over the top, but the Gungans, like you said, they're good. They're good. So I think we should establish that we like the Gungans.
I would hang out with them if they invited me. I get to be underwater. I freaking love water. Are you kidding me? I get to fly in a bongo.
I have more to say about them later. So they get to Theed, which is the capital. They get the Queen and they leave. And we're introduced to R2. What do you think about R2?
I mean, he's always been one of the best characters. Like, it's so crazy. Like, it's a testament to, I guess, I mean, mainly George, but like also like the like the people creating the practical effects for Jar Jar and how he's framed and everything. But he's a droid, but
Yeah.
throughout all the movies, he has a lot of personality.
Yes. Yeah.
Like he's like sassy, him and C-3PO banter all the time. Like it's so crazy. Like he he screams like a human, which is funny, and I love that they never explain why that is. I just
It's
love it.
just a
Like
thing.
it's just a really fun thing. I do find it weird that like because in the original trilogy when Luke meets C-3PO and R2, when C-3PO introduces R2, Luke like he's like sarcastically like hello, like like he's like I gotta introduce myself to this droid. That's stupid. Like a droid's just a tool. But then in this movie, R2's seen as like a hero because he helps repair the ship, and then Queen Amidala is like, "Oh, clean off this droid. Where we owe it our gratitude." And it's like, okay, like people respect droids. That's interesting. I mean, it's not necessarily bad, but it's just like
Yeah.
it's I think like, and like it's like a small detail that's never explained really. It's just like, like why does Queen Amidala have such a high opinion of droids? I don't know, but it's fun.
Yeah, and it's just a way to introduce R2, and he's always been a hero throughout the entire series. Every movie he's in, he's seen
Oh yeah,
as a hero. So his introduction in this movie is no different at all. It establishes him as a hero figure. So that's one character that's he establishes. So the ship gets damaged, and they have to make an emergency landing on a planet called Tatooine. And one thing I thought was very interesting about The Phantom Menace compared to A New Hope is they land in Mos Espa. They don't land in Mos Eisley. So right there, you get a sense of just how big this world is.
I
They land,
never, I didn't know that was a separate place. Actually, I
yes,
just assumed because like it's just like framed and everything like in a
yeah,
New Hope when they get to Mos Eisley. So I was just like, oh, it's probably essentially that, just back then. But
and
I
with
didn't know
just
that was a different place. That's cool.
yeah, and another cool fact about that is the reason it's a different place is because George didn't have the tech to make Mos Eisley look like how he wanted. So Mos Espa is actually originally how he envisioned Mos Eisley to look.
Oh,
Very interesting.
well, that makes sense with what he did in the special editions. Of
Yeah,
the original trilogy. Yeah, I mean,
with
as much as
Jabba.
I have problems with a lot of those changes, now that you bring that up, it makes sense why he, changed how it looked and made it look like where they are in Phantom Menace. It's because it was supposed to be that.
I knew I would change your mind.
Not exactly, but I see what he was doing.
Yeah,
Now.
yeah. There's the Phantom Menace. It is underappreciated. I'm not gonna say it's underrated or overrated. I think it's underrated, but I could see how it's probably someone's least favorite.
I still have
It's
a
not.
soft spot for it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I have so much nostalgia for this movie, and I guess I could talk about that real quick. I mean, I was pretty much born when this came out, and I
Okay.
grew up with it. And you see a lot of merchandise from episode 1. You don't even see as much merchandise from episode 2, or I would even argue episode 3. I don't know why, but I always see merchandise
I mean,
for episode 1.
I was, a kid. I was like 12 when Revenge of the Sith came out, and I saw plenty of merchandise. But I mean, to be fair,
Yeah,
I, I'm pretty. I did see Phantom Menace when I was a kid at some point. I don't know how long it had been out, but I didn't remember. There were like a few scenes that I remembered, so I don't know. I didn't like pay attention to like the action figures and stuff, but I
I
remember
had every
seeing
toy.
some things. Oh wow.
I had Watto. I had Sebulba. Had everybody.
I had a
Loved it.
lunchbox with
Oh,
Anakin. I think it was
yes.
Anakin riding a speeder
Yes. Yes.
when in elementary school.
Yeah, and
That
that's
was
what I'm
cool.
saying. This movie, I think a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for it because of how it was, you know, so big in pop culture like that with merchandise and everything else. The movie was huge. So they land in Mos Espa. I mentioned Watto. We meet Watto, and he introduces us to Anakin. How do you make a backstory for the most infamous villain in the history of cinema? You know what I mean? That's a big task.
Yeah.
You expect, Vader. You don't know who Anakin is. The only glimpse of Anakin you get is at the end of Return of the Jedi. But you have no idea what led, whoever Anakin was to become Vader at this point. So, what are you expecting the backstory of Vader to be? You might not be expecting him to be how George envisioned him, and George, wanted him to be earnest, to be honest, to be good nature, and to be the opposite of everything that Vader was, so that he could raise the question after you watch The Phantom Menace: what could possibly happen for him to become Vader at this point? I know we have some problems with the acting for Anakin in this.
I don't. I have
I
problems
have
with the writing, not the acting.
I have problems with. Okay, so we differ on that. I don't have problems with the writing at all. I have problems with the acting. Not saying he was bad, but
Yeah.
there is a documentary on YouTube. I forget what the
Yeah.
title is. You saw it.
Yeah,
I think I
that
shared it with you.
one kid that even looks like Mark Hamill, dude. I'm like,
I
yo, what the
He would have been
hell?
perfect. I didn't like Jake Lloyd that much. Even growing up, I was like, whatever.
I
I
mean,
liked him
yeah,
better in Jingle All the Way, personally. But what's your talk to me about Anakin,
okay,
the
where
issues you got.
did you want me to start with my praise, my quote unquote praise of the performance, or my problem with the writing?
Well, what do you think about the introduction and the writing around his introduction, and then just tell me about how you feel about the character, the writing overall.
Okay, so we see Anakin. He's Watto's slave.
Yes, that's a
Essentially, like
big aspect. What do you
he
think about that?
he has him working, in his shop. I mean, I mean, in A New Hope, Obi-Wan says that Anakin was the best star pilot in the galaxy, and so like it makes sense that he would be somebody who was a technician, a mechanic. Like he would work with various kind of machines, and I I really like the scene where he's talking to Padme for the first time. Just I actually unironically love that scene, but when she says like you really know a lot or something or no she's like how do you know so much,
Yes,
and then he's like, oh, I hear people talk, like the pilots and stuff talk. I was like,
that's
yeah, Anakin
that's
would have
awesome.
been a
Yeah,
kid who listened to like pilots talk about stuff and like learn things, like on the street, just like being in certain environments. So I think that's a great detail, and I actually really like that.
actually, let's just stay on his introduction before we get into his overall character, because there's a lot going on in this Mos Espa, portion of the movie. Pretty much the whole second act of the movie. So we'll definitely get back to Anakin, but we're introduced to somebody else, and that person is C-3PO.
I hate this. I'm just gonna say I hate this. I yeah.
So Vader isn't only Luke and Leia's father, but now he's 3PO's, and that was the point of making 3PO being created by Anakin in this.
Terrible.
What's your issue with it?
Because it's like
I'm indifferent.
it's so contrived. Like I don't know why. See, this is my biggest problem with the prequels is that in the original trilogy, Anakin was just a guy who was part of this larger story and just had a tragic backstory. He knew Obi-Wan, so he had a connection to Obi-Wan. You know, he was his friend. He fell to the dark side, you know. But then George took that and was like, hey, what if he was literal Jesus if Jesus fell to the dark side? Like, he made him so central to the entire story. And he has to do this thing throughout all the movies where he's like, hey, do you remember this thing from the original trilogy that had a really mundane
Yeah.
origin or no origin at all? What if it was really important? And I don't understand why he did that. And also, why would Anakin make an etiquette and protocol droid to help his mom around the house?
Yes.
Instead, he should have created a droid like R2D2, or maybe just have him create R2D2.
So fun fact.
I mean, if you're gonna have him make a droid, have him make the droid who makes sense.
He debated, and he, as in George, debated on who should be the droid that Anakin created, R2 or 3PO, and pretty much the only reason it was 3PO is because he liked R2D2 more, so he wanted him to get the hero moment, like he had in the original trilogy.
I mean,
so he just pretty much
sure.
left 3PO, you know, with Anakin. I'm indifferent, but I get what you mean.
I mean, it's just such a weird thing. Like,
Yeah,
like he, you know, he was working on a droid. Oh, and it's this character, you know. It's like, I just wish there were more things in the prequels that didn't give like some grand reveal to just a thing that we saw before. Or
his design, I loved his design though.
Yeah,
no shell.
It was a pretty good practical, you know, practical effect too.
All the wires. Ani. Sorry, Watto is amazing, and you
like
brought
Watto.
up, you brought up a crucial,
He's a fun
aspect
character.
of his character in this, which is he's a slave. Him and his mother. The Jedi come, and what happens? He meets Qui-Gon, and he sees Qui-Gon's lightsaber. He's heard stories of the Jedi. He wants the Jedi to save him and his mother.
Dude, I love that line where he's like, I had a dream that I was a Jedi and I came here and freed all the slaves. Good. And it's like, when you look at what the trajectory of his story is,
yes,
that's kind of what he was trying to do, is free all the slaves.
See, and
the slaves, quote unquote.
Yes, and
slaves to the Republic.
Agree.
You know, the slaves to the Republic, not like all, you know, like not just like literal slaves, but people who were slaves to, you know, a system or an ideology.
I'm gonna hit you with this.
His redemption is him not being a slave. He was born a slave, basically, but he didn't die a slave.
But even when he left Tatooine, he was still a slave. Slave to the Jedi, slave to the dark side. Until his son. So, he was a slave. He saw Qui-Gon's lightsaber. He knew about the Jedi. He wanted the Jedi to save him and his mother. So, there's this plot device where they were stuck. Their ship broke down. They needed parts. So what they were going to do is they were going to have this kid who they could sense there was something different about him. So what they do is there's a sandstorm, you know, whatever. They get trapped there, and there's this really long scene of them just eating dinner and talking. So we agree that the dialogue in the Star Wars movies, it's not the best.
In the prequel, well, in the original trilogy, it's realistic but cheesy. In the prequels, everybody feels like a AI program, and it's really weird.
Yeah, so George doesn't like to explain things, to tell. He likes to show. So this is one of the only scenes in the movie where you have this exposition that really does explain some critical things to the story. And what George calls this specific scene right here is the pointer scene. And it is an explanation of what needs to happen. And these scenes are either really boring or really hard to pull off. But they're absolutely essential in telling the story. And they usually come about this point, you know, in the movie. This is where we get the introduction of midichlorians.
Wait, are we going to talk about Jake? We can talk about Jake. I just feel like that.
We'll get there.
Okay.
I want to explain a little bit more about Anakin's
Uh,
character in this, because we haven't talked
okay.
about the inclusion of
I'm
midichlorians.
curious to see what you think about this because I kind of don't have a set opinion
Okay.
necessarily.
So, do you want me to just keep going? I was gonna hand it over to you.
Oh yeah, so Anakin and Qui-Gon are talking, and he takes some of his blood. I don't remember like what excuse he gave, but if some dude that I just met wanted to take some of my blood, I'd probably kill him, to be honest.
I think,
Um,
yeah, I think it was just from, like you said, the conversation he had with Padme and all of his knowledge, and saying that he was a pod racer and
yeah.
that he is the best. You know, they could sense something was different about him. So,
But yeah, he radios Obi-Wan, who's on the ship, which I think is one of the biggest problems of the movie is Obi-Wan stuck on the damn ship for a long time, but that's another tangent. And then he's like, "Hey, I'm sending you a blood sample. Can you analyze it?" And then Obi-Wan's like, "Wow, his metachlorian counts are really high, even more than Master Yoda." And then Qui-Gon's just like shocked by that. And then Anakin asks him what midichlorians are, and then he's like, "Yeah, basically midichlorians are these microscopic organisms that live in your blood or whatever, and they can hear the Force talk to them directly, and then they're essentially like a bridge between the Force and people." And a lot of fans hated this because in the original trilogy, the Force was just like, this purely spiritual thing. Like if you believe in it, you could tap into it and that's it. And now it's like this like weird science stuff. But ultimately, I think I like it more than I don't because it reminds me of like, other religions. For example, like Christianity. Like there are some, sects of Christianity that have like a really fundamental literal view of like certain biblical things and certain spiritual things. And then, like they're like ultra spiritual about stuff like, like they don't really trust like the like medicine or, doctors or anything because they're like, oh, I can, like my faith is more than enough to, find healing and all that. And then there are some sects of Christianity that are more practical minded, like they're very, like they don't think that the earth is like just thousands of years old. They believe in things like evolution and things like that, but they still have, a spiritual belief in, God and Jesus or whatever. So I interpret this as like maybe Qui-Gon, like maybe like certain Jedis have a view of the Force that involves Metachlorians, but maybe Obi-Wan and Yoda never like quite bought into it, and then that's why they teach it as more of like a pure spiritual thing. So like
okay,
it was one of those things that like really made me wonder more things about the universe.
interesting. You're making me dive deep here off the top of my head, but George Lucas has obviously a lot of influences from the Buddhist religion as well as the Christian religion. He was practicing Buddhism at the time, and I believe his wife at the time was practicing, well, she was Pentecostal, I believe.
I think I might have heard that. I don't
So
remember.
that's where you get all the spiritual aspects from this from. Now, what you're saying about midichlorians, I believe it's revisionist history that the Force in the original trilogy was all spiritual. It was, but it actually wasn't. I'm gonna
I
give
mean, there
you
was that
some.
line where, sorry to cut you off, but like there's
Okay.
a like Luke says when he's talking to Leia in Return of the Jedi, he says the Force is strong in my family, which I don't think you could interpret that in a pure spiritual sense because then that'd be like, yeah, my family lineage just happened to, be really strong believers in this metaphysical thing. Like that doesn't, I mean, that makes sense, because like some Christians come from a long line of Christians, but you can also interpret it as he's like talking about it's literally strong in my family, like in a scientific sense.
See, that's what he was saying. That's what I'm saying. I think it's revisionist history going back and saying that it's all spiritual. Here's Here's what I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you quotes directly from George Lucas. Ready? The midichlorians existed from the beginning, so before episode 4. Like we stated, the outlines for the prequels were done from the beginning. George started on episode 4 because of, one, lack of technology to show the Clone Wars, etc. And he likes to start in the middle of the story anyways. All right, so midichlorians, they're meant to be cryptic, but their job is to be a physiological device used, and then here's going to be my quotes. I'm paraphrasing George Lucas. They're used to be sensitive to the Force. Why some people are more susceptible to the Force than others, which is an issue from the first film. Some people have it strong, then it's not as strong with other people. What is the device that causes that to happen? The idea of a symbiotic relationship, which is a theme in the whole movie. People helping people. That there might be a completely different race of life form that lives inside your body, completely independent of you, that has some influence over you. End
I
quote.
kind of think that it still has a excuse me, has a strong spiritual undertone even with the midichlorians, because it just made me think of like, because like if you're like, there's like what they call new age spiritualism, that it's more about like like God isn't like up in the sky somewhere outside of you, like like we're all created in the image of God, so God lives within every one of us. We just have to learn how to like tap into ourselves and get in touch with that part of ourselves. So you could look, because like Luke, now we know because of this movie, he was had a high midichlorian count, but he still fails time and time again. Why? Because he wasn't totally in tune with himself. So if you have the capacity to be strong with the Force, but you're not in tune with yourself, then you can't really tap into the midichlorians. So it's like, it still really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Whereas if you have a small count of midichlorians, but you're in tune with yourself, you'd be strong with the Force, because it's not just about that. It's also about your state of mind and stuff.
So remember that, because I'm going to bring that up during Duel of the Fates when we talk about it at the end. This is the distinction between Qui-Gon and the Jedi. You're thinking in terms of the Jedi Council, because what does tapping into the midichlorians even mean? Did Luke fail because he wasn't tapping in to the midichlorians, or was he tapped into the midichlorians, therefore he was supposed to fail? We'll get to it. So it's interesting. So that was what George had to say about the midichlorians. I like the midichlorians. I like how much they just don't bring it up, though. It's okay, it's a thing, but it doesn't matter. Like, nowhere in the movies do they talk about Obi-Wan's midichlorian count.
Yeah, like,
and I think that's fine.
They could have had that like really stupid like chosen one fate thing where it's like like, oh yes, I beat you because my midichlorian. Like, they bring it up once in this movie and then never again. So it's like, like, it doesn't affect the other movies that much. What do you think about it?
So growing up, even when I, like I said, even when I was little watching this, I always attributed midichlorians to almost this bygone era within Star Wars, because of Episode 1 taking place in the time it does before the Clone Wars. The culture of the Jedi, it just seemed like they were behind the times. Like, they got extremely caught off guard when the Sith came back, or when the droid army got revealed to them at the beginning of the movie. They didn't have a clone army ready. The clone army was created actually by Palpatine. So what I'm saying is, like, they're following this type of, aspect, or, of the Force, which is midichlorians, that is kind of from an era where it doesn't have that much significance in reality. What was more important was the prophecy. It wasn't the physiological aspect of the individual. It was more so the prophecy of, Anakin, you're the chosen one, which I think we have a good understanding of what that means. And we're going to have the chosen one discussion in another episode. But
Yeah,
I
because
agree
I
with you.
mean, George talked about his plan for later movies, and he said that uh, it would be revealed that Leia would be the chosen one. So that right there kind of makes me wonder either George has kind of lost his mind, or the chosen one is purely based on circumstance, and it's not like a set binary thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of like the idea with Ray. Like, we could talk about this when we get to those movies, but I kind of like the idea that the Force chooses whoever it has to in whatever time, you know. So it's like, okay,
Yeah.
this person was the chosen one, but they failed. So now we're gonna pick. Let's see. I'm gonna choose that person now.
I think that's the only logical explanation for it, and that's logical because I think that's what George was going to do,
Yeah,
but we never got it. I like the idea of this being a finite story. I like that it starts with 1, ends with 6, and there's only one chosen one in the history, of time, and we are watching the most seminal moment in the course of, you know, the history. You know what I mean? I like that this is that significant. And
wait, were Luke and Leia technically twins?
yes,
Well, then what if, because, like twins are kind of one person in a way, like, like
I
they're
see I know
one
what you mean. I know
egg.
what you mean.
So
Yeah.
what if, like,
I
you
think
know,
that's the explanation for why Leia, really
oh, wait,
is.
no, I'm thinking, because Leia's his so I wonder if, like, being the child of the chosen one, but then Luke wasn't the chosen one. So then why? It's weird that he would be like, oh yeah, Leia was the chosen one. Like,
Luke was the
Anakin
catalyst.
was the chosen one. What are you talking about?
So
How's Leia now? Like,
I can't wait to talk about episode 3 and 6 specifically, especially 6. Return of the Jedi is one of my favorite movies ever. Um, Luke was the catalyst for his father to turn not back to the light, but to bring balance to the Force.
yeah,
So, but yes, Luke and Leia are twins. Leia was Force sensitive. She could sense Luke at the end of Empire.
yeah.
All of that. So you're onto something there. So moving on from this midichlorian section, we talked about how they're stranded in Mos Espa. They need parts for their ship to fix it. How they're going to do that is the pod race. They're going to have Anakin win it, and Qui-Gon's going to bet on him. And when they win, they're going to get the parts and be back into their journey. So
I love that. Like, we talk about Qui-Gon's, like, gray-ish moral compass. Like,
yes,
he's not necessarily like a straight-laced hero. Like, he does what he have to do, what he has to do. I mean, and when Watto rolls the dice, Qui-Gon subtly manipulates it to get the outcome that he wants. And, like, I just like, just that right there makes me wonder. Like, I wonder if, like, imagine him, like, when he was younger and, like, he was in battle and stuff training. Like, I wonder if he got to where he is partially because he was willing to cheat, you know what I mean? But in his eyes, it was justified. Like, that makes me wonder a whole lot about Qui-Gon that I think is really cool, personally.
I agree. I can't think of anything off the top of my head from the EU, but that Qui-Gon, he's one of my favorites ever. I mean, everybody loves Qui-Gon, and it's because of that mystery to him, but also that I'm not just gonna follow the dogmatic views. I'm gonna follow
Yeah.
the living Force, which is something that he would have taught Anakin. But
I
we'll get
think
to that.
Qui-Gon was a pioneer in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, for, like, I think, like, if he wouldn't have died, he probably would have started, like, a
Ooh,
new movement of Jedi, kind of. Maybe, like, a little rebellious. Like, in a
we're gonna
way,
get to that.
Qui-Gon's like Jesus. Like, he shows up and, all the, like, straight-laced religious people don't really like him that much. And he's like, I'm gonna do my thing, man. What are you gonna do? Like,
So we'll get to that at the end because he the thread of that gray area, not gray Jedi, but the gray area within the Jedi Order, it's not only with Qui-Gon, it's with somebody else too that we see in the next movie. So, like you said, he manipulates the dice. So he manipulates the dice, but we got to talk about the pod race. We got to talk about pod racing. What do you think about pod racing? Isn't it it better be the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life, or you're getting kicked out the call?
No, the idea. I think pod racing sucks. No, I'm kidding. No, I think pod racing as a concept is really cool. You know, really fun. I mean, they've made plenty of spin-off pod racing games because
Star Wars
pod
Racer.
racing's cool. Yeah. There was one in the arcade that I was always bad at because like the steering's a little weird. But the pod racing sequence in this movie, it's not bad, but it's a lot of like every shot like pans from left to right. You know, like it's kind of presented in this. It's not necessarily boring, but it also I feel like it should be like. Have you ever seen Speed Racer, the
Yes.
movie? Yeah, I kind of wish that the pod racing scene had the energy of the races in that movie a little bit. But I mean, it's cool. Like the sand people show up and like start like trying to snipe people, and it's like, why would they do that? Well, because they're assholes and they just like to start trouble. You know, like it's like it's kind of this like
And Saboba.
yes, Sabalba's. I have a thought about that includes him a little bit when we get to Anakin's character, but yeah, it's like this like like grungy thing that people place bets on. Like it's cool. Like it's basically the Star Wars equivalent of like underground racing.
And that's what George was going for. So the pod racing set was all miniatures, because you can't have something this scale without either going extremely big or extremely small. So they chose to have a miniature set, and then everything was CGI, VFX. George said something like this would have been impossible in the original trilogy.
Yeah.
So again, ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, absolutely revolutionized VFX and CGI and filmmaking, which obviously led to the current day where movies are all green. But this was a portion of the movie that they used heavy VFX in, and it took 9 months to film this section.
Wow, I can imagine.
The original cut of this section was 40 minutes long.
Wow.
So they, of course, for pacing purposes, shortened it. And this is what George says about this specific section is it's the ultimate kid version of racing cars, just because of the craziness of it, the chaotic nature of it, but also, it's just a fun action sequence with awesome visuals. George loves speed. He loves racing cars. He wanted to make this reminiscent of his first movie, THX. And this is also, in terms of the context of the story. We heard about Anakin having a high midichlorian count, but this is the first time we get a visual of why Anakin's special. And it's seen through the eyes of Qui-Gon. And he sees specifically Anakin's agility, his speed, all of his skills, and then also he can see things before they happen. So not only was this just an awesome sequence, and one thing I'll point out about it is the sound effects.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. There was no music until the very end. It was like quiet, and it just sounded like, insane cars. You know what I mean? Like engines, and George loved that stuff. And I think the sound mixing and everything here, amazing. Especially for its time, amazing. Thoughts on that? Because that's all I got to say about the pod racing.
I mean, yeah, like, it is pretty, like a groundbreaking scene for sure. Like the pod racing helmet that Anakin has is like one of the most iconic, things in a Star Wars movie. I mean, His speeder looks cool. One thing that I really love is that it's consistent throughout all the Star Wars movies. The look of the aliens is always on point.
I
And
agree. I agree.
it's like really cool. Like it would have been easy just to have the other people in this race be like species that we've basically seen before, but they created
Yeah.
brand new species that we've never seen just for this one section where they all, I guess they die, right? I mean, when they wipe out, it's not very pretty.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So like just for them to get smoked, but like, you see them like it's like a really cool, like it's a really like,
It's a lot of effort for a moment that really doesn't matter.
Say what you will about these movies. I have my problems with them, but you can't say that George didn't put any attention to detail and care
Yeah.
into them, because just this scene shows that like he thinks about a lot of this stuff.
So the last thing I'll point out, I talked about, the creating the backstory for literally the most infamous villain in the history of cinema, Vader. I don't even want to try to argue that he is, at least was at that point. So you're making the backstory for him. So it was important to give him a reason to leave, which was to escape slavery. Obviously, he wanted to take his mother with him. Finds out that, Qui-Gon, he can only take Anakin with him. He doesn't want to, but his mom encourages him to, because his only chance at a future would be to follow the Jedi.
Dude,
to escape slavery with quotations. Are you going to talk about the scene where he leaves his mother?
No, that scene makes me cry every freaking time.
It's funny, it makes you cry because originally they filmed it and it was a lot more emotional. And he had to dial back the emotion in it a lot to fit the tone of the saga, because he said it was just too emotional. Which is funny because then we get to episode 2. But so I think now we can talk about Anakin and you can give me your thoughts on it, because him leaving his mother right here in this emotional scene you're talking about is critical to his development later on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. It's like, it's a tragic thing too. He's like, "Will I ever see you again?" And then she's like, "What does your heart tell you?" And then he's like, he isn't really sure what to say. He's like, "I mean, I guess so, because I feel like," and he does see her again.
Yes,
but it sucks, and that's
not like how he
a really sad thing. That's a really sad thing. Okay, so where do you want me to start with that? Like, do you want me to talk about my praise for the aspects I praise, or the aspects I don't like?
You can start with whichever ones you want, but I think this specifically in the second act right here, after we get through the pod racing, he pretty much just becomes a secondary character from this point on. Yeah. We only have maybe one significant conversation after this, because it's funny, after this he becomes a little bit more bumbling, but right here he was killing it with the pod racing, and then we had that where they tore him away from his mother and all of that. So give me your thoughts on Anakin.
Yeah, so excuse me. Okay, I don't really like the way Anakin's written in this trilogy. I feel like, because in it's like him, I mean, it's partially because Jake Lloyd unfortunately quit acting because of fan backlash from a percentage of the population who don't deserve nice things at all. I
mean, he did a good job, but
yeah. So like, the portrayal's kind of inconsistent because he doesn't feel like the same character between Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. So I think Anakin in this movie should have been a teenager.
I agree.
Because he's basically an older teenager to like young adult in Attack of the Clones. And like, imagine, because his relationship with Padme in this movie is like kind of, at least to me, like older sister, younger brother type of thing. But then they become romantic, and it's like, imagine if he was a teen in this movie, they would have had like, like cute, awkward banter together. Like, they would have been these shy people who, didn't know how to talk to one another.
So I think that's awkward because we know where it's going to go. I think if anything,
it's just
Yeah.
I don't know why George chose to have him start out being this young and then have the next movie be him way older.
So
That's
that's
weird.
that's the only thing I want to add to it, is because the other significant conversation I'm talking about is whenever he's actually at the in the Jedi Council and they're talking about whether they're going to take him in or not. We'll get to that. We'll get there. But they wanted to keep him around this age where he's just out of range, because if he's too old, then it's a definite no.
Oh yeah, true.
So he's just out of range. I think if anything, they should
I
have him
mean,
younger. But
he could have just not had that rule to begin with, and that would have solved everything. But I get why it's there.
yeah, I agree
All
with
right,
you. The writing could have
so
been better there.
but in spite of my problems with also like I feel like he's too jovial. Like I think he should have like his Luke, was
Yeah.
the one that was really like rambunctious and headstrong. So I imagine Anakin being, like really shy and reserved, a quiet kid, like like he's that type of kid that would like stay in his room, for like the entire day just creating things or reading or whatever. But, so it's like Jake Lloyd in this movie feels more like a young Luke Skywalker than a young Anakin, which is really I get it, but it's also kind of weird.
Okay, so I got to jump in here because George says that exact same thing, and I have a quote here from him. Speaking of comparing young Luke, and young Anakin, just like you're doing, he says the two trilogies. He puts the characters, paraphrasing, the two trilogies. He puts the characters in the same situations, even using the same dialogue between young Anakin and young Luke, so that they go through the same experiences, even taking the same paths, so that when they get to critical turning points, they take different paths. And
That's
it
interesting.
subverts your expectations. George describes it as a musical idea. You play a musical refrain and you play it over and over and over again. But each time you might play it with different instruments or sounds. It's the same note, but every time you hear it, it sounds different. He describes it as visual jazz. You take it, you riff with it, that same idea, and you just take that concept and you interpret it differently. So he wanted it to be a mirror, except when you get to those critical turning points, they take the different paths. So the start, like you said, he feels like a young Luke in this, which he's supposed to. And I think a lot of people have problems with that. I mean, I have a problem with it, but
I mean,
I'm
that's
just
an
saying,
interesting choice now that I think about
yes.
it that way. Like, like they walk the same path, but then it's like a split. Like one of them goes this way, the other one goes this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but with that being said, I'm gonna give my spicy take. It'd probably be spicy to a lot of the fandom because they made
the
freaking poor kid quit acting, which was not cool. I think Jake Lloyd kind of kills it in this movie, actually. Like, he has, a lot of swagger, a lot of charisma. He's a great physical actor. Like, I love that moment where everyone finds out that Padme is really the queen, and then he has this look like, what? Like, he just plays things like that perfectly. He
does kill it.
Dramatic actor. Like, when he needs to be dramatic, he's really damn good. And I've noticed this when I rewatched this like a few years ago. He has these moments where, like, when he's like mad or upset, he has this little glare in his eyes. Like, specifically when Jar Jar he tries to lick like a roasted animal at one of the like at one of the street vendors, and he somehow, like, I think it hits Sebulba or something, and then Sebulba tries to beat him up, and then Anakin walks up to them and he says something to Sebulba that I assume is basically like, leave him alone or something, and then like they're having this like, like really brief standoff, but like for a second Anakin has this look in his eyes, and I saw this years ago, and I'm like, that's Darth Vader. That's Darth Vader. Like, I could imagine this kid growing up to be that guy in the original trilogy that's like, oh, I told you to do this task and you fail. I'm gonna kill you. Screw you. You're done. Bye. Like, he has this like swagger which is why I was saying to you before we started recording that I wish we lived in the alternate universe where Jake Lloyd would have played Anakin throughout the whole trilogy, because I feel like, he would have grown into that badass that, like, in this movie, like, people push him around and he kind of resists a little bit. And then in Attack of the Clones, he does a little, but like by the end, he doesn't take shit from anybody. And we see shades of that in this movie. And that's, I mean, obviously due to the directing to some extent, but also due to Jake Lloyd's performance. So I've never had a problem with Jake Lloyd in this movie.
I respect it. I don't think it's the acting I have an issue with. I think it's more so the directing for him, because like you said, I think we're all expecting Anakin, but in reality, he's a younger Luke, which is he kills it as. So I actually like what you say there. I think it's accurate when you're taking into account the the nature of him at this point, being the optimist and whatnot. So we get a cool interaction after this because they're heading to the ship and out comes a Sith Lord. This is Darth Maul. This is the first exchange in the series between a Jedi and a Sith. George said he kept it abstract. He wanted it to be a teaser for the ending. So it was short. He said he wanted it to be flashy. He wanted it to be lightsabers twirling and dust kicking up and robes flying. It was real quick. So what'd you think about it?
Well, before this, I love how they revealed Darth Maul. Like Newt Gunray and the Trade Federation dudes are talking to Palpatine on the hologram.
Oh, and he just shows
thing.
up. Yeah.
And then he's like something like we can't track the ship, and then he's like, it's no problem for a Sith. And then like out steps Maul. Like he just appears and he's just, just badass. And he doesn't say a lot in this movie, which I think is cool. Like, he's, the strong silent type. I've heard some people say that it would have been cool if he was like Obi-Wan's like adversary for the entire trilogy. And I think that would have been really cool. Like Obi-Wan being driven by revenge for him murdering his master. But, I like this fight. Like, it's brief, but I think it's pretty well choreographed. Even so, I like the he's riding. He finds out where the ship is, and then he's riding his speeder to where they are. And Qui-Gon tells Anakin to drop to the floor, and I'm just like, man, if Anakin wouldn't be so strong with the Force, he might have not dropped at that second, and he would have been toast. That's like a small thing that is fun to look back on.
That's a nice visual. Yeah,
and then freaking Qui-Gon must have been wearing his Air Jordans because he jumps up to the ship as it's flying, and then Maul. It's weird that Maul didn't like really try to follow him after that, but he was probably. When I watched that scene, to me, it seems like he's like trying to see how much of a threat Qui-Gon is. And then he's like, oh, this guy's a worthy opponent. Okay, cool. This is going to be fun. Like, it's one of those moments of like, it feels almost playful a little bit.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think I have it somewhere in here that Palpatine, or, the Emperor, is the puppet master. Obviously, we know that. But I think he was using Maul as a piece on the board to get Qui-Gon into a checkmate, because he didn't want Qui-Gon training, or really Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan training Anakin. He wanted to have influence over Anakin, which he does. But yeah, like you're saying, he played with him. I think it was just that was a checkmate move. You know what I mean? That wasn't the end of the game, but that's a short interaction between the Jedi and the Sith. It's just meant to be a teaser. It was cool. It was cool seeing that he only had one side of his blade lit up when he was fighting. He didn't even, show the full thing. Thought that was really cool.
I actually didn't even really notice that, to be honest.
Yeah, because it was a big reveal in the movie. Like, you know, that shot where he pulls it down one side and then the other side. I mean,
Yeah.
that was like mind blowing. People fell in love with Maul over that. Obviously, his looks, but that there was that introduction of the Sith, and then we immediately we have really the last significant introduction of the movie, and this is the inevitable uh, duo. I don't even know how you would describe these two of Obi-Wan and Anakin. And why this is significant is because Obi-Wan is skeptical of Anakin when they first meet. They're not friends, essentially. He doesn't really agree with what his master's doing here. So you kind of see that mentality of Yoda and the Jedi Council still in Obi-Wan in this point, but not in Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon wants to take the boy. So we'll talk about that more because we get a little interaction here between Padme and Anakin, where Padme comforts Anakin. This builds their relationship. In this movie, from here on out, sets up Padme as a strong, independent character, like Leia was in the original trilogy, and it shows her going from, and this is what George said, from pacifist to when she starts becoming an activist to save her people. And I think, you know, Padme is a great character. I'll have so much more to say about her in the second and third movie, especially the second movie. But thoughts on Obi-Wan, Anakin, and anything else in that scene?
I mean, Anakin. I think one of the problems with this movie is that um, Anakin and Obi-Wan don't really even interact.
Yeah,
Which is weird. Like essentially, like the second movie establishes, you know, the dynamic that they have, and it. I mean, I guess it kind of does make sense because like Obi-Wan has to train him as a wish to his dying master. Like, of course,
that's
he
the
wasn't going to say
shift.
no. And then like
Yes,
in the second movie, Anakin's essentially being like the bratty son who like, you know, isn't really respecting Obi-Wan that much and stuff. Like they get along, but there's some friction, and I think you could attribute that to like Obi-Wan's essentially like that father who wasn't planning on, you know, being a dad, but then he's thrust into the situation. He's like, all right, I mean, I'll do my best, whatever. I don't know. And then, you know, like in some cases those people end up not being great parents, but it's not necessarily their fault.
yes. And to add to that, what do they call each other in Revenge of the Sith? He says, "You are my brother, Anakin. You are my brother."
Yeah.
So you're right. He does kind of have to fill in for that father role, but he isn't that person.
Yeah.
That's why I said that was a checkmate move by the Emperor, because who becomes that father figure in the background to Anakin? The Emperor.
Old Palpy, yeah.
Old Palps. So, speaking of Palps, they head to Coruscant. This is the first time we see Coruscant, and obviously he couldn't do it in the original trilogy because of the limited technology. But this planet was there from the very beginning because it's the capital planet of the Republic, and it's crucial to the entire story of Star Wars until JJ blows it up in Episode 7. And this is where you see the Emperor. It's where you see the Emperor take over, and this is where you see how a democracy turns into a dictatorship. Super critical, you know, aspect of Star Wars as a whole. And I have a quick little take. I don't know. I've never seen anyone say this before, but I think Coruscant looks different in The Phantom Menace than it does in Attack of the Clones or Return of the Revenge of the Sith.
Huh.
I don't know why. It's just if you look at the visuals of Coruscant and The Phantom Menace, I just love how it looks. I always
I'm
thought that
gonna
it looks so cool in the first movie.
I'm gonna pay attention to that and let you
Yes,
know what I think when I watch Attack of the Clones, because I've actually
I've
never really thought of that.
it looks obviously lower like quality, but I kind of like that. It's also the lighting. I don't know. Coruscant evolves into more of this cyberpunk like
Oh yeah,
thing, metropolis type, cyber. Obviously the whole planet is a city, but like I like how the visuals are in The Phantom Menace.
Okay, I have one quick question about Coruscant.
Yes.
How do you feel about the Jedi? This is like I saw a YouTube comment like a long time ago saying something about this. Like, how do you like? Because like their headquarters is in like a big city as opposed to somewhere more remote.
Like Octu.
Yeah, which would fit
Yeah.
like the whole like Buddhist monk thing that they were kind of going for with them better. So, do you think like it was a strange choice for them to be in a city, or
Here's my take. I love talking about Star Wars, man. I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it because it shows how far off the Jedi Order is from how the Jedi are supposed to be. The Jedi are supposed to be like how Luke was in The Last Jedi. Hot take on Octu, like he was.
I
Seeing
agree.
Yes, seeing the Jedi in that temple in the middle of the city like that, and they're supposed to be keepers of the peace, but they turn into generals, and that whole situation
Isn't
we'll
that
get
how the
into.
Jedi started though? Like I think I remember reading on a wiki like the Jedi,
Uh,
either the Jedi or the Sith, like it started by like a bunch of people like finding a temple or establishing a temple in like kind of the middle of nowhere a little bit.
so we will get into this more because this is a giant tangent, but essentially the Jedi are just supposed to follow the will of the Force, which is what Qui-Gon does. They're not necessarily supposed to keep the peace. So we'll get into that at some
Okay.
point. That's more so Clone Wars and Rebels territory. So this is what I think just based off of seeing the films. The Jedi Council, the Jedi Order as it is in these movies, they're wrong. And that's why
Yeah.
Anakin falls, essentially. So what we see of them is not necessarily what is right. Like he can be the Jedi can be the protagonist, but they can also be in the wrong.
Yeah.
I think the Jedi are full of bad decisions and bad choices throughout the entire prequels, which is why Anakin falls. People are like, "Wow, the Jedi were wrong in the prequels." I'm like, "Yes, that's the point. That's the point. That's why Anakin, fell because of that whole fallout of that, which we'll get into with our 5-hour episode of you know Revenge of the Sith review. So we'll get into that, but that's kind of what I think. If that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair opinion. I can't wait to talk
Cool.
about The Last Jedi, man. Oh my god. I
I
can't
just Star
wait.
Wars in general. I love it. Like we've been going for time right now at an hour and a half. I'm obviously gonna edit it down, but like, bro, I love talking about this. So at this point in the story, they're on Coruscant because I obviously got to get back and inform them of what's going um, on Naboo with the invasion because they couldn't send a message. They get there and they have this kid with them who they think is the chosen one. So they take him to the council. So this is what George says. In theory, Anakin should have been brought in as a youngling and trained by Yoda until age 7 or 8, then given to a Jedi as a Padawan. Here we see Qui-Gon go against the council and insist that he skips that earlier development stage being trained by Yoda and become his Padawan immediately because Obi-Wan is ready to become a Jedi Knight at this point. But they leave Anakin in Qui-Gon's care as they head back to Naboo, and they kind of table the discussion about him actually being becoming a Padawan or not. So that's why Anakin is stuck with them as they go back to Naboo. So, any thoughts on seeing the Jedi Order for the first time? We see a few familiar faces there. Anything significant? Because it's just
Even like when they're like taught like when they first bring him to the council.
yeah. Anything stick out to
Yeah.
you? I mean, that's
I all right. So I have a take about the whole prophecy thing, but I feel
yes,
like it it seems written in a way that it's kind of the point. Like it's not a oversight by George. Like it's something he purposely wanted to do, but I hate the idea of like Anakin retroactively being the center of this whole prophecy thing. Like I feel like it's such a dumb retcon in my opinion because it's like it over emphasizes a character who wasn't he was important in the original trilogy, but he wasn't like the most important character. You know what I mean? Like he
I
was
see what you
just
mean.
a
Okay.
piece in the puzzle. But then on the other hand, I just really love characters that like have to bear the weight of other people's expectations and then like how they how they have to deal with that and how that affects them usually in a negative sense.
I agree.
So I kind of look at it as like maybe the prophecy thing like it makes you wonder where the prophecy even came from and my I'm not sure like if there's any outside thing that establishes this, but my head canon until you possibly shatter it is that it's just
If I can, I will.
some crap that they made up that has no uh that isn't supported by anything. It's just a thing that like it's how like some
You're talking about what
you
it
know
was created for this episode.
no like it's like how like certain religious groups like they have like their certain beliefs that they're not necessarily backed up by anything specific. It's just a thing. I don't know how to explain. Like how like the Jedi Council is just like, yeah, a chosen one's gonna come and bring balance. How do we know? We just know. We just have a feeling. Shut up. Are you gonna question us? No, screw you. There's a prophecy. You know what I mean? Like it's not necessarily like it's like maybe the Force didn't even tell them about a prophecy, but it's just a thing that they want to believe in and that they've been like spreading and teaching people about and telling people about. And then they're like, and then like, like
I see
even
what you mean.
Qui-Gon isn't part of the council, but even he thinks that's a thing. So they're like, Mace Windu's like, are you referring to the one that'll bring balance? And then he's like, you think it's this boy? And then Qui-Gon's like, yeah, like, so I just kind of wonder if that's just a thing that they want to believe in and
Yeah.
even like Qui-Gon, is kind of the opposite of a lot of the people on the Jedi Council, but even he
Even he
wasn't
believes it.
immune to projecting things onto a kid who has no idea what's going on, and you know what I mean?
And I think that you might have to dive deep into the EU to find that. I'm not sure, and I don't remember off the top of my head George talking about that specifically. All I know is that it is a finite thing in that, showing that even Qui-Gon believes it, I would just take it as that he is the chosen one. I see what you mean, but I like to believe he's a chosen
Yeah,
one, and I
like
think the
I just
implementation of that, because they don't mention that in the original trilogy, but I think
yeah.
they put it in this because how are you going to explain how Anakin became as prominent as he did, so fast? You know what I mean? Because think about how long it took for Yoda or all these other Jedi to even become that prominent, but you need that kind of push to get him to that point. And I like the prophecy idea because obviously the Jedi order is like a religion, so
Yeah.
I think that fits
I
the
mean, it's a fascinating
theme.
thing to think about when you look at the end of Return of the Jedi and how
Yeah.
he ends up killing Palpatine. It's like, was that because he was fulfilling his role as the chosen one, or did he do that just because he like was able to tap into his feelings as a dad and he just wanted to protect this kid? Like I don't think it ultimately like it doesn't matter necessarily. Like he still did it. Who cares if it's some like grand spiritual thing or if it was just a human choice? Like
Yeah,
it still happened.
I agree, and I think that's all it is. Really, I don't know if I find more information as we go through these episodes, I'll bring it up. But as of right now, I like it. So they throw him in with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, and basically they're like, "Okay, you guys go back where you came from and figure it out." So they get back to Naboo and they land, and we meet the Gungans again. And one interesting thing I'll point out is Padme really comes into her own right here because she reveals herself to the Gungan people as the actual queen. And she, well, let's just say the Gungans, they felt abandoned. They felt like the government and Padme would let them be taken over by the separatists. So they had that animosity towards her, and she changes their mind. The Jedi don't do it for her with tricks. She steps up, and I think her character is great in the prequel trilogy.
Yeah.
So Padme reminds them that the sentiment of ecological symbiosis, in short, they need each other to survive. And like George puts it, if one part of the circle is broken, the whole circle suffers right here. So they use this in the final act to set up the Battle of Theed. That's the capital of Naboo. So right here, we can get into the last act. I have a lot to say. I'm going to blow your mind and change. I'm going to change your mind and make this the top. I'm going to say top 3 in your top 3. If you take out the sequels, I'll make it in your top 3. How about that?
All right.
I don't even think it's in my top 3, but all right. So we get into we get into the third act. And one thing that George pointed out, the differences between, the Gungans, they use this plasma-based technology. They're very organic people with organic weapons, and he calls it the electric eel tech. It's pretty cool. Contrast that against the droids, who are all mechanical. This creates a very interesting visual for the battle, and it's as he says, quote, a battle between biology and physics. And that's just getting into the mind of George and why he's the greatest. What do you think about that? We'll talk a little bit, just let me know your thoughts on the Gungans fighting the droids and all that, because from here on out, we're talking Duel of the Fates.
All right, well, I like that their tech is like, like, I didn't even really think about like the contrast between, like mechanical versus more like stuff in nature. Okay, so have you seen, it's like part of this like documentary that you can find on YouTube. It was like when George and the producers like saw the final cut of Phantom Menace, and then it's that famous quote by George. He's like, "I may have gone too far in a few places."
Yeah.
And then Rick McCallum,
yes,
who's the other producer, he's like, in the span of about 90 seconds, we bounce from, the Padme and them in this battle, and then like slightly comedic with Jar Jar, and then the battle with Darth Maul where Qui-Gon. So even George and everybody acknowledged the tonal problems in this. And in my opinion, I like the idea of the Gungans and the droids, but this is probably where Jar Jar is at his most insufferable. Like, it's this big battle, and you think, okay, Jar Jar is going to finally, have this moment where he totally gets serious and he proves that he's, kind of capable and helps him win the battle. Nope. Everything he does is by accident. He is useless. He should have died. I don't know how he survived. Everybody has to bear the weight of his stupidity. And it's just like, bro, like, why are you even here? Like, if I was like one of the Gungans, I would have pulled Jar Jar aside and been like, dude, either stop being an idiot and help out, or I'm going to kill you myself. Like, he just ruins the flow of this, because it's like, like this big dramatic thing, but we still got Jar Jar being a bumbling doofus. Like, I don't like it. I just don't like it.
I agree. So he splits the finale, this last act, up into 3 parts, and you're talking, we're talking about the Gungan battle. So you have the capital attack in the Gungans. So the Gungans made a distraction for Padme and her team to retake the capital. This was just to advance the story of Padme, who's the main character, and to resolve the Battle of Naboo. You also have the space battle, and this is where you get some action with Anakin. It's not very significant, and one thing that George points out, I do too, and basically George just says that Anakin and Jar Jar play the same note. They're both bumbling into the action, but it ends up being what helps turn the tide and gets them their success. and it keeps the comedy going. You know, because you need
No.
that,
I want to say my
I guess.
piece real quick about the Anakin stuff.
Yeah,
I've heard George say that, oh, in A New Hope, Luke blows up the Death Star, and in this, Anakin blows up the ship that controls the droids. Which doesn't, because like I feel like shouldn't the droids operate independently, but they're all controlled by this like big ship? That's
they
kind of
are, and he
weird.
talks about why actually.
Okay, why?
So
I want to know
because
more.
of the Nemoidians, that's the race that Newt Gunray is. They don't want to give up control to the droids,
Okay.
and the reason he said, I believe, was, should have wrote this down. He doesn't want basically them to be them to become sentient almost and take over. That the Nemoidians can't give up control; they have to have the control.
Oh, okay.
So that was the reasoning.
Okay. Well, Qui-Gon, as much praise as I give my boy Qui-Gon, for some reason in the third act he turns into the biggest dumbass because he just has Anakin here and he just brings him into a war zone. He's like, "Oh, you
Yeah,
go sit in this cockpit and just chill." And it's like, bro, like
yeah.
he's like walking with them when there's a shootout, and it's like, dude, he could have gotten shot.
That's
Why did
why
he
I
get
say,
shot? Because
like,
he's the chosen one, and the plot
it's
needs him to
yes,
stay alive. Like it's so stupid. Like I
yeah.
don't, I don't get. And then like he accidentally flies to the ship and wins the battle for him, a kid. Like so, how incompetent are these other people that? If it wasn't for this kid accidentally doing this thing because you put him in danger, the battle would have just kept going on and you might not have won. Like it's too contrived.
It is, and it's so funny listening to George talk about it because you can even hear it in his voice that it's like, okay, we did this because we had to. You know what I mean? Um, so that's why I said after pretty much the pod racing thing, you don't really have anything significant from Anakin because this is all, whatever. It's not that significant. Um, his I have it right here. His heroism is an accident. He didn't want to make George didn't want to make him perfect or just be able to accomplish all he did out of pure skill. So it's the foolishness and the comedy of the situation he found himself in, coupled with his force abilities that led him to the success. And it was just, had to be included. So, we'll wrap that up because you mentioned a little bit about Qui-Gon not being very smart, bringing him in there. And pretty much he tells him to run when Maul pops back out. One of the greatest reveals of the movie. Drops his cloak, pulls out his saber, and it lights on both sides. And it's a 2v1. I'm going to get into a lot here. So tell me what you think of Duel of the Fates, this whole battle. I know you have thoughts on it. It's a great exchange between these characters. What do you think about the fates of them? What do you think? Let me know.
I think it's awful garbage. No, I'm kidding. Now so the adult in me, the cinephile prefers the battles in the saga that are more grounded and more visceral, and have more emotional stakes going on and like people playing mind games. But I don't care. Ever since I was a kid, and even now, the kid in me loves and even kind of prefers the flashy battles of the prequels, man. Just watching people flip around, do these insane stunts, playing
Embrace it.
freaking. I would like when I would play the Revenge of the Sith game with my friend. We would just like spend a lot of the versus battles just blocking because when you block, you're like clashing sabers like they do in the prequels, like they do a lot of that. Like it's a little like less like they're trying to hit each other and more like they're trying to hit the other person's lightsaber. I get like it's over choreographed to an extent, but bro, I don't care. Like it's so fun to watch. I like like you see how much of a badass Darth Maul is because he's kind
Yeah.
of he doesn't
Ray
really seem
Park
to
killed
be
it.
he doesn't really seem to be trying in this fight. Like he's just like fighting them both off. Like he kicks Obi-Wan to the side like 3 times. He just keeps getting dwarfed. You could tell that he's just like, this isn't that big of a deal for me. Whatever. I got this. What? Oh, it's a 2 against 1. You guys are gonna. Oh, I don't care. Screw you. Like it's just a really fun and like it's great. It's one of the rare times in the prequels that George explicitly shows instead of telling. Like
Yeah,
there's that moment that a lot of people talk about where when Qui-Gon and Maul get separated by the laser
and they
shield.
just stare.
Yeah, and then like
Love it.
Qui-Gon starts
Perfect.
meditating because he's like wise and he's calm, cool, and collected. Maul's just like pacing back and forth like a freaking shark that just like sees his prey and just wants to go after it and chomp it. And then Obi-Wan's like anxious, like like anxiously waiting for the shield to turn off so he could run through. So like right there, you see all three of their personalities and their temperaments, not a line of dialogue spoken.
Yes, it's beautiful. And is there anything else you want to add? I think that's very accurate what you just said.
I like that shot where Maul like he opens up a door or something by like
Using the
throwing something with the
yeah.
force at a switch, like very like nonchalant, like he's fighting these two prime Jedis and he's just like it's just like a small thing that he does with like no effort. I just like that little touch.
I do too. I love it. So, like I said at the beginning of the episode, George designed these movies to be silent films. They're space operas, and he designed it to where you don't need the exposition, you don't need the dialogue to understand what's going on. And I think you just, explained the perfect example of that. Of course, you're going to need some exposition, but I think you kind of explained the gravity of the situation and how it got conveyed through what we got to see on the screen, not just by them telling us it's important.
Yeah.
And I want to kind of elaborate on why I think this is one of the most. It's definitely top 3. It might even be the second. It's definitely one of the most important turning points in the entire saga of Star Wars. And this is, Duel of the Fates. It's the battle between the light and the dark. So I have a lot here that I got some from George. I got some from, Star Wars content creators, and I even have a little bit of some of my own, analysis I put in here. And I'm going to get into it. You ready for this?
Yeah.
This battle was the flashpoint for the Galactic War. For everything we see in specifically the next 2 movies with Order 66, and obviously what that means for the entire saga. This is where it mattered most. Qui-Gon dying was the beginning of the end for Anakin's fall to the dark side. Qui-Gon was the only Jedi we know of that could have trained Anakin aside the ways of the Jedi, where he wouldn't have those same setbacks or dogmatic views that really turned him down the path of the dark side that we see play out in episode 2 and 3. This battle was literally the duel of the fates. Not to see who was the better swordsman between Obi-Wan or Maul, but the duel for the fate of the galaxy. So, what happened during the fight, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan got separated. This had Obi-Wan watch helplessly as Qui-Gon and Maul fought. We know what happens. Maul stabs Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon dies. That was more significant than whether or not Maul lived or died or Obi-Wan lived or died. From the beginning of the movie, Qui-Gon was set up to be the master of Anakin. Anakin was going to be his Padawan. Like I said, The Emperor strategically put Maul in place to put Qui-Gon in that checkmate. Maul knew his mission. He took out Qui-Gon. That led Obi-Wan to becoming his master, which wasn't the master that was going to keep him from turning, because he saw him as a brother, and Palpatine was there in his ear. So, going back to the fight, Duel of the Fates fight. Obi-Wan falls over the edge, right? And Maul is standing on top of him. And from what George described, is he wanted to copy the Luke and Vader fight from Empire, where Luke was below Vader. But the twist here, says George, is the Sith, instead of the Sith cutting off the hand of the Jedi, it's the Jedi who cuts the Sith in half. Thought that was a cool visual there, how he took that and turned it and twisted it. So now Obi-Wan has to take over the training of Anakin, which, like I said, is the beginning of the end. So this was literally the, why do you think they call it Duel of the Fates? This fight right here holds so much, importance in the realm of the Star Wars universe. And something I thought of is it's called Duel of the Fates, like a duel, like a sword, sword fight, a duel. But it's also, you want to talk about double meanings. It's a homonym for duel, as in two.
Yeah.
So you could say that it is literally a dual fate outcome, depending on what happens here. Let's say Qui-Gon lived. He might have been able to train Anakin, and like I said, aside the ways of the Jedi, to where he could have that attachment and he wouldn't have to hide Padme. He wouldn't have those same setbacks. Maybe if Qui-Gon was there, he would have went to save his mother sooner. Would have went to free his mother sooner. You never know in this in situations like this. It's a fun what if, but we know that Qui-Gon didn't have the same views as Yoda or the Jedi Council. And last thing I'll say is, we talked a little bit about midichlorians and then the Force at large. What really is the will of the Force? Qui-Gon was meditating before he went and fought Maul. Maybe the will of the Force was for Qui-Gon to die and for Anakin to turn like he did, because who knows? The Emperor might have taken over without Vader, and they might not have been able to stop the Emperor. Essentially, what we see is actually the will of the Force playing out. So I think Qui-Gon, when he was meditating, knew that he was supposed to die.
I mean, he does.
That's why,
like,
yeah. After he says,
get killed in this really weird way. Like, Maul just kind of shoves his saber away and stabs him. And for as grand as that fight is, that I always thought that was a unceremonious way for Qui-Gon to get stabbed.
I agree, and people dissect that, but I think it's as simple as Qui-Gon was in tune with the Force, and the Force might have told him to strike there because the Force wanted Maul to kill him.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes.
You could read it as Qui-Gon kind of letting that happen. You know what I mean? Because he maybe knew he had to.
And that's what he does. And later we see that with Ahsoka. She has the same views as Qui-Gon, actually.
I haven't seen Clone Wars yet, but it's always one of those shows that I've had on my backlog, but it's just really long. But I will watch it one day because I really want
to. Yeah, so that's what I have to say about Duel of the Fates. I think it's one of the most important moments in the history of Star Wars, as a franchise, but also within the context of the story of the Chosen One, of Anakin and the Skywalkers. I think, Duel of the Fates it's a great fight. Maul's awesome. Obi-Wan, when he runs out after watching that happen, he's pacing back and forth. He's ready to fight. When he runs out and fights him, that's awesome. The only thing that rivals that is, Return of the Jedi, or Revenge of the Sith. You could argue Return of the Jedi, but that's up for debate. That's my analysis of it. What I'll do right now is I'll just explain the end of the movie real quick, and then we can give our overall thoughts. Sound good?
Yeah.
Because after this, we get the ceremony scene, and we kind of understand the rule of two. I think Mace Windu says it. He says there's always two. So the mystery of the
That's
one.
I'm pretty sure that's Yoda, because then Mace asks,
Oh, true. Yeah,
"Who did we kill, the Master or the Apprentice?"
that's true. So the mystery of the one Sith was dealt with. Was it the master or apprentice? The other one is actually behind the scenes. And they say that as it pans to a shot of Chancellor Palpatine looking at Anakin and telling him that he's looking forward to seeing what his future holds, essentially.
Yeah, we didn't touch on Ian McDermott's performance, so I think now's a great time, dude.
Sure.
In this entire trilogy, he's one of the greatest villains in cinematic history by far. Like, he's
Yes.
just a classic evil. Like, we don't know what his motivations are, and I don't care.
I think he's a better villain than
Nobody
Vader.
gives a damn.
Yeah.
He's evil and he loves it. And like, he has the
So true.
like when he's still behind the scenes and he's like interacting with people, he's so likable. He's so friendly that sometimes, even though I've seen these movies a bunch of times, he still tricks me into thinking that he's not a powerful Sith Lord who's plotting to take over the galaxy. Because I'm like, no, but he's like really nice and really friendly. Like, he can't be evil. Come on. Like, it's
He may
such a
be the
great
best
performance.
actor in all of Star Wars.
I can't really. Well, I'd say he's up there with Adam Driver and Daisy Ridley. But I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, because the performances in Star Wars aren't exactly like high class. They're not really a tour de force, as you'd say.
Yeah.
But I mean, Ian McDermott, like, he just brings so much. Like, when he's like, regular Chancellor Palpatine, he's friendly, but then once he's full revealed, he's just like, you don't want to mess with this guy.
I love Palps. I love Palps so much. Literally, the Senate podcast is he calls himself the Senate. That's literally where I get the name from. Is Palpatine. It's from the meme. So, if you're listening to this in the podcast, this is where I get the name the Senate podcast from. It's because literally he refers to himself as the Senate. Because his character, the development, let alone the acting, it's fantastic. Our review of episode 3 is, I'm not even gonna lie, it's gonna be probably 3 hours long.
Yeah, dude, I got a lot to say just about his dynamic with Anakin alone.
Yes, and that's what I'm hinting towards with this very last little bit I have here, is him looking over his shoulder, telling him, whatever he says. I forget exactly what he says. But
we'll be watching your career with great interest.
Great interest.
And it's like, I bet you will.
Yeah. That's it for The Phantom Menace. I'll say just a few short things. Liam Neeson kills it as Qui-Gon. Yeah. I believe, we're going to see more of him in Obi-Wan Season 2. I don't care if I'm spoiling that for anybody. Whether or not they do him justice, who knows? I think he's going to basically, give Obi-Wan some of those, lessons that he should have in this movie or before this movie that weren't necessarily what the Jedi Council thought. But I love him as an actor. I think he kills it as Qui-Gon. Ray Park is absolutely amazing. Dude, I'm such a big Episode 1 fan. I met Ray Park. Got pictures with him.
Oh, really?
Got him. Yeah, I got him to sign my Darth Maul Funko Pop.
Oh, dude, that's crazy.
It was awesome. Besides that, I think really the standouts in this movie, for me personally, were Qui-Gon, Padme. In terms of performances, it was Qui-Gon, Padme. I would say probably Obi-Wan, just because Ray Park or Maul wasn't in it enough. But absolutely love the movie. I understand why it could be boring for a lot of people. It kind of is. because it's setting up. The whole movie is setting up. It's not delivering on really anything. That's why they made Padme and everything going on with Naboo the story, because that was something they could start and wrap up in this movie. They weren't able to really wrap up anything like that in this movie. That's why I think the third movies, Return of the Jedi and Revenge of the Sith, are my favorites because it wraps up a lot. But as a intro movie where it's introducing so many people, so many relationships and dynamics, I think it does a great job. Of course, it could do a lot better. I think it could do the action a little better and the dialogue a little better. But in terms of a first movie, I think, I just have so much nostalgia and love for what George Lucas does that this movie is, so high up there for me. I just absolutely love it. So that's kind of my analysis of it, bringing in a lot of what George says in his commentaries, and a lot of, my headcanon and some things you even added that, I never thought of before. So I hope that I kind of explained it well to you and kind of bounced some things off of you.
Yeah.
If there's anything you want to add, let me have it. Tell me what you think of the performances. Where does this kind of rank for you in terms of Star Wars?
All right. First, I'll just give my overall impression of the movie. I think this movie's okay. Like, I don't really have any strong feelings about it one way or the other that much. Like, it's a cheesy, sci-fi B movie that has a big budget, and that's what George wanted to make.
I love it. Yeah,
that's what he loved when he was a kid. Probably part of what got him into filmmaking in the first place. Yeah, I like the effects were groundbreaking at the time. Except for the Yoda puppet, that thing kind of sucks in my opinion. And I'm glad
I loved it. What?
It looks way better in the original trilogy, in my opinion. But
I think so. I think you're
right.
Yeah,
it does a great. Roger Ebert, in his review, he called it an astonishing achievement in imaginative filmmaking. And I mean, even though it's not a movie I necessarily love, it's not going to be a Star Wars movie that I rewatch that much on my own. But I mean, it is a groundbreaking achievement in many ways, for sure. Iconography, all that. As far as performances and character, in my opinion, the standouts are Jake Lloyd as Anakin. In spite of my problems with the writing of that character, that's not on Jake.
That's fair. He did a good job. He really did.
I like Padme. I think Natalie Portman managed to break through the lifeless tone of the performances in this movie.
Especially with the story she was given with her being a queen fighting against blockades and taxation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was able to make that enjoyable.
Yeah. Liam Neeson is Qui-Gon. Great. In my opinion, Ewan McGregor doesn't really stand out until the other movies, episode 2 and 3. In this movie, they didn't. I think my biggest problem is that Obi-Wan doesn't really have that much to do.
I like his physicality.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
that's just kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah.
When he's on screen, he's great. I just wish he was in it more because he gets so good later on. Because he has more to do. Ray Park was great. We've already said our piece about Ian McDermott. Fantastic.
Beast.
I'd say in my Star Wars movies, this is definitely not in my top 5.
Yeah,
but I mean, there are there are things in this movie that are some of my favorite stuff in the entire series. So I can say that much. And actually,
at least there's something to love.
Yeah, and doing this episode with you helped me appreciate it a little bit in ways that I never did, that I never really thought of. So I always like when people can kind of change my mind on something or make me see something in a different way. And I think it sets a pretty solid foundation. There's a reason that it ends in a similar way to A New Hope, because like you were saying, like Luke and Anakin start traveling on the same kind of path, but then, as we'll see in the other movies, they turn and they go on different paths, and I think that gets explored better in the other movies. And I can't wait to talk about Attack of the Clones, because that's certainly
Yes.
one of the movies that I've seen.
That is certainly a movie.
It is a major production.
And speaking of just a parallel between Luke and Anakin, that scene with Qui-Gon where they're talking about midichlorians, originally that was supposed to be in like a garage, but he wanted it to be on a balcony so they could have Anakin looking up at the stars, wondering, what's out there.
Oh,
Similar
yeah,
to how the start of New Hope with
I love
Luke
that
looking
line
up.
where he's like asking how many planets there are, and then he's like, "I'm gonna be the first one to see them all."
Yeah, there's, like I said, there's so much. There's still so much in this movie to love. Like George definitely put the time, love, and care into this movie, and there's so much special about it. So I'm glad we could discuss it, like, and analyze it. This is Star Wars is very nostalgia driven for a lot of people, and this is definitely one of the most nostalgic movies for me out of all of the Star Wars movies. So thank you for coming on and talking about it, giving your inputs, because it's fun having you on. We have different opinions about a lot of topics, especially Star Wars.
Yeah, it's
So
always
it's
a
fun
pleasure.
to look at the other side.
It's always a pleasure. I love having this as a way to drop my spicy takes on stuff.
Yeah, did you just drop the spicy takes? I mean, this is how it's going to start out with the prequels like this, and I can't wait once we get to the OT and sequels, because I've been going back and forth on the sequels for a long time. So I want you to change my mind.
I will try.
All right, we've been going long enough. Again, thanks for coming on. Had a lot of fun. If you got this far listening, thank you. We are on pretty much everything. I actually had Amazon hit me up, and they put us on Audible and Amazon Music.
Oh.
So we're on, like I said, Spotify, YouTube, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Audible, Amazon Music, and I think one other weird one I can't pronounce. So support us on there. So until next time, you got anything else to say?
May the force be with you all.
That's what I was going to say.
Sorry.
All right, see you, man.
Those aren't the droids you're looking for, by the way.
These aren't the droids you're looking for. Hello there. Welcome back to the Senate Podcast. This episode, we're going into Attack of the Clones. We're going to do a retrospective. Joining me is the bounty hunter we've all been looking for, Tony Quinones. How you doing?
Well, I'm running from these Imperials there. They're trying to find me. I'm trying to make my way in the universe.
You're
I gotta
just a simple man.
avenge my family's honor. Yeah. I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe. I didn't steal that line from anybody. That's an original. Yeah.
You just came up with that on the spot.
Yeah. Inspiration.
I love it. So this episode, obviously, we're going to be just focusing on Attack of the Clones. But there's been a lot of Star Wars news recently, and I think maybe we could do an episode sometime talking about all the announcements, because they actually announced 3 or 4 like new movies, something like that.
Yeah, pretty sure it's 3 movies. One of which might not even actually end up getting made because it sounds too good. And then Star Wars Vision Season 2, and then was that the only show related to the
Ahsoka?
announcement? Yeah, Ahsoka, which I think, you know what, flip me. I think it looks pretty dope.
Okay.
I want to read those books eventually, so
Yeah.
that might be fun.
This is a series we're doing. We're going to go through everything. Our first episode in this series is out of The Phantom Menace. So now we're going to do Attack of the Clones. Anything else you want to say before we dive into it? Because I just want to do this a little differently than we did the first one, and give our overall thoughts of the movie and go through it, but kind of have it more of our own raw opinions of the movie. Because now we're getting into more, more complexity in the saga. The first one was more kind of just set up, but now we're getting
It's
into
a pretty
like more
fluffy movie.
Yeah. So, anything else? Anything else you want to say, and then we can kick off.
I will say, I'm trying to be more open-minded as I get older. I used to hate like a good majority of this movie. Like I thought, all the Obi-Wan stuff was great, and I thought everything else was just terrible. You know what? I'll say now, I think the stuff I hated, I still think it could have been done better, and I'll get into that. But you know what? I don't think it's too bad. So I finally like this movie. Like I just flat out like it instead of being split on it. So that was a fun experience to realize, oh wow, I don't see this in the same way that I used to.
This was a movie for me that, I have a lot of history with. I grew up with these movies. I talked in the first episode about how much nostalgia I had for The Phantom Menace, and I have just as much nostalgia for this movie. And what's funny is I always go back to whenever I was growing up watching these movies in whatever order I decided, either 1 through 6, or if sometimes I'd go through 4 through 6 and then 1 through 3. I would just when I went through my Star Wars marathon, I would watch them differently. And Attack of the Clones was always one of my favorite movies to get to when I was going through my walkthrough of the movies, or my playthrough of the movies, whatever. And it's because of it feeling like the most serial matinee Star Wars movie out of probably all of them. And I mentioned that a little bit before we started recording, and you know what I mean by that. And when we start talking about some of the scenes in the movie, I love the action mixed with the cliffhanger and almost the cheesy drama tropes in this.
It's basically a classic noir movie in space, and that's one of the things I always loved about it.
It was, from the commentary, he describes this movie as being inspired by the great mystery thrillers of the 30s and 40s, which is essentially, half of the movie, with, the first 2/3 leading up to the giant action sequence. But it's always been one of my favorite movies in the saga to watch for a lot of these reasons that we'll get into. So the opening crawl, starting with that. Go ahead. I know you took some more notes than I did, because I didn't take much notes for this. I have a lot of mental notes that I want to get through. But how about you kind of lead us on the sequences throughout the movie? So we got the opening crawl into the beginning of the movie, where we meet a mysterious bounty hunter, and we see the destruction of that ship, obviously Padme being attacked, and the introduction of now a 10 years older Anakin and Obi-Wan from the first movie and whatnot. So what's your thoughts? Because this takes place 10 years after. I have some specific thoughts about this sequence that doesn't really involve what's happening on screen. So what do you think about what we actually see on screen, and from watching it through again?
Well, in the Phantom Menace episode, I said that the opening to that movie, it isn't bad. Like I think it escalates the tension fairly well, and stuff like that. But it's kind of boring. Like it's like, oh, we're gonna send these 2 Jedi Knights to handle a tax dispute. It's like, why? Okay, that's the best you could, like. I feel bad for these Jedi Knights. They're having their time wasted here. But the opening crawl of this movie, it's literally just, okay, there are this group called the Separatists that are people trying to leave the Republic because, they have problems with it and stuff, and they're forming their own group. So, there's a war going on with them, and then Padme is going to join the Senate to vote on whether or not they want to create an army. That's it. Like, it's, as you were saying, like that classic, like, sci-fi serial matinee, like, there's unrest in the galaxy.
There's unrest in the galaxy.
There's war in the galaxy. And, like, it's just classic, like, A New Hope, It starts with, like, this really simple, concise, way better in my opinion. And then, so Padme lands on a planet. It's her decoy, and Is it the same guy that was in Phantom Menace?
I believe so. Yeah.
I forgot his name, but
The
he's with
Naboo
them
guard
too.
captain. Yeah.
And then they leave the ship, and then it explodes, and then it's like, oh my god, what the heck? And then her decoy actually dies in the explosion, and then there's like, it's clear that someone tried to kill Padme, and then she goes to visit Palpatine, and other thing I noted is that the political stuff in this movie is much less boring than it is in Phantom Menace. I understand, like when these movies released like way back, a lot of fans didn't like that they focused so much on politics. And it's like behind every war, there's obviously the political side. That's what George Lucas wanted to show with these movies. And I do think Phantom Menace, it's a little boring, a little hard to follow. Even now, being, in my late 20s, there were moments in Phantom Menace where I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. But in this movie, Chancellor Palpatine at this point is just like, hey, Padme, someone's trying to attack you, we have to deal with these separatists. And then, Padme thinks it's Count Dooku, and then Mace Windu's like, he used to be a former Jedi. We don't think it's him because he's a genius, obviously. And then Palpatine is like, hey, I insist that Obi-Wan and Anakin be your security guards. And then Padme, at first she's headstrong. She relents to that request, but then she's eventually like, all right, fine. So like it picks, like it moves. We only get the bare basics of what we need instead of this whole like melodramatic, drawn out thing. And then obviously, which actually leads me to my first criticism of the movie, Palpatine insisted that Anakin be part of it too because he wants him to get with Padme and fall to the dark side because he senses, high midichlorians and force potential in him. But I was wondering, like, but what would have happened? Like, is the Force literally like that much of a Deus Ex Machina to where like Palpatine knew for sure that this plan would work? Like, what if Anakin wouldn't have went along with Obi-Wan to protect her? What if Anakin wouldn't have been the one to get sent with her later in the movie when they go into hiding? Like, what if certain things would have happened that would have prevented this? What would he have done? Like, would he have been like, oh, damn it, well, my plan's ruined? Like, it kind of feels too convenient in some regards.
Yeah, and my answer to that would be, don't look at it as the Force. Look at this now under the lens of the Chosen One prophecy. Like this, it's unrealistic that these events would happen perfectly, and they do happen the way they happen because they're supposed to.
Yeah, true.
And then once we get to the end of the saga, we'll see how it ends. But I'd say that's why it happens.
It's just more of my issues with the whole prophecy thing being an element of the story in these movies. I'd prefer that it wasn't there, but one thing I do want to note though is that in Phantom Menace, Anakin's a kid, so he talks to Obi-Wan for like 5 seconds in the whole movie, basically. And I feel like that movie should have started with him as a teenager. Well, now he's older, so we can actually have them interact. And I do like that moment where they're taking the elevator and they're recounting,
and that's where I want to jump in.
Adventure. Yeah. And then, like, it's like a moment, where they're like joking around, laughing, bantering. And I wish there was more of that in these movies. That is definitely a big criticism for me, but I like the moments that we do get it in this and Revenge of the Sith.
So here's what I'll suggest to you, and this is exactly where I'm going to jump in, and I'm so glad you left off there. Read the novelizations of the movies, especially episode 2 and 3. Especially 2 and 3. The novelization of Attack of the Clones actually starts before the movie, starts, and Obi-Wan and Anakin are off on a mission somewhere else in the galaxy before they get called back to Coruscant. And, when they're in the elevator talking, George put that in there because he wants you to get a sense of this is what the Jedi do. They go off into the galaxy on missions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they kind of reminisce about that. But the novelization actually has them out on a planet somewhere. I don't know if it's Outer Rim, somewhere else in the galaxy, and you get to read about the internal dilemma that Anakin's going through out in the galaxy. In The Phantom Menace, he was looking out at the stars saying, I'm going to be the first to visit them all. So now he's out there 10 years later as a Padawan, and what he's going through is he is missing the people that grounded him. Yes, he was with Obi-Wan, and they end up being like brothers, but he's out in the galaxy thinking about his mother, thinking about Padme, and the book focuses on how when he was out in the galaxy, he was actually thinking about Palpatine, and he just wanted that sense of comfort. So it's a further, it's a deep dive into what gets the attachments Anakin has. And George talks about in the commentary specifically how Yoda would train these Padawans train the younglings to a certain age until they were old enough to become a Padawan to a Jedi Knight. Anakin skipped that process, as we saw in the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
So he has more of attachments to certain things and people because he didn't get the typical training a youngling and Padawan would get. So now he has these attachments to his mother, to Padme, to Palpatine, that those attachments lead to how George put it. Attachments lead to greed because you want to keep what you have. You don't want to lose what you have. Then that greed leads to anger when you lose what you want. And then that anger leads to revenge for taking, obviously, we'll get to that in the story. But this is what the Jedi were kind of teaching their Padawans to let go of, was the fear of losing their attachments.
Yeah.
So when he's out in the galaxy, he's thinking about Padme, Palpatine. So when we get to the opening of the movie, he meets Padme after 10 years. And that's an awkward scene. But think about this kid who for 10 years has been off on missions. You know what I mean?
I
and
actually really
sees the angel from the Phantom Menace.
Yeah. I really like, I think, Hayden's performance has been heavily criticized for over 10 years. I think he's legitimately pretty good in Revenge of the Sith. In this movie, he's hit or miss for me, but the moment where he meets Padme, I think he does a great job because, he just reacts like I would react. Seeing this beautiful woman that I met when I was a kid years later and, not knowing, I love, a lot of people say it's cringy, but I love when she says, you've grown up. And then he's like, oh, so have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean. It's a cringy line, and, she just basically takes it like, aw, you're so adorable. But, I, when I talk to a beautiful woman, I say shit like that. You know what I mean? It's a really relatable thing, that, makes you relate to him if you're that kind of person. So I think that's one of the moments where Hayden really shines in the role. And, I feel like I've said that I feel like he kind of feels different than Jake Lloyd's Anakin in certain ways. I don't see him as exactly that kid grown up all the time, but in this moment, I feel like that they're kind of one and the same.
I agree. Here we're also introduced for the first time in this movie to Jar Jar, who is kind of at the right hand of Padme. That wasn't the case in the first movie. So you get to see this evolution of Jar Jar's character, which is an underrated aspect of this movie.
I got something to say about that later.
Okay. I do too, because this is a setup for
not in a positive way either. But,
I have a positive thing to say about it. So anyways, this is where we're introduced to I forget his title, but Jar Jar as the second in command, not second in command, but he's part of the team for Padme. And I wonder if that's why Palpatine, or I guess overall the Separatists, hired the bounty hunter to assassinate Padme. Because Padme was in this movie, right, like you said, to sign a bill to create an army. I don't know if the answer was ever given if she would have signed that bill or not. So I'm wondering why the Separatists were trying to assassinate her. And what happens is, I'll just kind of go forward a little bit, is she tries to get assassinated, ends up leaving for her own safety, and then who steps up? Actually, Jar Jar does.
Oh, Jar Jar, yeah.
For the Senate, for the voting of the army. So I wonder if that was the reason for her being assassinated, or if it was also to get Anakin and her together, like you mentioned. I could see both aspects of it.
Yeah,
and I don't know if that's just a testament to Palpatine and how intelligent he is.
I kind of wonder if like Palpatine put Jar Jar in that kind of a position because he knew that he was an idiot,
and he would say yes.
He would make the wrong decision.
Exactly,
which is really cruel when you think about it. Like, because Jar Jar sees that as like, oh, I finally accomplished something. I redeemed myself from being a laughing stock. And now I'm in this spot, but he doesn't know the full weight of it. Like, it's actually kind of I never thought I'd say that I kind of feel bad for Jar Jar, but I kind of feel bad for Jar Jar.
Well, there's a scene where it's right after Obi-Wan sends the distress signal to Tatooine, and then he tells them to relay it, and then Anakin and Padme relay the message to the Senate. And in the Senate is Palpatine, his people, and the Jedi. And what happens is, Yoda and Mace, they're like, wow, things there are worse than it seems. We got to go. They start leaving, and Jar Jar's standing there next to Palpatine. And Palpatine looks at, what's the blue guy's name? I can't remember it right now.
I'm
blanking. But anyways, he turns and he's like, wow, if only Padme was here to approve the emergency bill.
Yeah, and then it
pans
up
to
on Jar Jar, and then Jar Jar's like, oh, I wonder if I should do something. Which
I've never caught that until watching it back recently.
Yeah, that was a respectful thing for him to do, but it was like right place, wrong time in a way.
It was a perfect planning on Palpatine's part. But
oh yeah,
that's just what I wanted to say about Jar Jar real quick. So going back to the bounty hunter, Padme is asleep, right? And Obi-Wan and Anakin are standing outside, protecting her, and Anakin senses something's wrong, busts in the room, kills the things that were trying to kill Padme. You know what I mean? And then jumps out the window, grabs onto the droid, and essentially the chase scene begins. And George in the commentary says that he loves scenes like this. He loves racing, and he always includes some kind of chase scene or racing scene. So here we get a lot of action in Coruscant. And I don't know if you noticed the difference that I was talking about last time with how Coruscant was depicted in The Phantom Menace versus 2 and 3. But here we get our first actual close-up of the streets of Coruscant in this action sequence. So what do you think about the bounty hunter? Because the bounty hunter is actually a female, and George did that intentionally just to bring some diversity because we're not used to that. And it's funny because he's like, wow, usually the bounty hunter is like some grizzled monster, but he's like, it's actually some woman, but she ends up being a monster underneath. She's a changeling. So I thought that was pretty cool. We get that scene when Obi-Wan walks into the bar, and the guy offers him some death sticks.
Yeah. You don't want to sell me death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life.
And he made that obviously reminiscent of A New Hope, the cantina, but with Obi-Wan walking in and cutting off the guy's arm.
That was perfect.
Yes.
Ewan McGregor, throughout the entire prequels, did a great job of channeling Sir Alec Guinness, but in this scene, he is Alec Guinness is Obi-Wan, like perfect, like right to a T. Like, it's incredible.
It's amazing. So we get that scene, and just the chase scene. There's not much, I guess, story going on here. It's just a great scene. So, what else do you think about the whole Coruscant sequence here?
Okay. Well, first, I feel like you're saying like it seems like it's portrayed differently. I feel like it's just we're just shown another part of it that's like more rundown,
like the slums,
kind of, and like it's at night. I love it. Like, this is like one of the first instances that I can remember in my life seeing something that was essentially cyberpunk.
Yeah.
It's that like the bright lights, the flying cars, the bar that's like not like the cantina because it's like populated. There are like people watching sports on TV. They're like the strippers and stuff like that. I love the aesthetics of that. So before I talk about what I think of Django's whole plan here, because I got some stuff to say about this whole plan. I want to point out two small moments. So when Padme is talking to Obi-Wan and Anakin about like talking about, like protecting her and stuff and like what they think's going on, I forget, like Obi-Wan saying something and then Anakin jumps in, and then Obi-Wan is just like a total dick in this scene. Like, he's like, "You will learn your place, young one." Like
that same
Anakin,
thing happens
like,
at the end of the movie as well.
It seems like this is the first instance of Anakin being like disrespectful to Obi-Wan, and instead of Obi-Wan, like a proper master would do, say, "I'll talk to you about this later," he just like berates him like an angry dad in front of people and embarrasses the poor dude. So like, I feel like, I wonder if that was intentional by George to show that Obi-Wan wasn't like really fit for being a master and just kind of had to fly by the seat of his pants kind of thing.
I think this was to set up. Yeah,
he didn't react in a way that I don't feel like Qui-Gon would have reacted that way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Maybe. I think that shows, how Qui-Gon would have handled it differently.
Yeah.
Because Obi-Wan's just Obi-Wan felt that I think Obi-Wan felt that he wasn't ready for this, but he did it because it was Qui-Gon's basically dying wish.
Yeah.
Was for him to do it, but he wasn't ready. So then this plays into when they're on Tatooine after his mother dies, and he says he wasn't powerful enough because Obi-Wan and the Jedi are holding him back, and you could see him start blaming people.
Yeah.
And this, obviously what you're saying right there kind of leads into that.
Okay, and then I forget, like, when Padme walks away, I think, isn't Obi-Wan, like saying to him to, like, relax and stuff, like, or, like, something like that, and then he's like, but she was pleased to see us. I'm like, I love that moment, because it's like, Obi-Wan knows how Anakin feels, and I feel like he was like, she was pleased to see us. Like, I feel like that would, like,
they play off each other.
So,
very
like,
well.
I feel like Obi-Wan's pretty layered in this movie because, like, he has moments where he is genuinely an asshole, but then he also has moments where, he's like a playful dad, like, it's cool.
Yeah. I think he shines when they play off each other. And then I think he also, what a bona fide actor, honestly. And he plays Obi-Wan perfectly, and you get to see him really stretch his legs when he gets off on his own shortly, because he finds the dart, that poison dart, and he takes it real quick. He takes it to
Dexter Jetster,
the greatest character in the whole saga.
He takes it to the absolute greatest character in Star Wars at this diner, which is a nod to what do you say it was a nod to? What's his other movie before this?
American Graffiti.
He says it was a nod to that with the diner and just the whole aesthetic of it, which is cool. I think it
Yeah.
fit. That was like we just said that we got to see the slum side of Coruscant. Now we're seeing maybe like the how do you want to put that aspect of Coruscant where it's more light. You don't see the dark. You know, you get the imagery of this might be like not a downtown, but like more of a like suburban section of this.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, here's a diner. You know what I mean? Where you would go to have breakfast. It's just cool to see it. And he takes the dart there for some reason and ends up getting answers that where it's a Kaminoan dart that might not be in the archives at the temple, the Jedi temple. And then this is where, like I said, Obi-Wan really gets to be on his own and kind of carry things on his own shoulders for a while until we're introduced to Jango, which we'll get to. But
okay, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say this is where they separate. This is where Obi-Wan goes, and now he has to figure out what's going on with this assassination attempt, and Anakin is tasked with bodyguarding Padme. So he takes her to her home planet of Naboo, which we see again. And I could keep going. So this is where they split up. So we'll leave it there. What were you gonna say?
No, I wanted to kind of jump back and talk about Jango's plan.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Jango's plan, Jango, buddy, I love you. Your plan sucks. This plan. So Palpatine. I think I got this right, but I'm still not even sure what even happens here. Palpatine asks him to assassinate Padme. So he asks another bounty hunter to assassinate Padme. And then that bounty hunter sends a droid to assassinate Padme. And then that droid sends little worms to assassinate Padme. Why didn't Jango just fly over to Padme's window, pull out his rifle? We know he's a good shot, and just like try to shoot her, and then maybe
if you want it done right, do it yourself.
Like, this is the most convoluted plan for no reason because all that rigmarole adds nothing. Like, it's
George talked about this. Oh, what'd he say?
It's so stupid. Like, it's like one of the things about this movie that I still can't see in a different way. Like, I'm just like, no, but it, like, I don't understand any of this.
See, this is one of the downfalls of Star Wars in general is that George really went unchecked and did whatever he wanted to do. I know at the beginning of the commentary, he talks about how he added so much to all of these sections that we're talking about now because he just wanted to. He just wanted to add more action, more drama. He just more and more at the expense of the story. But I know what you mean. It would have been cool to see. You know what? We did see Jango, right? Wasn't Jango on Coruscant? And didn't he like fly away at the end? He did. He killed the changeling because the changeling was being interrogated
he shoots her
by
with the
Jedi.
dart, and then they look over, and then he flies away.
Why didn't he do that to Padme?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's so. And then, like, Obi-Wan and Anakin somehow slice the worms off of Padme's face, and they don't make contact with her at all.
I love that.
And somehow, like,
that's absurd.
That doesn't even wake her up. Like, she doesn't wake up in the middle of that. She only wakes up when they're all done. Like,
plot twist: Anakin roofied her.
Jet lag.
She was just out.
Like, that's the most severe case of jet lag I've ever seen. Damn.
Well, I do love that scene. Just to go back to that real quick, because that shows how Anakin really dialed into his Force abilities in sensing exactly how to kill those things without hurting Padme because of how much he cared for her. So I do love that scene, but I know it's absurd.
It's pretty interesting that when Anakin and Obi-Wan are talking while she's sleeping, it's just like one line. Obi-Wan mentions that he doesn't trust politicians. Like, he's telling Anakin to not really trust Padme because politicians can't be trusted. And I'm like, I wonder if there's like any expanded universe stuff that fleshes that out more because I never noticed it and I don't feel like I don't remember it ever being brought up in anything that I've seen. Like, Obi-Wan not liking politicians. Like, I wonder what the deal is with that.
Yeah, that's interesting. And just going off of the movies, maybe it's the Jedi are supposed to be, they're not employees for the Senate or, you know what I mean? The Jedi are their own group. They're not supposed to be the peacekeepers for the Republic. You know what I mean? But they end up becoming that, which I think is, they get into why that is not supposed to happen, but the Jedi go down that route. So I don't know. I think Obi-Wan is just, that's showing how Obi-Wan is similar to Qui-Gon in that way, to where he doesn't want to be involved with the politics or anything like that. He wants to be a Jedi, not a true true Jedi, but he just wants to be more of a Jedi than an employee for the Senate, I would assume. So yeah, they end up splitting at this point, and I think it's cool to see Anakin leave with Padme. You get to see him go in undercover a little bit. They get on that ship, and
he actually isn't. I saw a YouTube video by Chris Stuckman. I don't know if you know who that is.
I don't think so.
He posed a valid question: if Anakin and Padme are supposed to be like in hiding, but why does Anakin still like outwardly wear his Padawan braid? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Anybody who knows anything about anything would be like, oh, he's a Padawan. Like, and like they're always outside when it's like she could get sniped at any given moment. Yeah. And then one of my problems with this is that when Padme's packing and Anakin's talking to her, at first, like, they're just making like regular conversation, and then he just starts bitching. Like, he's just like, oh, Obi-Wan's holding me back, and this and that. And then, I mean, there's that moment where Padme is like, well, sometimes our mentors can see our flaws better than we can. That's how we grow. And then Anakin's like, I know. So he does have a moment where, like, he's self-aware, like, I know, like, he kind of chills out a little bit, but it's like, I mean, I understand.
It's that child in his character.
Yeah. But I feel like maybe it was a little too strong, too fast.
I think that's where it comes into the amateurness of Hayden Christensen at the time, because he was almost unknown up to this point,
Yeah.
So here we get to the second act of the movie. We talked about the first one with the introductions and the chase scene, the bounty hunter, setting up what would be the rest of the movie. So with this second act, we split into two storylines, plot threads. Obi-Wan going down his like detective path to find the bounty hunter, and then Anakin and Padme's relationship developing / going to Tatooine. What route do you want to go down first?
Actually, you know what? I've had kind of a new thought process about the Padme Anakin stuff, so I think it'd be fun to talk about that last.
Okay.
So, well, let's talk about what I think we can both agree is the best part of the movie. Obi-Wan being a private detective. It's great.
Obi-Wan and Jango. I love Jango.
Oh yeah, Jango's
just real quick,
cool.
I'll talk about him. Yeah, growing up, me and my one friend loved Star Wars. He was a huge Boba Fett fan. I was always a huge Jango fan. I just love Jango. I think he looks cool with the silver and the blue, the dual pistols, the flamethrower on the wrist. Love it.
I love that little touch too. Like he gave his DNA to the Kaminoans to create the clone army for money, but he asked for an unaltered clone so he can have it as a son.
It wasn't
that
supposed
makes
to be
you
like
wonder,
that.
That makes you wonder, like right there, you can assume a lot about Jango. Like maybe he's always kind of wanted kids, but he can't have kids, or maybe he's never been able to find a woman, or maybe he had a woman and she died. So then he's like, the only way that I can have a son and have that thing that I want is for it to just be myself. And that's interesting. And it's not like, like shoved in your face that much. It's just like one line, like, oh yeah, the only thing he asked in return is for a clone for himself. And then like we know that he loves Boba, like, like he's looking out for him and stuff. Boba helps him out. You know, like he warns him. You know, when Obi-Wan's coming, he's in the ship cannon, like firing at Obi-Wan. You know, protecting his dad. Like, there's such great storytelling just with that, and it's subtle, and that's I like.
It's why
I
that's
don't
why
feel
it's
like
one
the
of the best
prequels
parts.
are subtle enough, but when they do have subtle storytelling, I think it's some of the best stuff in the saga, in my opinion.
I agree. Okay, so we skipped a little bit, and that's fine, because I want to go into a little bit of what you just said and kind of tie it all together. So here we go. Boba Fett. George wanted originally Boba Fett to be an exact clone that just veered off the path of the other clones, like we see with something like the Bad Batch or Rex or something. If you watch Clone Wars season 7, and you know, something like that. It wasn't until because George had this story, he had the plot done back in the 70s. Now it's his job to create the story in each chapter. He said he sees it as 12 hours of a story, 6 chapters, 2 hours each. That's how he described it in the commentary. He said that, you know, Boba wanted Boba to be a clone of Jango that just split off. But it wasn't until right before, when they were creating the story of this, that he thought that making Boba an unaltered clone of him and being his son gave Jango more character, and I love that decision. So that I think is really interesting. I think that's one of the best aspects of this, because I actually put on Twitter today that the prequels are not something that was made after the fact. You know, the prequels were made in the beginning with everything else. So this is one true story that George just created along the way with more advancements and whatnot.
So he had the rough ideas for the prequels way back when?
Yeah. Originally it all started with the Clone Wars, and that's the next thing I want to get into. This movie is where George really could take off with the clones, which he had the idea for from the very beginning. And it's referenced in A New Hope, is the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars is, as he puts it, the start of the Empire. And we see later with these clones, they have the same ships as the Empire. Obviously, they look the same. And this is where he could develop how a democracy turns into a dictatorship. So he says that he has a larger story to where this, like I said, a democracy turns into a dictatorship, and how you can see democracy fall. And then he has the more personal story developing with how you can see a good person become bad. So this is where the story really, really picks up, and he uses Jango and Boba to do that. So to what you said about Jango, and, you know, if there's more material on him out there, there actually is. I'm not sure what the book's called. Probably something Bounty Hunters. There's comics, there's books, and it goes into Jango's past, into why they picked him as the template for the clone army. And I think that's just cool for a character in general, just as a trope. Like, you're creating a clone army and you want to pick the quintessential person to clone. That's like picking David Goggins to clone for an army. You know what I mean?
Okay, I have a question. Maybe we'll get into it later. Who was Sifo Dyas? Because I still don't understand what's going on with that. Exactly.
It's been a minute since I went through all that. So that George says that question gets answered in the next movie. You're talking about regarding the creation of the clone army.
Yeah, because the Kaminoans say that, like, Sifo Dyas asked them to create the army, but then when Obi-Wan talks to Jango, he's like, I don't know any Sifo Dyas. I was recruited by a man called Tyrannus, which is Count Dooku, as we later find. So I'm wondering, because I think I've heard that, like, Sifo Dyas was a name that Count Dooku was using, but then I guess in between then and then he became Palpatine's apprentice and then changed his name and then started using a different name. It's a little
Sifo
weird.
Dyas is how do I put this? I'm trying to remember, because I believe they go into it in a book called Dooku Jedi Lost, that Dooku when he was growing up, within the Jedi Order, he was close friends with somebody named Sifo Dyas.
Oh, so Sifo Dyas was a actual person.
Sifo Dyas is an actual person.
Oh, okay.
Unless I'm getting that mixed up with something. Like I said, it's been a little bit since I've looked into this, but for the point of this story,
I think Yoda and Mace Windu actually bring that up later on.
Somebody does, yeah. I think Obi-Wan is shocked when he hears that because he mentions to Sifo Dyas died 10 years ago.
To them, he mentions to them that the clones were created by Sifo Dyas, and then Mace Windu, I think, is like, Sifo Dyas is dead.
Yeah.
Basically, okay.
So basically, you can just get from this, though, that there was a section of the Jedi that kind of veered off. And that's kind of what I was talking about in the Phantom Menace retrospective with Qui-Gon, how he didn't veer off as much, but he was alongside the Jedi. So you have this small contingent that did veer off, and they get into that in books like Dooku Jedi Lost. And I might get into it in Master and Apprentice as well, but and maybe Plagueis. But Dooku basically left, got in league with Palpatine, right, and the Separatists. Palpatine ordered this clone army to start being created 10 years ago. I'm assuming he started the clone army as soon as he became the Chancellor at the end of the Phantom Menace, because this takes place 10 years after. So I'm assuming as soon as he became Chancellor, he ordered this army to be created through other means. He doesn't do it himself. He always gets people to do his bidding for him. That's how he does it. So George describes it as Mussolini, as Hitler, as Caesar. It's when democracies or republics, they're in a time of crisis and they give emergency power to somebody to become in charge, a dictator or whatever, because it's a time of crisis. They need someone to lead them. And then you see how the ultimate power corrupts and they are unwilling to give up that power. And George, a quote from him from the commentary is, this isn't the first time we see a dictator starting a war so that he doesn't have to give up his power. And he's obviously referring to real life events, but that's essentially what's happening. Throughout the last 10 years, there's been nothing but conflicts, because 10 years goes by and he's still the Chancellor, because there's been skirmishes throughout the Republic. And if you think about it, that's what also kept Padme in power, because essentially if she's queen, by this time she would have retired 10 years later and she could have moved on with her life. She could have had a family. She could have had kids, but she has stayed queen for this long because of the conflict in the galaxy, which then also plays into her meeting Anakin at this point. So,
well, she isn't a queen in Attack of the Clones. I think she's a senator now, right? Yeah.
So she gives up being queen, becomes senator. Yeah. But yeah, she would have been retired at this point. But since all this is going on, she wants to be there for her people, because of the constant conflicts that's going on. So then she ends up leaving with Anakin. So Obi-Wan wants to track down Jango. Getting back to this thread, he goes to.
Sorry for veering us off on a big tangent.
That's what this is about. We get into our thoughts and opinions, and I'll give you as much information and backstory that I can think of right now.
Okay.
It's good. So he goes to the Jedi Temple. He goes to see, what's her name? What's her name? What's her name? Help me.
I'm going to just look up Attack
Who
of
can
the
get
Clones,
it faster, you or me?
Old lady in library.
I can't. I'm thinking of so much right now.
Old lady in library. Jocasta Nu.
Jocasta Nu, yeah.
I never even knew that she had a name, actually.
Yeah. Jocasta Nu.
I like this scene because, it's
great. Yeah.
It kind of feels like a political thriller a little bit, where somebody's trying to find some classified information, and then they ask an official about it, and then they're like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then Obi-Wan's like, no, I know this planet's real, and then she's like, the archive here has every piece of information you could ever want. So if it's not in our records, then it don't exist, homie. And then it's like, dun, dun, dun. You know, like, what's going on? Why doesn't it exist? Why are they trying to hide a whole planet? What? Like, it's a great scene of, like, making you curious, you know, because it's like a mystery noir thriller. So it's like,
so good.
Like, strings the audience along with questions.
So then he doesn't get the answers from Jocasta Nu, and what does he do? He goes to Yoda. And here is where we actually see what George was saying and showing in the other movies, where Yoda trains the younglings. So we get to see the younglings for the first time in training with Yoda. This is one of my favorite scenes in the movie.
Are these
for multiple reasons?
Are those like pod racing helmets that they're wearing?
It looks like it. I don't know. It looks like just the helmet that Luke had on in New Hope. It's probably a callback to that. Because I think they are deflecting things, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
A callback to that. So it's funny because Obi-Wan, that's how Obi-Wan trains Luke in A New Hope. And he
I
got
have an
that from
opinion
Yoda.
about that, so just bookmark that little bit and then try to remember it when we talk about A New Hope. Because it's a small thing, but it's one of my things about how George retcon things that didn't really need retconning. But yeah, whatever. It's a small thing.
So he goes to Yoda, and I love Yoda in this movie. I'll say so much more about him at the end, but
I love
right
Yoda
here,
being all cheeky. He's like, Obi-Wan lost a whole planet.
I was just about to say that.
And then the children start laughing. It's like, oh, Yoda got jokes, huh?
Yeah,
which
and
we see in Return of the Jedi too, when he jokes. He says to Luke, like, when you're 100 whatever, look this good, you won't, or something like that. like, I love that Yoda. He's mostly like, you know, like really stoic and wise, but he has other aspects to his personality that show sometimes. I think that's really cool. Like,
yeah,
like
George
it prevents him from
off.
being a static character.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he accomplishes in this movie, because George says that he doesn't want him to just continue to talk in fortune cookie terms, like short sentences. You know what I mean? Of just wise, phrases and parables, whatever. He gave him personality, which he has always had, and he did reference Return of the Jedi, like you just did, and he pulls it off perfect in this scene with the younglings, because he just starts joking on Obi-Wan in front of the kids, and the kids start laughing at Obi-Wan.
The other thing I love about this scene too is that, like, in other kind of movie that's in this genre, it would have been Obi-Wan goes to Yoda, and he's by himself, and then Yoda exposits what he needs to know, and then Obi-Wan's like, "Oh, thanks, Master Yoda," and then he leaves. But because Obi-Wan shows up at Yoda's class, Yoda uses the younglings to help Obi-Wan figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, he like brings up
shows how wise he is.
Hologram, and then he's like, "Oh, yeah," and then Obi-Wan's like, "Yeah, the planet should be here," and then Yoda's like, "Oh, the planet should be there, but it's not." So kids, what could that mean? And then the one kid's like, somebody erased it from the archive. Like, it's a fun way to like still like Yoda had his class interrupted, but he still uses them to like learn something and like use their brains. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fun little twist on a kind of scene that is like really standard and stereotypical.
Yeah, and if you like, if you're the type of person, or whoever is the type of person that just doesn't like the Star Wars or the movie, if you watch these movies, moments like this make the movie worth watching. Because how could you just not enjoy it? Enjoy it. It's just fun.
Yeah,
like George says, the movies for kids. It's fun. Even though there's a lot of, especially in the prequels, there's a lot of serious topics, political, emotional, a lot of violence. So at this point, Obi-Wan goes to that sector where the planet should be, he gets into his Jedi Starfighter, which we see. I don't know if it's the first time, but I actually really like his Starfighter. It's red and like gray. I like that ship a lot. I think it's. I don't think it's.
That's the one he uses in Revenge of the Sith too, right?
Yes. I don't.
I love how his droid looks too. I just think it's cool.
R5. I think it's R5. Yeah,
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I like it. I'm partial to the X-wing. I love the X-wing. If I could be in any ship, it'd be an X-wing. Jedi Starfighters.
The cool, sound it makes and everything. It's iconic.
I love it. Iconic. So he heads to Kamino, and I believe George said that he has always wanted to do a fully water planet.
I love Kamino.
It's so good. And he talks about now, obviously, with the VFX technology, he could do something like this. And he talks about the jump from episode 6 to episode 1 was like going from, he quote him, 0 to 80 with the learning curve. But then going from 1 to 2 was like going from 80 to 90 with the learning curve. So he was able to do a lot more in this that he said he always imagined in his wildest dreams, but now he could actually do because of ILM's magic, you know? So we see Kamino, all water planet, awesome, with the cool alien-like creatures. This is another aspect of the movie where you just gotta love, you just have to love Attack of the Clones for some of the crazy things that it does with the places you go. I was thinking about in each Star Wars movie, all the different planets you go. In Attack of the Clones, they go a lot of different places. We see a lot of Coruscant. We see that cool lake on Naboo, which I want to get into. We see Kamino. We see Geonosis. We see Tatooine again. It's awesome. I think the movie is incredible. We have an amazing space fight that we're going to talk about because we can get into it. But he shows up to Kamino, and the Kaminoans are like, it's been 10 years. We were expecting Master Sifo-Dyas. It's been 10 years. This is where it really becomes a new war.
Yeah, dude, like Obi-Wan kind of channeling Qui-Gon, because in Phantom Menace, Qui-Gon, he was really clever and sly, and he knew how to weasel his way in any situation. He was great at improvisation and stuff. And then I love that there's that moment where when they say that, Obi-Wan's like he doesn't know what's happening, but then he's just quickly like, oh yeah, well, my master sent me to ask about the army. He has to think on his feet and stuff. And it's a great, as much as the prequels are about Anakin, growing and becoming a Jedi Master and stuff, I think they're also a great coming of age story for Obi-Wan, and showing that he still has some growing that he has to do, when it comes to being a Jedi and stuff. And this is basically that moment for him.
I love it. I think him on, Kamino, such a great sequence in the movie. So he's going through, looking at the clones, wow, these clones are impressive. Where is the person, that there was a template for these clones? She says, well, he's living here and he wants to go meet him. So he walks in, and I love this exchange when he walks in the room, because I'm going to say what I think, and it's exactly how George puts it. As soon as he walks into the room, he knows that this is the bounty hunter. And as Django knows, as soon as this Jedi walks in, he knows that this is the Jedi that's looking for him. So that's why he... what does he say? He says in another language to his son something, and it's like, okay, they found us.
Yeah, dude.
Get the things, we're leaving.
Even Boba, even before Obi-Wan walks in the door, when Obi-Wan knocks on the door and Boba opens it, and he asks who he is and stuff, and then he's like, oh, I'm a Jedi, I'm going to talk to your dad or whatever. Boba has this look on his face immediately, he's sus. He's sus. I got to go tell my dad about this. This is weird. I don't like what's going on here. So, it shows that, from childhood, Boba Fett was always, having to be street smart, having to think on his feet.
Yeah.
It's a really subtle moment. Again, that subtle storytelling that I love about the prequels.
I think this is so underrated, this whole sequence, and especially what comes next, because basically he leaves and he they get into a fight, and fast forward a little bit, they are Obi-Wan has to stop the bounty hunter, right? So him and Jango start fighting. This is where George gets to show off the Boba type character, which is obviously Jango in this, in a better way than he could have back in the day in Return
I
of
love
the
this
Jedi.
fight, dude.
The fight is so good, and what's funny is he held back because he didn't want to show off everything just yet. So I don't think he uses the rockets or the flamethrower or whatever. He uses the jetpack, the grappling hook, the guns, and he's fighting against a Jedi. So we get to see, it's not Luke versus Boba, which is not a good fight, but we get to see Obi-Wan versus Jango. Fight's amazing.
Dude, we need more hand-to-hand fights in Star Wars. Where are the hand-to-hand fights in Star Wars, huh?
George specifically mentions that he wanted to make it hand-to-hand because it's something you would never expect. Like, seeing a Jedi
how many Star Wars movies have we had
hand-to-hand
in total? This is the only one, as far as I remember, except for Solo, which it makes sense for that movie, that has a hand-to-hand fight. Come on. I'm starving over here.
It was so good. It was so good. Just the way they pulled off. And obviously you had Slave One in the background, iconic ship. And when you see Slave One, you know that something's about to pop off. So it's funny. You get to see Boba as a kid piloting Slave One. Iconic ship. Anything else you want to say about this fight real quick? Because we got to get into the space portion.
Obi-Wan's jump kick is
iconic.
Like, it's just so, like, Jango like flies in the air and then Obi-Wan's like, I don't think so. Like, it's just such a great, like visual. I can't say it's a visual gag, but it is kind of shot like one in a way, but it's not in a bad way, but like, it's just something like, I'm sure like people watching this movie for the first time when it released were like, did Obi-Wan just do a flying kick? Like, it's, it's just like one of those things. Like, I could tell that when George was writing this scene, he was just having an absolute blast. Like, it'd be funny if Obi-Wan did a flying kick. I'm going to write that.
And I love it. And that's one of the reasons that I say it's one of the most serial matinee movies out of all of them, because what's essential in that type of movie or, style is the constant cliffhangers that happen. And that happens throughout all of the action sequences in this movie, where Boba has the upper hand, cliffhanger, what's going to happen? And then something happens and, Obi-Wan now has the high ground. He has the advantage. Cliffhanger, what's going to happen? And then Boba comes back, or Jango comes back, whatever. You know what I mean? So it's all that constant back and forth of who has the upper hand. And it's played out to the extreme until they get into the ship. And what's funny is what happens when he gets into the ship. Jango hits his head. You know what I mean? You know that part?
I don't know if I remember.
It's so dumb, but Jango hits his head, and it is actually a callback to, what is it, A New Hope, where the stormtrooper hits his head. And George specifically put that in because he's like, this helmet, I think it's probably hard to see out of the helmet. So it's maybe it was a trait that the stormtroopers got from Jango. Like,
is that really what he said, or is that just what you think?
That is quote. I can pull it up right now.
But dude, that doesn't make any. Okay, George, buddy, when Luke said, "I can't see in this," well, I think from what I've heard, actually, that was Mark Hamill like saying that, like he genuinely couldn't see, but it worked in that moment because they stole stormtrooper outfits. So of course, the measurements wouldn't be 100%. Why would Jango be wearing this armor that was custom made for him and he can't see out of the helmet? All because you wanted to do a callback. Yeah. Like, come on. What?
So he thought it would be funny. He's because just looking at it, he's like, yeah, it's probably hard to see out of that. And it is. So I think that's just hilarious. It's just the fun of these movies. It's, What a callback, that little bump. So then we go into the space portion, which is a huge callback to Empire. I think retroactively, this makes Empire more interesting to me when I watch it, because he obviously, as Obi-Wan puts the tracker on Slave One, follows it into space, and they get into a battle, right? I believe they get into a battle over Geonosis.
Yeah, it's basically like, you know, like them like chasing each other, and then I love the sound design.
Oh, of course.
When Obi-Wan fires the thing, it's like it's like silent, and then it's like I can't replicate it, but it's so good.
So this is one of those,
Obi-Wan like hiding behind the asteroid, and then when Jango flies away, he starts pursuing it. Like I like,
you know, that happens exactly in Empire with Slave One. So what's funny is I gotta cut in. What's funny is Boba was in Slave One in Attack of the Clones when Obi-Wan did this, and he does the exact same maneuver to find and follow and catch the Falcon in Empire. And it's not just with the hiding in the asteroid. It's a lot of other aspects of this space battle where obviously George was copying exactly what he did in Empire in Attack of the Clones, but he does that because Boba is a child and sees how Obi-Wan does that, and then in turn uses that knowledge in Empire, if you're talking about in context of the story, to catch the Falcon. Love it.
It's basically like it like reminds me of Arkham Knight, when like you're like riding in the Batmobile and you could like make it like crawl on these legs and like quietly walk around. Like it's like weird seeing like this large vehicle being stealthy, but like it's such a creative thing. You know, like he's flying a ship, but he could still manage to like be stealthy. Like it's just, you know, like
such a weirdly designed ship too.
Yeah.
But in terms of the design, this is another moment like in The Phantom Menace with the pod racing where there was no music, and he really just let the sound design take over and have a huge impact. I mean, with all these movies, there's so much diversity between the soundtrack, the music, the score, the VFX, the sound effects, the styles of filmmaking, the different styles he uses, the dialogue, the exposition. I mean, there's so much diversity, and I think a lot of it for a lot of people, a lot of it doesn't pay off. But personally, I love this style. I love George's style. I love the whole blending of ideas. Even Star Wars, it's a science fantasy genre, because fantasy, it involves magic and monsters and mythical creatures. Science fiction is more of like a Star Trek with futuristic, you know, advanced type of technologies. Star Wars blends both of them, and I love it. And I think a lot of people get caught up in the blending of genres, blending of techniques and styles and ideas. I love it, and
me too.
I just love it. So we get to this is the space battle. He ends up getting away and traveling and landing in Geonosis. So before we wrap up the Obi-Wan section, anything else you want to say, and then we'll jump into Padme and Anakin.
Let me find my notes about Geonosis. Okay, so for for the other planets we visited in this movie so far, they've all been like, you know, like creative and cool. Geonosis is just like a planet-sized Grand Canyon. Like it's nothing. It's not, you know, it's not bad, but like,
do you know what it is?
A few things that I like. You know, like all the, you know, people sitting at the table having the meeting and like, you know, speaking their various languages.
I do love that.
I love the like robot dude that speaks in that weird way. That's
the techno droid, something.
Yeah, it's like wow, 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 wow. You know,
and
like
then
it's
it
just
slowly
such
turns into like English.
Yeah, it's like another thing. Like George writing this, I imagine maybe he had at least one draft where it was just like, you know, like aliens speaking English or other languages, you know, and that's it. But then he's like, what if I had a guy who was like a machine and he like spoke like in like, you know, static language. That'd be interesting, you know. And then he just did it, and it's like, I love you, like I got problems with you, but I freaking love you. I want you to be my grandfather.
Yeah. So hold on. Because let's start Geonosis for Act 3, but Obi-Wan lands on Geonosis,
okay.
and what I will say is Geonosis, actually, I never realized this until listening to the commentary. Geonosis is a callback to Flash Gordon, because, you know, it's like a hive mind for the bug-type creatures, and when you see the wall that's just covered,
I do love those, yeah.
Yeah, the bug creatures just come out of the wall, and he said that he did that specifically to call back to Flash Gordon with the rock creatures coming out of the wall, which George always wanted to make a Flash Gordon movie, so obviously the callbacks are there.
If it wasn't for Flash Gordon and him not being able to make a Flash Gordon movie, we wouldn't have Star Wars. As I'll probably say a few more times, but I'm just really thankful that happened.
Yeah. So that's the end of the Obi-Wan section. He arrives on Geonosis, and that obviously it's going to tie into the Padme Anakin story. But we'll go back now to when Padme and Anakin arrive on Naboo, because obviously he's bodyguarding her. She's, you know, going to get assassinated. So she needs a Jedi that's there to protect her. And of course, it's Anakin. They arrive on Naboo. This is an interesting place, because George said he actually visited there on vacation one time, saw the actual lake that was there in Spain, and wanted to shoot there.
Is that where he shot it in Spain?
Yeah. I believe so. Naboo was shot. No. Everything for Naboo was on location in Spain.
Oh. Yeah. Wow, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool. Really, really interesting planet. It's I love the visuals.
Yeah, it's like
it's
every awesome. Like it's such a like it feels like a location out of like, you know, like a Victorian or like classic like romance movie.
And that's I'm glad you said that.
Which I mean,
because
obviously,
I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, because obviously, and George said that he was there on vacation, saw the lake, and he's like, these two are coming back here because it is like the most romantic place ever for these two.
Yeah.
So obviously they show up here, and the rest is history. Go ahead. What do you have, and what do you think about this whole Naboo section with Padme and Anakin?
Let's see. What do I? All right. So I think I'll start. Yeah, I'll start where when they're having the meeting with the politicians. I don't remember exactly what they said, but like they were talking about like the one guy says something about like Anakin being a Jedi Master or something, and then she's like, "Oh, he's a
Padawan.
He's still just a Padawan." Yeah, and then Anakin gets insecure and like, you know, like tries to like jump into the conversation, and then Padme's like, excuse me, shut the hell up, buddy." And then Anakin's like, "I'm sorry, my lady." Like I used to not like this moment, but watching it now, it's like I kind of understand why he'd be pissed, because like, you know, like I'm sure like if it was you, like say like you were with your wife, you know, and like you had a similar encounter like that, and she said something like that, I'm sure you would like, you know, feel like insecure about it, and it's like, oh, I better like, you know, like try and show that I'm, you know, like headstrong and, you know, tough and stuff, because like he's still just that like little kid on the inside, and like, you know, like he you know, like this and Revenge of the Sith are about him wanting to be a Jedi Master. So for the woman he loves to say no, he's not a Jedi Master, like somebody that uplifted him to a status that he wasn't at, and then she's like, "Oh no, his real position's lower than that." And then he's like, "Excuse me," and then she's like, "No, shut up." And then he's like, you know, like he doesn't want to be rude, but he's obviously mad about it. So it's like, you know, I feel like it's a pretty moment of natural tension with him. And we probably react that way too.
Yeah, exactly. It's real, and we have a lot of different moments like this in the movie. And Man, I got so much to say. We got a little bit more to talk about with these two, but you're right. That moment was intentional. I want you know, George intended for it to be this way.
Yeah.
And okay, we just got to keep going. We'll get there. So they have this discussion in there, kind of shuts her down. At this point, she sees him more as a bodyguard, and he obviously still has these feelings for her.
Yeah.
So eventually they get to the point where he confesses his feelings for her. And I think how George put it, that Anakin put his hand on her and she didn't like push him away. So he took that as her also having feelings for him back. So
and then
let's talk. Yeah, talk a little bit about. Yeah, talk a little bit about from after that initial meeting where they have from there till the end of the Naboo sequence where he has that dream about his mother.
I'm gonna go because at the end of this, I want to kind of like wrap up like my whole thoughts about like their romance and stuff. Okay, so I'll just start from when they're talking, and then Hayden Christensen gives the Oscar-nominated line, "I don't like sand. It's coarse, irritating, and it gets everywhere," which has been memed to infinity and beyond.
Do you like that?
You know what? You know what? It's actually because before that, she was talking about like when she was in school or whatever, and like her class took a trip to the beach, and you know, like she had this like privileged upbringing, and then he's talking about how he hates sand because his life sucked and he was a slave on a desert planet. So I love that little juxtaposition. Like it's not just him saying something dumb, really. It's more like him essentially saying, I can't relate to that because my life sucked.
Yeah, let me butt in here.
I think that's pretty good.
It is. And he's at this point, he's a kid. And even though he might be the age he is, think about his emotional, and mental growth, and it being kind of almost stunted by just living the life he lived as a slave turned Jedi. You know what I mean? In this moment, he might not know how to express that. Those thoughts by just saying that he doesn't like sand because all he can think about are the sands of Tatooine when he was a slave. And I saw somebody on Twitter explain this moment. And you might have saw it, and it was like this was what was really being said in that moment. It was, Padme, I didn't live a privileged life like you did as a queen, going on nice vacations to the beach. I was living my life as a slave on Tatooine, waking up every day to the sand, knowing that I wasn't free. And now to be away from that, seeing it reminds me of, my life as a slave. So I don't know. I like the acting in that. I think it was meant to be so awkward and cringy, but it wasn't bad. I mean, it just, it wasn't bad. I like the juxtaposition of what he was saying, but also the juxtaposition of their acting between the two. I really like Natalie Portman as Padme. She's one of my favorite characters in Star Wars.
Yeah, definitely.
Same with Hayden Christensen as Anakin. And it's mostly because of kind of the way they, like I said, they're juxtaposed, how they complement each other, how Anakin's like this, Padme's like this, but if Padme's like this, Anakin's like this. And I just want to butt in real quick here. If you're watching on YouTube or Spotify, there's a video version where I'm doing something with my hands. So I'm just going to plug that right here because we're going to start doing videos for some of these episodes, and it'll be on YouTube and Spotify. The rest will be audio. But I was basically just moving my hands up and down, but I'll plug that here because why not? I'm trying to do a little bit less housekeeping with the episodes where we just get more into the content and we don't talk about, stuff that doesn't pertain to the topic. So I'm trying to do less of that and kind of save it for the end. I think these episodes have been going great, and I just want to plug that here. So what do you think about that section?
I'm not a fan of the kiss. I don't feel like it makes sense. Like, I don't feel like there's a reason necessarily why she would kiss him in that moment. Like, if anything, I feel like he would have tried to kiss her, and then she would have been like, "What are you doing?" Like that. I love the moment where they're in the fields and they're having that conversation where, like, he's talking about like his philosophy of like politics should just be like people talking and then like trying to decide what's best for everyone. And then she's like, well, that's what we try to do. But the problem is that like not everybody agrees or something. And then he says the most Vader ass thing.
Here we go.
They should be made to. And then I love that moment where she's like reacting like, and then he has this like really stern look on his face. I don't know. She's like, that sounds like a dictatorship. And then he's like, what's wrong with that? And then she's like, kind of like freaked out. And then he starts laughing and then she starts laughing. And it's just like, oh, they were just joking. Here's my take. I don't think he was joking.
No.
I think he was being serious and then just played it off like, I don't actually believe in dictatorships. Yeah. You know, but we see what he becomes. So it's like I feel like that was always present in him and it just grows more and more, especially in Revenge of the Sith. Yeah.
This is where George starts to bring out Vader. Because you got to realize Vader and Anakin are the same person. And we all know that, obviously. But it's not like Anakin turned to Vader and Vader turned back to Anakin. Vader has always been there in Anakin.
Yeah.
And Anakin was always there in Vader. It's more, I think it's more subtle and complex than I think we make it out to be sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll explain more of that when we get to Tatooine. So if you want, we can jump there now, because what happens is we actually find this out at the beginning of the movie that Anakin has been struggling with nightmares about his mother. So he has another one while he's here on Naboo with Padme. And Padme is like, well, Tatooine's not that far. Let's go. So Anakin and Padme go to...
Wait, do you mind if I jump in real quick and just bring up one thing? Okay, so when they're having that conversation about like, like that, like you start to see that like she does have feelings for him.
Yeah.
But she's like, like, we can't do it. I'm a senator. You're a Jedi. Yeah. And then Anakin's basically like, well, we could just keep it a secret. And then bookmark this thing that I'm about to say, and then remember it when we talk about Revenge of the Sith. She says, it'll take us to a place we cannot go. Just put that in your back pocket, because I'm going to bring it up next episode. And I never noticed it until I rewatched this, and I'm like, that is some damn good narrative poetry. That is some damn good poetry.
I'm going to use this paper for any questions we have. Don't ask why I have this. Hold on. Yeah, video versions are fun, man.
So, and then,
if you're not watching video for this episode, go to YouTube or Spotify.
You're really missing out.
You're really missing out on this one. So, what did you just say?
Okay, so remember this, because I'm going to reference it again when we talk about Revenge of the Sith. When he said, he basically like, we can be together. We could just keep it a secret, And then she's like, like, that would be a bad idea. It'll take us to a place we cannot go. Just remember that. Put that in your back pocket.
The reason I'm doing this right now is for that, but also for another moment in this movie that you may not be thinking about right now. Okay. There's another moment where this comes up. This pen is out of ink. It's out of ink, but I wrote down something. Okay.
Okay. So then, point. And then Anakin having visions of his mom, and then that's why they fly to Tatooine. Who else in Star Wars had visions of bad things happening that led them to make an impulsive journey that ended up in them losing a limb? Luke Skywalker, Anakin's son. It's like poetry, so that they
rhymes.
Beautiful.
Well, I love that they make Anakin have that ability to sense what's going to happen in the future, because that's what actually happened to Luke. So you get to see that they're going down the same paths like Luke or like George said, but at certain points,
check this out.
they deviate.
I didn't see that I wrote this down, but Anakin having visions like Luke, same consequences, like, but different outcome. You know, Luke gained a parent in Return of the Jedi because he saves Anakin from the dark side.
Yeah.
Anakin loses a parent.
Wow, that's actually a really good parallel right there, to where what George was saying, at certain critical points they deviate in the path that they're on, because they're both on similar paths. But I think that's a good point that you bring up with them, because obviously Anakin losing his mother is just such a catalyst for him turning, which we'll get into.
Yeah, definitely.
But first, he arrives at the Lars homestead. And it's cool because George really wanted to show off the Lars homestead in this, because we see it again in A New Hope. And he said he really wanted to focus on parts like the kitchen, what was it, like the garage or whatever, the certain parts that we do see in A New Hope. So what do you think about the Lars homestead and everything leading up to obviously meeting a stepbrother and the family, the Lars family, leading up to him going to save his mother?
Well, actually, this whole thing is one of my biggest problems with the prequels, because if you recall in A New Hope, when Obi-Wan's talking to Luke, he's saying, Anakin's brother, your Uncle Owen thought that Anakin shouldn't have gotten involved with the Jedi. So when you hear that, you think, oh, okay, well, Owen was actually Anakin's brother, because that's what we were led to believe, and they don't say anything otherwise throughout the whole trilogy. So he probably was like, hey, bro, I don't think you should join the Jedi for whatever reasons. But in this, like, Anakin doesn't meet Owen until they're both grown men, and they barely interact. So it's like, I feel like if they would have been, like, I remember one time I was, like, talking to you, not on an episode, but, like, I think Phantom Menace should have been, like, it should have had, because the prequels were showing famous characters as kids.
Yeah. Oh.
So when Anakin brings Qui-Gon and crew into his house, there should have been a moment where he's like, oh, this is my baby brother Owen. You know, so have them actually be brothers. So then when Anakin returns home in this movie, it hits hard because he's reuniting with his estranged brother. But instead, this moment that should mean something in this movie just feels like pure fan service. Like, oh, I'm Owen Lars. This is my dad who's the Lars. This is my wife Shmi. We're in the next trilogy. Cool, huh? All right, bye.
I like that. I think they could still keep what's his name, Paul or something like that, as the stepdad, but actually have Owen as the legitimate brother that was with Shmi and who was also a slave like Anakin, because another aspect of that would have been that Anakin didn't just leave his mother in slavery, but he also would have left his brother in slavery. So yes, it would have been Anakin returning to his estranged brother, but his brother would have had contentment towards the Jedi for taking him away, which would have led to him not approving of Luke becoming a Jedi, which we see in Kenobi.
I literally have this whole pitch. I don't want to get too into it, but basically, like, that would make their mom dying hit harder, because then it's like, oh, if you wouldn't have, left to become a Jedi and try to be a big shot hero, you could have been here to help me save mom, but I was by myself, so I hate you. And then that would have been the thing that, like, finally severs their bond forever.
And not just severs their bond, but also that will give more characterization to Anakin, because that will make him have more contentment for the Jedi, even. Yeah, because he does anyways. Because we can actually get into it. They leave the Anakin leaves the Lars homestead. He's on his way walking out, and they're like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm going to save my mother."
Oh, dude, real quick. Props to Hayden Christensen. His performance when he learns what happened to his mom. He doesn't say anything, but you could tell on his face, like, he's angry, he's confused, he's sad, he's, like, he shows such a range by not saying anything. It's a great performance.
And you can tell that he wants to just lay into them, but
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see that his stepdad is obviously handicapped because the when the Raiders attacked, they injured him, and he
Yeah.
said that about. He said it was like a month ago. Anyways, those are the details, but he says, okay. He gets up, walks away. They ask him. He said, I'm going to find my mother, save my mother. This is before he leaves. Padme does come up to him, and they're standing
Yeah.
outside. Yeah. Okay. Now
I forget exactly
I'm trying to get
what
the
they
timeline
talk
mixed
about,
up.
but yeah.
Okay. So George describes this as a callback to A New Hope when Luke was looking out at the dual sunset. And he describes it as, you can tell there's something foreboding about to happen in the near future. And also, I noticed this watching it back last week. It is an exact picture of the Vader promotional poster for The Phantom Menace.
Yeah, like it's like shown partially in their shadows.
Yes.
And then I think it's not until their shadows like intersect that it looks like how Vader looks with his helmet and his cape.
So
like
I saw that and I was like, I never realized that. But this is really where Vader's born. And I also
it's
had
almost
another
like
post.
Here's a little tease at something I'm gonna talk about later to wrap up this whole part of the story. It's almost like Padme and Anakin's romance is at least partially what makes him Darth Vader. It's almost like that's what George is trying to do or something.
So let me go a little deeper than this, because I don't remember their shadows like intersecting exactly.
I mean, like, because like she walks up to him and then it's basically like a melding of their shadows, I think.
Well, you see both of their shadows.
Yeah.
And
I could be wrong.
What I thought of, either way, you see both their shadows on there, and it's reminiscent of that poster, like we said, but also it's reminiscent of the shadow of him for Darth Vader. And there's two of them, and her shadow looked like a cloaked figure, which I was taking as Emperor Palpatine. And not that she, obviously, not that she is, but I thought about the rule of two. And, I know the history of why the Sith made the rule of two. And what's funny is there's actually like the real rule of two for Anakin is with him and Padme.
Yeah.
Before he was in that master apprentice role with the Emperor, he was in that with Padme. And she, like you said, when they were at the meeting on Naboo, she shuts him down immediately whenever he says something. And then when they're on the ship about to leave after his mother dies, he says that, no, we're not going to save Obi-Wan because I'm supposed to be watching you and we're not going to get you into danger.
Yeah.
And then she says, well, you can protect me while I go save Obi-Wan. And she's like, what, you're not going to argue with me? And he's like, I've learned not to argue with you. But it's out of
he
love.
Follows her,
it's not
and
out
she
of
follows him.
It's not but this relationship, I mean, they end up getting married at the end of this. Their relationship is essentially that bond of two. And what happens is his fear of losing that leads him to Emperor Palpatine in the next movie.
Yeah.
So we can actually get into that in the next movie. But basically, this is the inception of not just Vader, but the reason why he turns to Vader. And it is the love for Padme.
Yeah.
And you get to see that right here with Padme being there when his mother dies, because his mother, like I said at the beginning, was one of those three connections. So now you're losing that first connection. He's losing that connection with his mother, which obviously this is one of the most important moments in the entire saga right here. And when he gets on a speeder to go save his mother, and I believe what I was going to say is that they played Duel of the Fates as he's riding out to save his mother, which is obviously a very like symbolic song for the prequels and the saga. So this is the inception of the bond between him and Padme.
Yeah.
They're playing it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this that shows how significant this is, and what happens when he loses his mother. This is leading him down the path to become Vader, but not just leading him down the path to become Vader, but leading him down the path to be with Padme, because Padme comforts him after this. He comes back with his mother. They have the burial. He's in the homestead, and he's throwing kind of a tantrum. He's throwing things, and she comes and calms him down.
Yeah,
go ahead.
This is one of my other problems, is that Padme's reaction never made sense to me. It's way too calm. Like, he's having a meltdown about how he murdered a bunch of the Raiders, not just the men but the women and the children too. And she's like, she's reacting to it as if he's just saying, oh, I yelled at Obi-Wan because I got mad. And then she's like, it's human to be angry. And it's like, bro, he's telling you that he murdered a bunch of people in vengeance, and you're reacting way too calmly, Padme. What is wrong with you? Are you kind of a psychopath? Like,
see,
what?
I thought that too. I thought it was a weird reaction to that whole "I killed them," not just the men, but this is what I thought, and this is why I brought up this whole thing about that. This is the inception of them too, because I saw her as she had to respond the complete opposite of that to balance him out. And that's something a significant other does. So this was like the unspoken, moment of them realizing that they love each other. And you only get the validation of this from this point on in the movie. And then I wrote down on my paper, the arena. And that is such an underrated moment between them, between the two of them, that we'll get into. But the way she responds is weird. But think about it in terms of like a husband and a wife. She was more concerned. Listen, she was more concerned with being there and comforting him and helping him than being concerned with the fact that he just killed the men, the women, and the children.
I mean, I think part of it has to do with the fact that like the Raiders are just, these like objectively bad people. Because in Revenge of the Sith, when she finds out what he did to like, people in power and stuff, she's like rightly horrified by it. So you could see it as like the only reason that she isn't like really, really turned off and scared by it is because he's like, it'd be like, I feel like if you told your wife that you like, that like, oh, this group of criminals kidnapped my mom and then she died while she was in captivity and I freaked out and I killed them. I think she would obviously be like, worried about that, but she'd be like, oh, well, they were criminals. So, I mean, whatever.
And that's what I was thinking. And just real quick about the Raiders, we obviously see the Raiders in episode 4, but we don't, if you're watching it in, as George puts it, the correct order, 1, 2, whatever, so on. We don't know that they're not human. In this, we see that they are more monsters. In this, we see that they're bad people, like you say. So that is a little bit more forgivable. Yeah. And then this same kind of thing comes up in episode 3. Obviously, let's just not go there. But it comes up in episode 3. But in this, that's how I view it. I think this is one of the best scenes in Star Wars. This whole moment.
Yeah, I think it's all right. I don't hate it anymore. Like I've learned to kind of see it a little differently.
All right, so we talked about how he the fallout after that. She comforts him, and then they get the distress beacon from Obi-Wan from Geonosis, and he follows her there to protect her as they both go to save Obi-Wan. So from here on out, get into your thoughts on the last act, the third act. This is all kinds of action, as George puts it. This is when they walk in to the dragon's cave with Geonosis, the battle, everything.
Yeah, it was a really interesting stylistic choice of George to include a Three Stooges sketch in the third act of his movie. That they're like on the.
Did you like it?
No,
Ah,
It
come
feels
on.
like a video game. Like it's
okay.
like
It's an
the,
art. This
the
is an
entire
R2
movie
moment.
stops dead for this like video game Three Stooges sketch comedy ass moment.
This whole
where,
20-minute sequence was to show that R2 is the hero. That was it.
It's so
And
weird.
it was a cliffhanger. Oh, did he lose his arm? No, he didn't lose his arm, but he did lose his lightsaber.
I do like the callback of Padme kissing Anakin on the cheek, like Leia kissing Luke on the cheek. I thought that was a interesting callback.
Are you talking about when they were going into the arena?
No. There's a moment where isn't there a moment where they're like on the belt or something, and like she.
Oh yeah, that is a callback.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah, she kissed him on the cheek. I don't remember exactly what happens.
That's a good callback.
I guess the only other thing until we get to the third act fight is that Jar Jar ruined everything.
He did, and
Jar Jar's fault.
Yeah. And I'm
So
glad I
I
kind
hope
of
he's
talked about
proud
it at
of
the
himself.
beginning.
I hope you're proud of yourself. Damn it.
But he did. He gave him the power. So we get into the arena, and I love this part because they obviously get captured on their way to save Obi-Wan, and they have this short exchange as they're waiting to be pulled out into the arena to be basically killed for sport in front of the.
I want to know your opinion on this then. On some.
I love this part. This movie just keeps going up there in the ranks for me in terms of Star Wars movies, and every time I watch it, I notice more things. I just end up liking it more and more. I guess I'm appreciating this movie more and more as I get older, not just because of the nostalgia I had for it, but just because of everything I'm seeing from it. And the arena is one of those moments, and I love the song, Love Pledge in the Arena. That's one of my favorite songs in Star Wars. And they have this little exchange here where Padme's now confessing her love for Anakin. And Anakin has the same reservations that you brought up earlier that Padme had about him, saying that you're a senator, I'm a Jedi. And Padme's response is, well, what does it matter? We're about to die anyways. And they realize that they love each other and nothing is going to stand in the way. And this is, I think, the end of that moment that started. You know, they obviously have the Three Stooges skit in between there, but when you get to from the death of his mother to now, presumably the death of both of them, that you see that they're, it's them two now. It is now Anakin and Padme, and this is where attachment goes to the next level. And this is what the Jedi were trying to keep. The Jedi Order was trying to keep the Jedi away from creating attachments like this, because it only leads to fear, to greed, and then to revenge. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's interesting because at first he's the one pursuing her, and then eventually, like he like wises up and he's like, no, she's right. I can't do this. I'm just gonna, stay focused and, like we can be close friends, but like he starts accepting his responsibilities and growing. But now she's on the opposite end pursuing him. And then like, I feel like, here's my theory. He was on the path to the dark side, especially after he killed the Tusken Raiders. But I feel like him becoming Vader and fully going to the dark side is kind of her fault, because she pulled him off of that right path. Because if you notice when she says, I love you, he's not like, oh my God, I'm so happy to hear you say that.
I don't even think he says it back.
No, he's like, what? But we can't do, you said we can't. And then she's like, it doesn't matter. I love you. So there's a lot of push and pull with them. And then, but in the end, it's her that entices him. And then those feelings for him come up again. And then
I won't say it's her fault.
I mean, it's not totally her fault, but she has something to do with it.
Yeah,
it's partially her, but not all.
And that's what I was trying to say. This is like I said, this is the inception of when he truly will become Vader, it's because of this not just this attachment, but the the loss and the fear and the anger and the greed, everything that Yoda actually talks about. So
do you think
I agree with you?
This is gonna kind of lead into my big summary of their whole love story later, but do you believe that she really loved him?
I don't know.
Okay, interesting. Because I kind of don't really, but I feel like that's the point.
I'll say this. I think
specify later.
I think obviously she does because that's the story, but I'm thinking of in terms of did they pull it off? I don't think. I think it could have been pulled off better.
Yeah,
but I think so. If you think about it, think about how large. Think about just the Earth, how many people there are. Now expand that to the galaxy. You know what I mean? And especially a queen, a senator, and then a Jedi. You know what I mean? They chose each other, so I think that could have been represented better. But there's a certain story that has to be told in a time frame that I think it's good. For me, this is adequate. It's good. I like it. One reason I like this movie a lot. I think it's good.
Okay.
That aspect.
Yeah, I agree.
I think this gets fleshed out more though in Clone Wars, stuff like that, because season 7 of Clone Wars, it's funny, man. He's like, they're away in the Clone Wars, Anakin and Obi-Wan, and there's a part where Anakin is like basically FaceTiming Padme with the holograms and behind Obi-Wan's back, and then he like gets off with Padme, turns around, and Obi-Wan's there, and Obi-Wan sees, but Obi-Wan chooses to ignore it because he wants Anakin to be happy, and it's cool. It's there's characterization, and I think it helps with the relationship between all of that George wanted to flesh out in the Clone Wars series. That there was obviously restraints and all that in the movies, but yeah, so.
So the gladiator fight.
Love this part. The arena.
Yeah, it's like a classic gladiator fight on this planet. I think it's cool, like them having to defend themselves against these large creatures without their lightsabers. Like, It shows again that it's what I want to see more of in Star Wars is like Jedi having to be resourceful when they're in danger and not just, I'll just use the Force or I'll just use my lightsaber. Like, no, what happens when they can't do any of those things?
I don't even think they use the Force at all. They didn't have their sabers. Yeah.
I think maybe they do a tiny bit, but like, it's mostly just them being clever.
Anakin does to calm down the creature to get on him.
Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah. But I like how capable Padme was. Because without even looking at Padme, Anakin thinks that she's not going to be able to handle it. And
she seems to be on top of things.
On top of it. So
I love that moment right before that where Obi-Wan sees them two being brought out to the arena. And then he's like, I was beginning to wonder if you got my message. And then Anakin's like a little pouty. He's like,
so good.
We decided to come to rescue you. And then he's like, well, good job. Like, Obi-Wan's so sassy, dude. Like, great job,
between
idiot.
both of them. Both of them. Not just Obi-Wan's. Ewan's
like, Anakin, again, to Hayden's credit, like, he plays this, like a son who, like, wanted to do something really good for one of his parents, but it backfired. He's like, well, I wanted to do this for you. And then the parent's like, well, you did it, did you? Great job.
Yeah.
Like, it's, like a really relatable moment.
So great action sequence between the three characters. Love it. You get to see Dooku, Jango, Nute Gunray, and whatever the leader's name of the Geonosians is. You get to see him at the balcony, and in walks Mace Windu. And it's cool because Mace Windu, obviously played by Sam Jackson, was in the first movie, but he had such a small role.
Yeah.
And
he feels full on Samuel Al Jackson
Yeah.
here is like, this party's over. Like, that's such a great one-liner.
Yeah, and obviously he wanted to be involved in Star Wars and wanted to have the action, but George had a certain story that he needed to follow, and he couldn't set up the Clone Wars and the Jedi fighting and until this movie. So it's cool how he did give Samuel L. Jackson that part, but he told him he had to play a smaller role in the Phantom Menace before he could actually get to this fighting scene in Attack of the Clones, and then obviously his fighting scene until, you know, when he dies in the third movie. But it's just cool how they had that connection and he committed to that. It was awesome seeing a purple lightsaber for the first time. And
yeah, it's weird that he's the only one who has one. So that makes me wonder. I just want there, like, this will probably sound stupid, but I just hope that there's like a book or something where like Mace Windu chooses a purple crystal, and then the other Jedi are like, "Why are you choosing purple?" And then he's like, "Oh no, I just like purple. Shut up about it." Like, you know.
So do you know why it's purple? It's technically amethyst. That's the color. But the reason it is because he I'm sorry. The reason I'm trying to think of in canon version, but I can't right now. I got it mixed up with the lightsaber form that he uses. He uses form 7. But the real life reason why he picked purple was just because he wanted it. Samuel Jackson literally just wanted purple. So I think that's awesome.
I think that's fun. Like, it makes him stand out.
I just know so he uses form 7, and which form 7 channels the light side and dark side, and I want to say that's the reason for the crystal too. Is
red and blue, purple.
Yeah.
Maybe
is that reason, because he isn't obviously a dark side, you know, user or whatever, but I
think in Revenge of the Sith you could argue that he kind of is, but he doesn't know.
He channels it. Yeah, he's obviously a Jedi, but he channels it in his fighting when he needs it. But yeah, so red and blue makes purple. Cool in canon context. So he obviously fights Jango. Jango whips out the flamethrower, lights him on fire. He jumps down, and we get to see all of the Jedi there ignite their lightsabers, and they land. And obviously the droid army shows up and corners them. It gets them into a circle right in the middle of the arena. And let's just talk about the story that happens. It's a cool fight, but the droids center them in the middle of the arena. And Dooku, he has them stop, and he says, you know, you guys, you're just outnumbered. And they're just like, okay, well, it is what it is. We gotta do it. And bang, in comes
John
the
Cena.
Clones.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, here comes. Here comes the clones. In comes the clones.
Yeah.
What did George relate this to? George related this to when Han showed up to rescue Luke in one of the movies. But yeah, so it's just one of those cliffhangers. Oh, what's going to happen? You'll find out next episode. But the clones come in. Yoda is riding on the drop ship, just commanding them around, because obviously he can't do anything that we know of until the end. But what do you think about the introduction of the clones? Because I love these clones. These are the Phase 1 clone troopers. I love them.
I like the armor that they wear.
Yeah,
I've always thought that was cool. I like the ship. I just had this thought of Yoda showing up to Kamino and saying, "Okay, clones, now's finally your time to shine," you know. And then at least one of them just looking at him as he approaches them, he's like, he's a Jedi Master, just he must have gave them a rousing speech for them to I mean, that was their purpose, you know. But it's just a fun little thing of Yoda being okay, it's time to go. It is.
Time to kill these Sith. It is. So yeah. So I love the introduction of the clones so much. So pandemonium breaks out, and they all the Separatists begin to leave, and two things happen. Jango jumps down to kill Windu, and we know how that goes.
Yeah, him and his son both die stupid people. I don't know what's up with that. Like, dude, like, what's like?
Yeah.
I want to know what was going through Django's mind. Fire. He's reflecting. He's reflecting. He's reflecting. What do I do? Should I keep shooting? And I'm dead. Like, bro, do you not have grenades? Do you not have anything else you can use? Roll out of the way. Like, why are you just standing there?
So you got to watch close, and I hate how the way this was done, because it doesn't look like it was intentional, but it was. When he gets hit by that creature that Anakin was fighting, and he like tramples over him, when Django's rolling, you see his jetpack get damaged, and you can see the sparks from it. And George specifically made the sparks more visible in the DVD version, because you can physically see Django try to fire his rockets at Mace Windu when Mace Windu's running at him, but the sparks start to happen on his jetpack because it was damaged from that creature.
I mean, but he still could have like rolled out of the way or something. Instead, he could stands there and does nothing.
So he gets decapitated. You know how that goes. Boba goes, picks up the helmet. That's a cool shot too.
That's a brutal shot, dude. Like,
yeah,
wasn't there?
It's tough.
This might be a Mandela effect, but wasn't there a version where like
the head comes out?
Yeah, I swear there might have. I don't know. I kind of think this is all Barry Allen's fault. Screwing with the space time.
This is it might be a Mandela effect. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to get caught up on that because that's trippy. So Django dies. We get to see Mace, and he has this intense look. Does he look at Boba after he kills his father? That stare down was brutal. That just the look in Mace Windu's face after that. He was savage. But anyways, regardless, like I said, two things happened. Did you catch the second thing that happened when the Separatists were leaving? I actually love this. I love this moment. Such a cool detail because
they show. Are you talking about when Count Dooku goes inside of the place and then he says to the one guy, the one guy's like, "Hey, we need to leave before they find out about our secret weapon," and then it's a blueprint of a prototype of the Death Star, and it's like, "Hey, the Death Star," because this whole saga doesn't focus enough on the freaking Death Star. You know, it's like we just had to see it in this movie.
Well, the Geonosians are, as George puts it, the what do you want to call them? The people that just build things.
The architects.
They build the. I don't know if you use that word, but essentially, they were the architects of this. They built the droids for the Separatists. So he said you can imagine that. The Emperor commissioned he said contracted the Geonosians to build the Death Star. And I like that. They gave him the plans, which you get to see Dooku deliver to Palpatine in Coruscant at the end of the movie.
I will say this, though. For as much as either something similar to the Death Star or the actual Death Star show up in some of the other movies, which is really weird, and I'll talk about in future episodes, it being presented how it is in this movie at least makes sense, because it's like, of course they would have been working on this weapon because they're trying to form their own, union. Whereas like in other movies, it's like, hey, do you remember the Death Star? Well, we have something that's like the Death Star because we don't have any creativity. Like
this Death Star destroys more planets.
Star Killer Base, I'm looking at you. That was.
I hated that.
I like that sequence, but it's stupid.
All right.
Anyway,
we could go on a tangent with that. We're going on a lot of tangents, but I don't care because this is we can do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. There's no rules.
You're not my mom.
So, I am your father.
No.
So, he gets the plans, and as he's leaving, I like the whole sequence with it's because it feels like a video game. It reminds me a lot of Battlefront, Star Wars Battlefront.
You're talking about the lightsaber duel?
No, before that, when they're chasing Count Dooku down, you get to see the ship of in the ship there was Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme, and in another ship. It's not confirmed that it was Commander Cody, but I want to say it was. And Yoda And it's cool because you get to see them, and Yoda's like, what is it? He said, target the destroyers, you will. And they like start firing at all of the starships, and you get to see like just the Clone Wars, you know what I mean? Like the Pandemonium. This is like the first battle of the Clone Wars, and all the Jedi are there, the clones are there, all the separatists. It's cool. It's you get to see them destroy everything. I love the visuals of it. But then towards the end of this section, George actually added this post, like after the whole movie was done. He went in and did reshoots with Ewan and Hayden for this specific section, and it's reminiscent of at the beginning of the movie, something you were talking about. It's when Padme falls out of the ship. She falls out of the ship and rolls, and Anakin starts freaking out. He's like, we got to turn around. We got to save her. And Obi-Wan's like, if you jump out or you go save her, you will be expelled from the Jedi Order. So
I don't know why
think with your head.
This whole scene has always been unintentionally funny to me. Like the way Ewan is just like shouting, like he's like, "You'll be expelled from the Jedi Order.
You'll be expelled from the Jedi Order."
Like he's just like Obi-Wan's just
0
like
to 100.
so tired of Anakin's shit and just like yelling at him over the top as hell, and then Anakin's like, "Fine." Like it's such a laughable, like it's one of the sequences that I will meme because it wasn't executed like. I don't know why George chose those specific takes, but
yeah,
I'm not
probably just because of reshoots. But
yeah,
I agree. So, last part of the movie, and then we'll get out of here. The duel, and it's funny because at this point George was like, "Yeah, these movies are known for their duels." So I guess you got to have a duel at the end of every movie now.
In my opinion, this is one of the worst ones in the whole saga. Honestly.
Here's my take. This is one of the worst ones, but it's also one of my favorite ones in the whole saga. Just because when I was growing up, just nostalgia, I always loved this movie because of Yoda. I love Yoda in this, and we'll get to that because George talks about it, and I want to end with Yoda versus Dooku.
Some opinions about that, kind of.
Okay, so let's start with the Obi-Wan Anakin versus Dooku. So it was funny because he's actually juggling 3 different fights here. The first one is essentially Obi-Wan versus Dooku. Because Dooku kind of makes quick work of Anakin. And then
I think the Obi-Wan fighting him is actually not that bad, but then it kind of goes downhill.
Yeah, that one was short, and really he's trying to tell a story here through the fighting, and it's more of, I don't know, man, this is more of like visual dialogue than anything, because it's not, how do you describe it? He said it wasn't a fighting sequence. He described it as something else. This wasn't meant to be your typical duel. So anyways, he makes quick work of Anakin. Obi-Wan fights him, and then he makes kind of quick work of Obi-Wan and throws the thing on him, kind of stops him, and Obi-Wan throws Anakin his lightsaber, and this is the first time we see somebody really fight with dual sabers. So that was cool.
I like, like you talk about like poetry throughout the writing and stuff, and like visual storytelling. Anakin using his blue lightsaber, and he's also using a green lightsaber. And who eventually uses a green lightsaber? His son.
Yeah. I like that. And then it's also a callback to him fighting his son in Return of the Jedi, because George intentionally made him want to cut the cord for the lights and have this light be in the battle, have this battle be in the dark.
I think that was a great idea, but
the
execution's really weird. Like it's shot really weird, and
it's basically shot like bad. Yeah,
like it's just like shot like Ewan and Christopher Lee just like standing there awkwardly, like flailing their sabers. Like it. I get what George wanted to do, and that's cool, but it's
I agree with you. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like shots of just their face, and then it'll pan to the other one.
Yeah, like
you
it's
don't
clear
actually see the
that
sabers.
Christopher Lee didn't do any stunt work or something, and they had to edit around him, and it's really obvious.
What a great actor though. We didn't talk about his monologue with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, dude, like
which was a great monologue.
He's talking to him and he's like, "Yeah, I know the Senate's corrupt, Qui-Gon was my teacher and you kind of remind me of him." And then he gives Obi-Wan the chance to join him, and then you could tell, like, it seems like Obi-Wan was kind of maybe thinking about what he was saying, but then he's like, "No, you're wrong."
Because he thinks about what he's saying, because he says, "Oh, I wish you forget your master was my apprentice at one point, and I wish Qui-Gon was here right now because he could help me a great deal." And that when he says that, Obi-Wan pauses for a second, then he's like, "No."
It makes you wonder how that would have went down if Qui-Gon wouldn't have died and he would have been with him. Maybe that would have gone, like, maybe Count Dooku, seeing his old Padawan would have, like, maybe joined with them again, like to maybe turn
it's
on
one
the
of the coolest
like
what ifs.
Yeah,
it definitely is. But
or what if
Christopher Lee, man?
What a
guy?
What if Obi-Wan accepted Count Dooku's offer?
Yeah,
but then he would have found out about the Emperor sooner. So, but I mean,
that's like what I sent you earlier. The what if Luke joined Vader?
Yeah,
that was funny. So. All right, Christopher Lee, man, what a guy. So at this point, he makes quick work of really both of them, even with when Anakin had two sabers. And then in walks the Grand Master himself, Yoda. And Frank Oz, man, what a performance, because when Yoda walks in, tell me if I'm wrong. When Yoda walks in, you get a sense of like, whoa, this is what we've been waiting for. And I love that for almost 5 movies.
I love that it starts out with them using the Force, and then Count Dooku's like, "We can't settle this with the Force," because what does Yoda say in Empire Strikes Back? "Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. War not make one great." So Yoda has always been like, how powerful you are with the Force, that's what matters. Everything else, it really doesn't matter. Stop worrying about it so much.
That's so interesting. Yeah.
I mean,
wow, that's so interesting. Yeah.
I still don't love Yoda using a lightsaber, but I've changed my opinion a little bit to where it's like, yeah, it's a little stupid how he needs a cane to walk, but then he could tap into the Force and jump around and walk perfectly fine, but then after the battle, he can't walk again. But
yeah, it's weird. They made him use...
I've like learned to see it as like Yoda uses his lightsaber when he has to, but if he doesn't have to, then he prefers to not do it, because in his mind, that's not what makes a Jedi great. Unlike Obi-Wan, when him and Anakin are chasing the changeling, Obi-Wan gives him back his lightsaber, and then he's like, "This weapon is your life. Protect it." So Obi-Wan's mind is like, lightsaber is really important. Yoda's like, nah, not really.
And what's crazy is Obi-Wan, you got to read, I forget what book it is, man. I want to say Master and Apprentice. Obi-Wan was not known for his midichlorian counter's Force abilities. He was known for his dueling, and he uses Form 3, which is the most defensive form. So to him, it's like, you got to have your lightsaber, because without it, but then Yoda, Yoda uses Form 4, which is a very like acrobatic style. It's the same one Qui-Gon uses. But Yoda's so powerful with the Force because obviously his midichlorian count is so high that he doesn't need a lightsaber. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which, while I'm talking about forms, Dooku's form is cool. He uses Form 2, which is like a classic like fencing form, like dual form.
I love how George created like specific fighting styles and stances for all the different Jedi. Like he could have easily just had them all use basically the same technique, but he made the effort to be like, no, they all have a specific way they hold the lightsaber, a specific way their lightsabers look, a specific way that they move when they're fighting. Like it's like really creative and passion-filled storytelling.
Yeah, and like I think Maul and Windu both used Form 7, which was a form. It was very aggressive, but you tapped it a little bit into the dark side when you used it, which I think is interesting. Anakin and Luke both used the same one, and they used Form 5.
Ah.
But here's the cool thing: they both used two different variations of that form. Anakin's was a more aggressive form. Luke's was a more defensive form.
That makes
And what's
sense.
cool about it's so interesting. And what's even more interesting is you can see Anakin come out in Luke based on his lightsaber form in Return of the Jedi. When Vader or Anakin mentions his sister, he taps into that other form that's more aggressive and starts beating on him. Like, you know what I mean? So he kind of taps
which makes
into
sense
his,
because that was
father's,
him making the final choice to not be like his dad.
Yes, and then he stops
And then
he
that in
throws
turn,
his saber down.
He decides not to be like his dad, and then his dad decides to be like him.
All right, I can't wait for Return of the Jedi, but that's cool talking about their lightsaber forms. I love seeing Yoda. I love him flipping around. I imagine him using the Force to move like that.
Yeah,
like
even as a kid, like I saw this movie. I saw Revenge of the Sith in theaters with my dad. I think I'd seen the other ones on like home video, but I didn't really remember them. But
same.
My dad brought me to see Revenge
3.
of the Sith for some reason, and then
Yeah.
when Yoda was fighting Palpatine, my dad was just like so amused by this like small dude, like like flipping and fighting. Like it was just a thing that I always thought was really fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It is just so much fun. So essentially, that's the end of the movie, and at this point, you see the birth of the Empire. You see Dooku leaving, and he takes the blueprints to Coruscant, which is he gives it to Palpatine, and you get to see. I think they play what do they play here?
The Imperial March.
They play Imperial March, and you see the ships like the destroyers start ascending, and they're the same basically as the ones from the original trilogy. And this is the Clone War, start of the Clone Wars, which is the beginning of the end of the Republic, and you see the birth of the Empire. A huge moment, one of the biggest things to happen in Star Wars. So that's pretty much the end of the movie, because here we're left with Anakin losing his hand. We're left with Padme and Anakin getting married, which if you notice in the DVD version, George had Padme take the hand that was robotic from Anakin when they got married to show that he is now part Vader, and she accepts that, which you'll see in episode 3. So that's pretty much in conclusion, that's it. Besides anything else we got to say. So give me top down.
Oh, sorry, do you want to go first?
What do you think? You go first. You go first.
All right, so I have a thought about the Anakin and Padme wedding scene, but first I have to for a long time, I think I was partially inspired by like other YouTubers that would like talk about the prequels and like negative ways. I always thought Padme and Anakin's romance was like, it didn't make sense. It was unnatural. It was, stilted, which I still kind of think that. But here's the thing I've come to realize, though. Their romance is a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be bad. Like, so that one scene where Padme and Anakin are talking, like, they're just like walking somewhere and talking. And then she says, like, like, I might not have been the youngest queen they elected, but when they elected me, I didn't feel like I was old enough. And then Anakin being like, well, I think you did a really great job. I think the Republic really needs you. So, and then you go back to Phantom Menace. When they first meet, Anakin's like, he's like talking about how like, I don't remember. Well, whatever. Like when they have dinner at his house, he's like, I dreamed that I was a Jedi and I freed all the slaves and stuff, and like,
Oh yeah,
like he had this idealistic nature about him for being so young. Like he was in a position where he didn't really get to have a childhood, but still had this like childhood idealistic sense about him.
yeah.
And Padme became a queen at a young age, so she had to grow up fast. So
Yeah.
here's my reading of the romance, and I'll try not to drag it out too long. Padme couldn't really have a childhood either because she had to grow up fast and assume responsibilities. So, she meets Anakin, who, kind of like represents that innocence at first that she lost, that she kind of had to surrender when she took on these big responsibilities. Fast forward to Attack of the Clones, he's...
And she represents like more mature, like adult, aspect of the life.
Yeah, like he's older,
wants.
And he's showing interest in her. And at first, she just flat out rebuffs him. She's like, "I don't like when you look at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable. Stop being weird." And then he's like, "Okay, I'm sorry," but he's like creepy about it.
I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna stop.
Yeah, like I feel like the reason that. Because it makes sense why he would fall in love with her, because she's Natalie Portman and hello. And mature women are, I don't want to be weird, but mature women are sexy. That's just my opinion. That's a sexy quality for a woman to have. Of course, he'd be drawn to her. But I think she fell for him because she was slowly rediscovering that innocence, that idealistic nature that she had to suppress. And, that he's learning to suppress, but hasn't been walking that path as long as her. So I think their whole romance is a passionate, idealistic, emotion-fueled suicide march.
Yeah.
Because if you notice in the wedding scene, they're standing over here and the priest is here and they're getting married, right? Where's the sun? The sun is on the right side. So the movie ends with Anakin and Padme not on the side of light. So it has this. It's not really shot like a cheerful moment either. Like it's like really gloomy, like the end of Empire. Wow. It's like poetry, so that they rhyme. I feel like it's showing you there were moments where they could have chosen not to be with each other, but they did, and that sucks. And that's supposed to make you feel tense and fear for their future because shit's gonna go down, and it does go down. So that's my
dude. That's crazy. And I think you know what, you're so validated because of when she talked about like she's not the youngest, but she wasn't old enough. So she, you're what you're saying about her and her mentality is that's correct. Wow. And then obviously same with him. We get obviously more characterization for Anakin than Padme in this movie, and in the saga. But yeah, the wedding scene, that's so interesting. And she grabs, obviously the robotic hand, and they're not on the side of light. Essentially, that's.
Because like when you see them looking at the twin suns, right? Suns up at this point have always been above people, In A New Hope, it like represented like this greater life that Luke wants to have but can't have, and then for Anakin in Attack of the Clones, you could see that it kind of represents like hope that's escaping him, like it's far from him. So in both cases, they're looking at the sun in the same way, but then in this scene, I have to think it's specifically made to be that way by George, where they're over here and a sun's over here, indicating they're away from hope. Hope is over here, and they're over here. They're not in a hopeful place. This is bad. And then on the side that they're standing, like the sky looks a little like gray, like how the sky looks before like a thunderstorm or something. Like it's kind of
there's clouds,
foggy. Yeah. So I feel like that was George. Again, visual storytelling. Like, I have to think that that's what he meant. And if not, it's the greatest accident of all time.
That is, it has to be, because if not, it's the greatest accident ever. That's amazing. So let's basically end it with that. I love that. I will always love this movie, and like I said, the more I watch it, the more I find out, the more I love it for different aspects, and I think it's an underrated movie in terms of Star Wars movies.
Yeah,
I think it's underappreciated, just like the Phantom Menace. I think the prequels are just I'm not gonna say underrated, but the prequels in general underappreciated because there's so much to love and there's so much complexity and depth that you may not think the execution was there, but the concepts and the intent and the ideas were definitely there.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect example of that. I love this movie. So, man, we covered a lot. I think it's comprehensive enough. What do you think?
Yeah, I think
So much.
I didn't expect, because I'm still kind of learning to be more open-minded, like I said at the beginning and stuff, and so I expected to be like, I was like, I gotta rewatch Attack of the Clones. No, it's so bad, kind of. And then I was like, like as the movie kept going, I was like, am I just becoming stupider in my old age, or do I like this movie? So now, let the record show on Saturday, April 15th, 2023 at 4:28 p.m., Antonio Quinones is saying definitively, at least for now, I like Attack of the Clones. I think it is, I'd say it's a solid 7.5. I don't think it's a great movie. It's not one of my favorites, but I like it. I think it feels pretty like Star Wars. It does a lot of really cool things, has some of my favorite things in the whole saga. And I think it's a pretty good balance of the politics and the drama and all that stuff that George wanted to do that I think he kind of fell short in Phantom Menace.
And he does say that he said because he got all the exposition and a lot of the political things setting up the separatists out of the way in the first movie, this one he could focus on getting the story of the clones and all of that rolling and whatnot. So I completely agree with everything you said. Not everything, but for the most part. For the most part, underrated gem. So all right, Mr. Tony Fett, the bounty hunter we've been looking for. Thanks for coming on. It was fun. The second one down. I think this one was better than the first episode.
Yeah.
So that makes me excited for the next one because we're getting into my favorite.
As long as this one is, the next one's going to be at least twice that. My God.
I'm really thinking about doing it in 2 parts, but we might just go for 5 hours. Who knows? But I don't know. So like I said, thanks for coming on. It was fun. Do you want to plug anything? We need to do this where at the end, I kind of do the promoting at the end and not the beginning. I know a lot of people do it at the beginning, but I want to hop right into the content and be on topic quicker and just get into it and start having fun instead of just doing the boring stuff. So at the end, I've been promoting the pod, but anything you want to plug, and then I'll promote some stuff.
I mean, I have a YouTube channel that I've been inconsistent because I never really tried to figure out exactly like what kind of niche I want to fill, but I think I finally figured it out. I have some videos I want to work on, but I had more videos on my channel, but then I took a lot of them down. I kind of wanted to start from scratch. So you could check out my channel. Do our names show up in the exported video?
I don't believe so. I'll put it in the description, of course.
Okay, yeah. Well, Tony Quinn, Quinn. That's not my full name. That's a approximation. That's the westernized version of my full name. If you can guess what my full name is based on that, you'll get absolutely nothing, but you'll feel smart.
You'll get some death sticks.
I don't want to sell you death stick.
Yeah, so that's my channel. I'm not gonna say I'm working on anything because I don't want to announce stuff until I have stuff to announce. But
As it should be.
yeah. Other than that, unfortunately, you could follow me on TikTok with the same username. I just post random stuff on there, but I've kind of started to pivot towards like specifically talking about like movies and games and stuff instead of just random crap. So watch me on there until it possibly gets banned forever, because
It's all they just banned it in, I think, Montana.
really,
Yeah, but
we truly
Sorry.
live in a society.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is how democracy ends.
With thunderous applause.
Man, Star Wars really just predicts everything, the future. So that's your plugs. I'll have everything in the description. So the Senate podcast, though, go to YouTube and Spotify. I prefer Apple Podcasts. That's what I use. But YouTube and Spotify are the largest. Apple Podcasts is up there, but Spotify and YouTube will have videos. We're on everything else. They're not as prominent, though. Usually I plug them all, but really it's just going to be Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, but you can check out everything else as well. We're pretty much on everything because that's what our host does. It sends us out to all those RSS feeds. Also, Linktree in the description. Go there if you want to find anything easily. So with that, thanks for coming on. May the force be with you. I'll beat you to it. Now you got to figure out something, and then we'll end it. Throw a fast one at you.
Luminous beings, are we not this crude matter?
We'll leave it at that. Hello there. Welcome back to the Senate podcast. In this episode, we're going into Revenge of the Sith. Episode 3, we're doing a retrospective. And I'm joined by my apprentice, Tony Quinones. Do you want to? I think you're going to be the apprentice in this series.
I am now the learner, but eventually I will be the master.
We're gonna. How about this? The rule of 2. I'll be the. At the end of the series, you strike me down, and become the master.
But if I do that, you'll become more powerful than I could possibly imagine. So
that's my plan. I'll cheat
tough.
death. I learned a lot from this movie. All right, so Revenge of the Sith retrospective. How do you feel about this? We were just talking a little bit. This is a huge movie. It's actually under 2.5 hours, but so much happens in this movie that it's a large task to go back and try to analyze and break down because there's so much to it. So
this is by far
what was your process?
The most, well, like for when I used to do like movie analysis videos, like I'd watch the movie, pause, and then like write stuff down. And then I kind of moved away from that format because it was exhausting. And then I thought, because for last episode, Attack of the Clones, I had 2 pages of notes. I thought that was, I'm like, oh, there's a lot I have to say about this movie. Dude, I feel like I was pausing Revenge of the Sith like every 10 seconds and just writing stuff that I have 4 pages, dog. 4 pages.
So, okay, that's your process. I do that sometimes, but most of the time I pretty much just watch the whole thing through or whatever it is. I take it all in at once, and then I'll go back through with my mental notes, and I'll kind of just go on down the rabbit hole online, searching through either our wikis or books or novels. I'll go through a deep dive, and I'll follow each path. So I have some threads I want to go down for Revenge of the Sith. So this is where the fun begins. We've we have a tradition now for this retrospective series where we kind of just start with the opening crawl. And I think that's a good place to start with this monumental task, is the opening crawl of Revenge of the Sith. What do you think? Because we talked about in The Phantom Menace how the opening crawl kind of didn't really match the movie, and then it was a little bit better in episode 2. So how do you think episode 3 handled that with now kind of giving us a small recap of the Clone Wars up to this point, which we haven't seen yet because this is in 2005, up until the opening of the movie where the Chancellor is captured.
Well, I think setting this movie right in the thick of the Clone Wars was a great idea, because that's how, A New Hope starts. It starts, and, like, the Empire ship is, pursuing the small rebel ship, and it's like we're thrown in the thick of it. And dude, it's been a pretty long time since I've watched this movie. I just laughed at the very first word that starts this whole crawl off is war.
War!
Exclamation point. It's like,
there's war in the galaxy.
War. What is it good for? It's like, there's war in the galaxy.
George does that, and I love it because, man, there's so much in this shot. There's everything but the kitchen sink, and if you look close enough, there's a kitchen sink in the opening shot. Anyways, if you didn't know that.
It's in the special edition.
It's awesome. So there's so much in this opening shot. This is my favorite opening for any of the Star Wars movies, because you get the crawl that's basically, like you said, it's war, bang, and it's in the middle of probably the most intense battle of the Clone Wars. It's because it's on the capital world of the Republic. Grievous invades, takes Palpatine. He's captured on the ship, and they send 2 Jedi. And it's cool, the visuals you get, because you don't see them at first. You only see their ships, but you already know who it is just from the ship design. And you get the big ship. I forget the name of it, the Venador or something. And it's kind of quiet. You don't see the battle going on, and then you see the 2 ships fly, and it's one long continuous shot, and the ships fly over the edge of the giant battleship up there. And when it goes over the edge, you see Coruscant, and you see all of the Separatist ships versus the Republic ships, and the battling. It's just an awesome visual, and it's something that George said that they could not do, obviously, in any of the other movies because of the technical limitations of it, but they could do it in this one. And it's cool too, because we get to see obviously the clones, and we get to see the pilots without their helmets, and we get to see finally the pilot Anakin Skywalker that we've been wanting to see since episode 1. We actually see him in this, and how good of a pilot he is. And in the novelization, it talks about how he is the greatest Jedi of that generation, probably the greatest Jedi of any generation, the greatest starfighter pilot ever, and so on, the chosen one. And we actually get to see that in the opening of this movie. We get to see him be that pilot, and then we get to see him be that Jedi/warrior a little bit.
I do have
further into it.
One thing about this crawl makes no sense. It says
evil on every.
It's like
evil
talking
everywhere.
about the Separatists, and then it's like there are heroes on both sides, and it's like, what do you mean by that, George Lucas? Heroes on both, according to who? You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like I mean, obviously the movie is about like perspective and gray morality and all that stuff, but like
from a certain point of view,
I don't know if that's what he's talking about. Like, I mean,
so honestly,
maybe.
I have no idea. In researching, I could not find an explanation for that line, those 2 sentences.
Interesting.
I think it's probably alluding to Anakin, how there's evil everywhere, heroes on both sides. It's just that certain point of view thing, and the fact that the Jedi really aren't the good guys.
Yeah.
And actually, George did mention something in the commentary where he was like, the villains or the bad guys always think that they're the good guys. And that is a little explanation for that line. And then when he said that, it made me think of something. And my initial thought was, okay, the bad guys always think they're the good guys, and the good guys never think that they could be the bad guys. And the hubris of the Jedi, which is something Palpatine mentions, is one of the things that leads to the outcome it leads to in this movie, which we will talk about. But that's probably my explanation for it, is that it's the blurring of the lines between light and dark.
Makes
So the
sense.
opening battle, yeah, that's all I can think of for that. But the opening battle, this opening scene with the whole space battle, but then going into the ship. I think it's about 40 minutes long, this whole sequence. Originally, it was a lot longer, but they cut it down. Maybe not 40 minutes. Maybe it's 20 minutes, and it was an hour or like 40 minutes, and they cut it down. And a lot of deleted scenes from this opening sequence are actually on the special edition DVD. Some of the deleted scenes are pretty cool, but this whole opening scene for the first, I'd say, 25 minutes of the movie, it kind of encapsulates everything that I love about Star Wars.
Yeah,
To
dude,
me,
you got
it's
the action.
there's
There's
everything.
so much banter between. I
Yes.
wrote down so many quotes. Like there's when Anakin tells Obi-Wan where the ship is, he's like, "Oh, this is going to be easy," and then Anakin's classic, "This is where the fun begins." And then
my favorite. I love that one.
Yeah, no, when he shoots the droids off of Obi-Wan's ship,
Vulture
and then,
droids, I believe.
Yeah, and then Obi-Wan's like, "Yo, watch out! I could have been killed." And then Anakin's like, "Yeah, sorry, that was a bad idea." Like, there's just so much fun energy happening. I mean, the actual battle
was awesome.
I remember this battle differently, but it's like they're flying in their like small ships, and they're just like fighting off these small droids by like gently nudging them with it. Like it's not really that exciting. It's fun, but it's not like like a traditional dogfight, which is kind of a letdown in my opinion. But also like I just kind of took it as those vessels that they're flying in aren't like, they have lasers in case they have to fight, but that's not primarily what they're made for. They were just primarily there to chase, after Grievous and enter the ship. So I'm like, I don't really care. It's fun.
See, that's a cool analysis. I like the all the different vehicles and ships you see in this sequence, because one thing the prequels were really good for was diversity in the design for things like Separatist versus Republic. You get to see early iterations of the X-Wing, the A-Wings. You get to see bombers, all this stuff in this. Jedi Starfighters, which, I mean, you make a good point. They weren't really for battling. They were more for, looks like they were more for like maneuverability. And you get to see that with how he takes the wing and scrapes the vulture droids off.
And because R4, in the last episode, I said that I really like R4 just because I think it looks cool and stuff. Well, I'm here to retract every word of that, because these vulture droids or buzz droids, whichever one, there too, are on Obi-Wan's ship trying to cause trouble.
Yeah, you're right.
Homeboy doesn't do a damn thing. No. Homeboy's just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And then Anakin has to come to the rescue, but then R2 actually knows how to fight, and he fights him off himself. And it's like, R4, you need to be decommissioned immediately. You have failed. Come on, man.
George loves R2, and these buzz droids are interesting because he wanted to add them as just a way to put something different out there, where it's not just a missile hitting a ship. He was like, what can we do different that is like, okay, this missile hits and then bursts into small droids that attack the ship on it. It's pretty cool.
It's an interesting idea. Like, instead of, let's just blow up the enemy ships, it's like, we can do that, or we could just find a way to render their ships obsolete. It's just a different way of accomplishing the same thing, and shows, the ingenuity of Palpatine and his cronies.
Yeah, the Separatist tech and his cronies. This whole sequence is something out of the Battlefield or Battlefront 2 game, or Battlefront 1. And I loved those games so much. and I know we're going to bring up the game that takes place during Episode 3. What's it? It's just the Star Wars Episode
It's just
3,
the
Revenge of the Sith
adaptation
game.
of the game, like
Yeah.
back when they actually adapted movies into video games, which is a thing I miss very much because I played a lot of those kind of games as a kid, and
Yeah.
I just miss them.
I actually have it upstairs. I bought it, I want to say like 2 years ago, and
I want to
it's fun.
replay
And
it. It's been a long
yeah,
time. I used to play it
it's
so
so
much.
cool. So there's other there's other products, pieces of media that are adaptations or take place during Episode 3. So we're going to talk about the game a little bit. We're going to talk about the novelization. We're not probably going to talk about Clone Wars Season 7 that much, but I don't think you've watched it. They actually,
No.
the final episodes take place literally during the movie. And
I did hear that like
it's
the
cool.
first few episodes of that latest season are okay, but like the Siege of Mandalore
Dude.
arc is great.
Dude. Yeah, it's cool. So there's other pieces of media that I think enhance Revenge of the Sith. But think about it, Order 66. Think about how many pieces of media reference Order 66.
Oh yeah.
So we're going to reference some things here, but that's the opening battle. And then they get into the ship and, you know, some things happen and they eventually make their way to save Palpatine and they run into Count Dooku.
I love this
I
real
have a lot-
quick. I love
go
when Anakin's like, I sense a trap, and then Obi-Wan's like, I do too, or something like that. And then Anakin's like, oh no, wait, no. Anakin says, I sense Count Dooku. Obi-Wan says, I sense a trap. And then he's like, so what do we do? And then Obi-Wan
Spring the
says,
trap.
spring the trap. Like, this
Yeah.
opening is straight out of like an early 2000s action movie. And it's freaking
I love
great.
it. I love it so much, and it's so good because George based all of this off of a 20s and 30s style of filmmaking, and then obviously it has that early 2000s touch with the dialogue and the action. And one thing I want to
And
say is,
it just shows. Oh, sorry, go on.
well, the what you're talking about is that's just fun dialogue. And one thing that movies like that of that time, especially George, really did was he showed exposition through visual storytelling, not just through dialogue. And when you do that, you can have fun. You can have fun dialogue and have banter like that while you're telling the story through the means of visual aids like fighting or environmental storytelling with whatever's going on. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking of modern movies where they kind of explain things, but this isn't. They're not explaining, hey, we got to go do this, and this. They're like, oh, I sense a trap. Well, let's spring the trap. And then once you get in there into the fight, which I want to get into, you get a lot of exposition without any dialogue. So I'll give my analysis of that. But what do you think about the fight when they get in there and they face the Count of Sereno?
I think it's. I mean, it's not. I think it's one of the more memorable fights in the movie. Not necessarily because I kind of agree with some people's criticism that like the fights in the original trilogy weren't like the flashiest, but they had a lot of emotional weight. And then the fights in the prequels are kind of the opposite, where like they're like really flashy, but there isn't a lot under the surface. But I feel like this scene, like it's well choreographed and stuff. But like it's not that long, it doesn't drag that much. It's not the flashiest, but it, serves a grander purpose. And I feel like this fight is what the fight against Count Dooku in Attack of the Clones was supposed to be. Like, I feel like George was like, I didn't really do it that great in episode 2. I'm gonna try to do it better in this movie, and he did. And it's really like it kind of has like a 3-act structure in just a fight, and I feel like that's what a
Yeah.
good action scene is supposed to do, and it felt, like in line with the original trilogy fights. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I agree. And just to be fair in analyzing this, I'm such a fan, but there's inconsistencies with this and the Clone Wars, which, we talked about in the last episode. When George goes unchecked, he kind of just throws things in there. So, count my powers have doubled since the last time we met. And Obi-Wan says, all right, we got to do it together. Well, in the Clone Wars, Obi-Wan and Anakin fight Count Dooku together shortly before the events of Episode 3. So it's kind of like, okay, we just fought him last month, but his powers have doubled, and let's do it together when they just did it together. Because you could clearly see that they're referencing the end of Episode 2. However, Clone Wars kind of retcons that. So
another thing that makes no sense is when Palpatine's like, you're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord. And then Obi-Wan says, Sith Lords are our specialty. First, he kicked your ass in the last movie, bro. I don't know. Maybe you were high. And two, when have you ever fought another Sith Lord? As far as you're concerned, the Sith have been extinct for millennia or whatever. When have you fought a Sith Lord? How are Sith Lords your specialty? Obi-Wan, what are you talking about?
So I love it because that line is funny, and it kind of doesn't make sense at all. I love it for two reasons. One reason I'll explain towards the end of the episode, but another reason is it's just kind of like it's kind of the arrogance of Obi-Wan and Anakin when they're together as a team because of just how formidable they are. And they were master and apprentice in Episode 2. They're partners in this one. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anakin's a knight and Obi-Wan is a master. So they're just a force to be reckoned with. And you can see, I guess, how they work together even better in some of the deleted scenes. And of course, if you watch like Clone Wars and stuff like that. But you're right. In this point in the movies, we just don't see that that's their specialty. So that's pretty funny.
They didn't even know Count Dooku was a Sith. Yeah. So it's like, okay, whatever. Yeah. Okay, Obi-Wan, yeah. I believe you.
Okay, so this whole interaction between all of them was set up by Palpatine, of course. And what he was doing was he was testing Anakin to see if it was the right time. And, we know what happens. Anakin beats Count Dooku. And then he's on his knees. Anakin has the red saber and the blue saber. He has it around his neck. And Count Dooku has this look. And I've always loved the acting here. He looks up at Anakin, and I believe he looks at Palpatine. And
when Palpatine says to kill him, Count Dooku looks at Palpatine like, whoa, wait. This wasn't part of the plan. What the heck are you talking about? Kill me.
And you got all of that with no dialogue. And I love that so much about Star Wars. And it's funny because Palpatine is doing with Anakin right now what he did with Count Dooku. So it's funny that it's a surprise to Count Dooku because he's testing Anakin to see if he's powerful enough and ready to turn. And he beheads Count Dooku. And I forget I'm getting it mixed up between the novelization and the movie right now, but either way, what happens here or what is said, depending on the book or the movie, is, Anakin says that it was wrong, and Palpatine comforts and reassures him and tells them that it was wrong according to the Jedi, but it was still the right thing to do in the end.
In the movie, he's basically like, you did the right thing. He was too dangerous to be kept alive, which, keep that line in your pocket because it's going to come into play later.
And then I think in the novelization, he also says, think about how many lives you just saved with, a little swing of your blade, right there, just beheading him. Think about
I love it too because, like, Anakin, in the last movie, Count Dooku chopped off his arm, and then like he gave into the dark side a little bit when he massacred the Sand People and stuff. But
Yeah.
here, like, his immediate thought isn't, I got you dead to rights, Count Dooku. I'm gonna kill you. He's like,
Yeah.
no, it's against the Jedi code to kill somebody who's not armed. And then he does it, which I guess like Palpatine appealed to his ruthless side, and then immediately he's like, "Oh God, I shouldn't have done that." He's not like, "Oh well, I mean, I did the right thing or whatever." He's like, "Oh crap."
And that shows such a good development and characterization for Anakin Skywalker. And this is really the intro to the whole prequels. Really are the intro to the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker. And this right here kind of cements it for this movie, because it's a fun action sequence up until this point. But then when you get here, him killing Count Dooku to save Palpatine, and that the whole interaction we're talking about right now is really the beginning of the end. And the novelization describes it as the twilight of the Jedi, and the end starts now. So George describes Star Wars as it's the story of the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker. He described it as that back in the 70s when he first started writing Star Wars. It was always about Anakin Skywalker and the tragedy. I would actually have to disagree with that to a point. Most of Star Wars is about the plot. The plot is about this tragedy of Anakin Skywalker, in the birth of Darth Vader and whatnot. But in the end, through his children and through Luke, you get to see what I would describe as the triumph of the Skywalkers, and they go into that in the sequels, and George even goes into that into the planned sequels that he had wrote out during this time, which he references in the commentary of Episode 3. But this is really the fall of the Jedi, the twilight of the Jedi. So the novelization. The novelization has so much insight into the movie. It's honestly, it's insane. So Matthew Stover wrote it, and he describes this as the end of the Age of Heroes. So I'm just going to read the intro to this, and then we will finish on this first part of the movie with Grievous. But he describes this first part of the movie as, this is how 25 millennia come to a close. Corruption and treachery have crushed 1,000 years of peace. This is not just the end of the Republic. Night is falling on civilization itself. This is the twilight of the Jedi. The end starts now. And it's the end of the Age of Heroes, and they saved the best for last, talking about Obi-Wan and Anakin. So with Revenge of the Sith, we get George Lucas's Magnus Opum. You know what I mean? This is what he has been building up to for 30 years at this point?
Yeah, basically.
30 years of writing, 20 years of filming. So this is it. And the fall and the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker starts here. And I want to get into what a tragedy is. So, we were talking a little bit before we started the episode about, this is, you said it, this is truly like a Shakespearean tragedy,
Yeah.
which I agree with. So tell me a little bit of how you interpret the prequels up until this point, because it really has been a slow and steady fall of Anakin Skywalker, and that's what we've been discussing and kind of analyzing and whatnot. So give me your thought, because up until this point, this is where he turns. This is where his loyalty is completely confused about, okay, is he with Palpatine? Is he with the Order? Because now he executed him. when he should have brought him in. And this is the beginning of the end. So what's your thoughts on Anakin up until this point?
Well, you know, it's interesting because obviously when you're a kid, you know, you don't generally watch movies unless they also star kids as the main characters and like relate to the main characters, because you know you're a kid and your life experience hasn't really started yet, you know. But so I initially didn't relate to Anakin whatsoever. Like I was mature enough to understand the general, like, you know, like gist of his story, and like, oh man, you know, he really like kind of ruined his own life, unfortunately, and that sucks. But like as I've gotten older, I've come to see the prequels in one way, you know, and like if I could just boil it down to, you know, like a bare synopsis and summary, it's basically the story of a boy who is afraid of loss. He's lived his whole life not having any control. He didn't have any control in his life. And then he finds freedom and then has to leave behind his mom. And then he can't save his mom. His mom dies. Okay, now he's married to this woman that he loves. And then he's getting visions of her dying. And he does whatever he can to save her. And the older I get and, you know, the more life experience I get, and, you know, I've like lost people in my family and that I've known just in general.
Yeah.
The more I sit back and I'm like, damn, Anakin's a relatable ass character. Like I like, you know, like people are like, oh, you know, like he basically, you know, like chose to follow being a fascist instead of choosing his love. And, you know, that is true. That's the tragedy of it.
But you got to think of his motivation.
As we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But man, I'm telling you, I could say with full confidence that at least like 99% of people that'll listen to this, if somebody said to them, hey, I could give you a way to stop your loved ones from dying, to stop your friends from dying, to stop your life from spiraling out of your control, and, you know, you having to be uncomfortable and sad and anxious and having to worry about, you know, what's going to happen next and not being able to do anything about it. I guarantee you at least 99% of you, if not all of you, would be like, tell me more. Yeah, no, and that's essentially what it's, I feel like it's kind of, it's basically he was forced to grow up way quicker than he should have, and he tried to hold on to any semblance of innocence, any semblance of happiness and joy. And, you know, as the adage goes, the more you squeeze, the more it slips away.
Yeah. And you're describing it perfectly. All right. Anything else you want to say? Because I got a little bit I want to talk about involving tragedies. Okay, so you know how last episode I actually labeled it "The Love That Turns Good Men Cruel," and that's because that whole seed was planted in episode 2, and it's what you were describing. It was the love he had made him, like Yoda said, the attachment and the love for his possessions made him fear losing it, and that's what is driving him to seek the power to stop that from happening. And we understand that. But, you know, in researching, I found this. Of course, we know it's a tragedy. George stated it was a tragedy and whatnot. But you got to think about where George was getting in the 70s, right? Where was George getting his influence from? He would have been getting it from, like you said, Shakespearean tragedies, Greek tragedies, and so on. So I was researching. I found a great video called "The Tragedy of Episode 3," and it is a great video because it's not just analyzing the film; it's specifically analyzing why it's a tragedy, and it's so good. But I just want to take one quote because there's this literary analyst called Christopher Booker. He has a book called "The 7 Basic Plots," and in it he describes what a tragedy is. And I'm gonna read this little portion of it and tell me this isn't Anakin perfectly. Ready? A tragedy is the story of a hero being tempted or impelled into a course of action which is in some way dark or forbidden. For a time, as the hero embarks on a course, he enjoys almost unbelievable dreamlike success, but somehow the original dream has soured into a nightmare where everything is going more and more wrong. This eventually culminates in the hero's violent destruction. And that's just an overview, which I think sums up Anakin Skywalker in the prequels perfectly.
Yeah.
And now there are stages to this. So I'm just going to list the stages real quick. You have the anticipation stage, the dream stage, the frustration stage, the nightmare stage, and the destruction stage. And we get to view each stage within Anakin's life in the prequels, and I love it. So you described it perfectly, and episode 3, man, it is underrated how good it is. It is really it's a modern tragedy, like in the most classic form. What do you think about that in terms of it being a tragedy? You know what I mean? Because it's not a blockbuster. It actually it's almost like disguised as a blockbuster, but it's not.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like I saw this when
You know
I
what
was
I'm trying to say?
Yeah, like I saw this when I was a kid in theaters. I saw it with my dad because I don't remember specifically, but I imagine he's like, oh, Star Wars, that's
Yes.
something that was around when I was younger, and there's a new movie out. I'm going to bring my son to see it and experience this. And then, we saw it, loved it, and then it became like my favorite thing for a while. Like I was, Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. I had a copy on, I don't want to say the word, but it starts with a B, so you can use your imagination. And I would watch that religiously. I would play the game religiously, play with the toys religiously. I would buy some merchandise. And then, it was really fun to watch. But rewatching it now, it wasn't necessarily fun. I had a great time, but I wasn't like, yeah, as much, because there were so many scenes that I can interpret in a new way now that I'm, a man. And I was just like, damn, this is I kind of need to go take a nap. Like it's not, it feels, like it's still, in the Star Wars genre and has that iconography and those tropes and all that, but it uses that to just tell like a regular dramatic story, like a coming of age story. Way
and
more
George
than the
does
other
it
ones.
so perfectly. I mean, there's flaws. Don't get me wrong. There's flaws, but the classic, true tragedy aspects of this, it's amazing. And I wanted to insert this after he kills Dooku because, it's fun getting in here and we're talking about the opening of the movie, but when he beheads Dooku, you could almost then pop up Revenge of the Sith. You know what I mean? It's like this is the intro to the movie, and after he beheads him and he has that talk with Palpatine, it's like, bang, here we go.
I think that's accentuated by because he slices off Count Dooku's hands and then he catches his saber, and now he has his saber and Count Dooku's saber, and then he's like crossed like this, and then he like slices it like that.
Yeah.
And the echoey sound of the two sabers scratching together and just the complete silence, like it's like, like even the sound design is essentially like, damn, it just bookends that moment perfectly.
It bookends that moment, and it really, this is the beginning of the end right here. I mean, we obviously the Clone Wars, everything that was the start, but like this right here is where everything in this movie starts going downhill, and we're going to talk about that.
Oh, and you know what? How fitting of a visual metaphor. Anakin has a red lightsaber and a blue lightsaber,
yeah,
and his fall is accentuated by what? A clash between his good and his evil.
The light and dark,
yeah. It's all right there.
It's like poetry. So they leave with Palpatine. Let's just get into the story. They leave with Palpatine, and they're running down the hall. They get caught by the ray shields in the middle of the hallway. Why are the ray shields there? Doesn't make any sense. Whatever.
How did this
Why
happen?
did the
We're
droids not
smarter
just
than
pull up
this.
and kill them? Yeah,
Yeah, like
some questionable
it's just so much
decisions,
rigmarole. It's a little weird. Like
Three Stooges.
yeah, and then R2 bumping into the wall and getting caught, and then Obi-Wan being like, "Do you have a plan B?" And then Anakin's like,
That
"Damn
wasn't
it."
R2 is great in this. Honestly, this is R2's best in the entire saga. Is
Yeah.
this opening scene? All right, so they get to the what's it called? The where Grievous is into the where he's piloting the ship. They get in there. The droids bring all three of them in there, and then they have the exchange between Grievous. And this is something I wanted to point out too, where this is a consistency between the movies and Clone Wars that makes sense. 7 seasons of Clone Wars, and Grievous and Anakin never met, which makes sense because when you get here, they always were in passing in the Clone Wars. Whether they were, in ship to ship beside each other or whatever, they never met. So they finally meet in this, and it actually hits kind of hard if you watch Clone Wars, and then watch this because, Grievous, you're tall, you're shorter than I expected. The banter that they have.
I love how like they're familiar with the other one.
I don't have much to add. It's
As
cool.
a kid,
Grievous is cool.
As a kid, I never understood the concept of General Grievous, and I don't even like. Is he? From what I understand, he's like
Let me
a
explain it to you.
reptilian creature who has like cybernetic parts, who can use lightsabers but isn't sensitive to the Force, right?
George describes him as 80% machine, 20% living, and he was some type of reptile creature.
It's
The reason
interesting.
they made him
'cause
like that.
I'm not familiar with like expanded universe stuff, so like
Yeah.
wondering like he tells a story, like just how like you see him and he's like this like weird reptile cyborg. He has a
Yeah.
cough, which I actually know that was because in the early Clone Wars, Mace Windu choked one of his lungs with the Force, and then he started to cough. So that's a fun bit of added continuity.
But did you know that they had George Lucas actually came into the studio with bronchitis, and they
really?
they recorded him coughing and they put it on Grievous, and he said he just wanted to.
That must have been rough.
So they said they just wanted to have a menacing, villain that wasn't a beast or wasn't great at like dueling, but more kind of sneaky, like the Emperor, that just kind of had like asthma. I don't know why George said that, but he just coughed. So that was kind of cool.
And it's pretty fitting.
I like Grievous.
Yeah,
so.
I
know a lot of people don't.
He's a fun character for sure, and like it's cool how he has multiple arms, so he has a lot of lightsaber, like 8 lightsabers in total, right? Or is it 6?
4 arms.
Okay, yeah, so 8. Yeah, and like how fitting that in Revenge of the Sith, the movie where Anakin becomes Darth Vader, one of the villains he faces off against is a what? Cyborg. I'm just saying, I don't know. It might be intentional, might be not. I just think it's fun.
Just wait. Just wait till we get to the end, because I have something I'm going to add. But the reason George did this with Grievous was to allude to Vader having part machine, part living being. Because Star Wars, Star Wars is known for a few things where it's known for clones. It's known for the Force. It's known for cyborgs and kind of like cybernetic technology. It's interesting, not genre, but it has interesting tropes within it that's almost specifically Star Wars. And when something doesn't fit, and when something fits. Star Wars has this certain look to it. So I think Grievous fits. A lot of people don't like him. I like him a lot. I think he's awesome. So he ends up leaving. He's a coward. He's a cowardly villain. He ends up literally jumping out of the window, walking on the side of the ship, and end up leaving. So Obi-Wan and Anakin have to take control of the ship. They land it on a runway in Coruscant for some reason. When all the ships in Star Wars take off vertically, there's a giant runway that they land on. Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to point that out.
I just like felt like they're like, where should they land the ship? I don't know. Just create a empty runway, you know. So it's really convenient that they didn't cause property damage.
And George, I believe he said at one point that he studied anthropology, and we'll talk more about this when we get to Utapau with Obi-Wan later on, but he always develops a culture for the worlds, obviously, and the culture for a group of people and whatnot. So one interesting thing I haven't heard before is maybe that runway on Coruscant was from like a millennia ago or a long time ago, where they didn't have the technology to take off vertically. Maybe it was a runway for giant ships, you know what I mean, that had to take off that type of way, that they still had on Coruscant. So I think that's cool. You can get a sense of the culture of the planet, which is Star Wars does so perfectly that there's like no other IP that does it like Star Wars. When you go to a new planet or discover a new people, where you can get a sense of the culture just through the environment or the design or from whatever of the people. It's so fascinating.
Yeah. That's probably one of my favorite aspects, is like
it's awesome.
What new planets are we going to go to? Like, it's always fun.
Yeah. Love it. All right. So that brings us to the hero's welcome when they return back to the Senate. What do you think about?
Oh, sorry.
What do you think about it? Just him meeting up with Padme, getting the news, him and Obi-Wan saying their goodbyes.
Yeah, so in Attack of the Clones, I brought up Obi-Wan mentioning that he doesn't really trust politicians, and then when they're on the ship, Anakin's leaving, to go meet the senators and whatnot, and then Obi-Wan stays behind, and then he's like, "Aren't you coming?" or whatever, and then he's like, "I'm not." What does he say? Like, "I'm not brave enough for politics," or something. So like
that, yeah.
He has this aversion to politics, and I just think that's interesting, And then I love that, like, he's like, you go and be the hero today, and then Anakin's like, this entire plan was your idea, and then Obi-Wan's like, yeah, but you rescued the Chancellor and you killed Count Dooku, so I want you to let yourself have some of the credit today. And then Anakin's like, all because of your training. Like, I love that, like, their relationship is really grown, and you could tell that, like, they do genuinely appreciate one another and have respect for one another. The only weird thing is that Anakin said that, Jedi aren't supposed to murder somebody who's not armed, and he killed Count Dooku. Obi-Wan doesn't seem to care, but maybe he doesn't know how it really happened, so it's like, whatever.
He actually mentioned something in the book where he kind of agrees with Anakin, where he's like, I hope I'm not quoting this wrong, he's like, yeah, he was too dangerous, basically.
I mean,
that he
that's not a big
him.
thing. That's just like, I felt like there could have been potential for, like, conflict with them, because he's like, what happened to Count Dooku? Wait, what the hell did you do? Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Whatever. But yeah, and then he meets up with Padme, and one of my favorite scenes in the prequels, Padme tells Anakin that she's pregnant. And bro, again, shout out to Hayden Christensen for being a great physical actor, because his expressions go through like 5 emotions at once. Like, he's scared, confused, worried, happy, and then I love that moment. It's not something I really noticed until now, where he's like silent for a second, and then she says something, and then he's like, no, this is a happy moment, the happiest moment of my life. And I can't help but feel like he was kind of just saying that to make her happy because, you know, he like I just love the idea that like, you know, like he pursued her and then he backed off and then she pursued him and then they got together. And it's like, I bet that he wasn't mature enough to think about long-term effects of them being together. So now she's pregnant, and I feel like that's reality just hitting him right in the face. Like, oh, I never considered the possibility that I could be a dad with somebody's kids who I'm not supposed to be with. Oh my God, what do I do? So it's just like a great way to add another layer to his struggle in the prequels, because now it's like now he's really dealing with the shit. You know, like before he went through stuff before, but now he's gonna be a dad. He doesn't know how to be a dad.
Not only that, but being a dad while struggling with the dark side, while also being a Jedi who they're not supposed to be doing that in the first place.
Yeah.
So she hit him with that news, and it wasn't just like a general that was out, you know, at war. It was a Jedi who's not supposed to have those possessions like that. And it was Anakin struggling with the dark side and all that. So it was a lot to take in. I actually like his reaction. I know a lot of people are upset.
I feel like it's realistic.
He wasn't happy. I'm like, it was insanely
because
realistic seeing him like that.
I feel like a lot of people who, you know, they're not planning to have kids. When that happens, you're not just. I doubt you're not just. I mean, that you would just feel one way about it. Like, if you really want kids, you'd obviously be happy. But like, if you're not really thinking about that and you find out your wife's pregnant, you would be like, you know, feeling a whole lot of things. Like, you know, I'm happy, but I'm also scared and I'm also worried and I'm also kind of wishing that this wasn't a thing. And now I'm, you know, like it'd be like a whole big thing.
Now that on top of he's been having these premonitions that she's going to die. So now it's not just her dying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He has to now, it kind of now escalates this to, I have to figure out how to save her because that's
Well, I mean, the premonitions
save my
started after he found out though, right? I'm pretty sure. Like that night.
He had, so he's been having them. He just, it just became worse after that because of Palpatine. When Palpatine saw that he was ready, he escalated it. But Anakin has always had those nightmares, and it even goes into the Clone Wars where there's a short portion of the Clone Wars where he turns to the dark side and then turns back.
I wrote down here like after he wakes up from the nightmares, Anakin can't be happy, dude. Yeah. And it kind of like, you know, like I think that's part of a tragedy is like being able to feel bad for somebody because of their downfall, but also like I can't be totally sympathetic to him because he shouldn't be in this position in the first place. But like, think about it. Like he had to leave his mom, then he couldn't save his mom from dying. And now he's happy with Padme. It seems like his life, you know, like he's finally a Jedi master, you know, he's, you know, like become pretty well regarded. He has a pretty good reputation for the most part. And he finds out that he's going to be a dad and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to deal with this in the best way I can. And now he's having dreams that her and the babies are going to die. Like he just can't catch a break. And it, you know, like it like it genuinely upset me a little bit. I was like, damn, man, like, come on.
Now, why can't he catch a break? Why he can't be happy because of what? What is going to make him happy at this point?
Security.
That's a possibility.
I'd say control.
Okay.
Because he keeps having these visions of things that he don't know if he can prevent. So, if I could find a way to prevent this, then I'll be happy.
How does
that never happens?
What is the way for him to prevent it?
The dark side? Or
yes.
In his perspective. But I feel like it's
the power that it offers.
See, it's interesting, like, when Yoda was talking to him, I feel like, because, you know, the Sith talk about, like, you know, like, pure possession, pure passion, you know, like, pure self-indulgence, mine, me, I want to be stronger. And then the Jedi or, you know, like 100% detachment. But I feel like, see, this is just another layer to the tragedy of Anakin too, because the thing he needed to not fall to the dark side, like, you know, because he's like constantly on this seesaw of emotions. The one thing he needed is the one thing he couldn't get, because he had these two extreme forces whispering in both of his ears.
Yeah.
Was balance, you know, because real life balance isn't being totally hedonistic and doing whatever you want without care of the consequences. And it's not being a hermit and totally shutting yourself off from people. It's learning how to love, learning how to be open, learning how to be vulnerable, but also realizing that you're not going to have everything forever. And he never got to become a healthy person. And I think with Qui-Gon, if Qui-Gon hadn't died, he would have learned balance, because Qui-Gon seemed like a pretty level-headed guy.
Like I said, Qui-Gon, he was not directly with the beliefs of the Jedi. He was a little bit on the outside of them, to what you're saying. So this is, with Anakin, the anticipation stage in his tragedy. He's a tragic hero, and this stage is defined, you know, as the tragic hero gets it into his head that something is missing, and that's that security, the control, the balance that they want, or he wants in this case. This might be power, which in the case this is fame, a specific love interest, or something else. But the protagonist has their motivation for the disaster dominoes that are about to fall. And that's what I'm saying. At this point, the Padme and his her being pregnant, that's the disaster domino in his tragedy. He has it in his mind now. He has to do whatever he can do to get these from falling. But in doing that, he's the one that pushes the dominoes over. All right, so after this scene, he goes and talks to the Chancellor, and this is where we get some dialogue in the movie. He gets comforted by Palpatine. His really, it's like Palpatine and him are close. And Palpatine basically puts him on the council, and the Jedi don't like that, because usually the Jedi grant, you know, their own into the council, but now Palpatine, because has this power, he places Anakin in the council. He does that because he knows, everyone knows this, everybody, including Anakin, everyone knows this, that it's not a good idea. But Palpatine does it to escalate the situation, because he knows that the Jedi aren't going to like it. He knows that Anakin isn't going to like it. Everybody is going to be uncomfortable in this situation, and it's going to make Anakin look like a bad guy in the eyes of the Jedi, which especially it does for Mace Windu, and that escalates, you know, them butting heads. And it shows Palpatine, his intelligence, his manipulative, you know, abilities. So what do you think about the Palpatine Anakin relationship here and whatnot from here on out? What do you got in your notes?
Yeah, it's basically like, I think you could look at it as like, you know, like Palpatine, you know, he's basically telling Anakin exactly what he wants to hear, and what Palpatine knows he wants to hear. Like, you know, I think you have more potential than these Jedi want to acknowledge. You know, I know you've, you know, lost so much, and you deserve so many good things. You poor kid. You know, I'll put you on the council. I feel like what he was doing by putting him on the council is basically because, you know, like, Anakin wasn't thinking about that so far in the movie, but then once Palpatine put him there, because he probably knew they wouldn't grant him the rank of master, and then that feeds into Anakin's anger and just amplifies his struggle.
He gets mad,
and it's essentially like Palpatine's that father who, like, you know, like, claims to like love and care about you and stuff, and then he brings you into a candy shop knowing you don't have any money and you can't buy anything and you can't have any of the stuff in there, and then that just freaking makes you mad. Like he's
And then he acts like he doesn't know that.
yeah, he's like, oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know what. Like, dude, he's such a master manipulator. It's crazy.
I love it. To me, okay, Darth Vader is the most iconic villain in history of cinema, but the best villain is Palpatine.
Yeah.
Palpatine has no redemption. Let's put it that way. At least Anakin / Vader has some redemption, but Palpatine is on another level. There's no one like him. And let's just talk about the acting real quick, especially when we get to the opera scene. Everyone shines in this movie specifically. And when you want to talk about the prequels, I think that's why episode 3 is usually regarded as the best one. Ewan kills it as Obi-Wan. Hayden kills it. Ian kills it. Great performances all around. So where do you want to go from here? Do you want to talk about Obi-Wan or Anakin?
In terms of like
just story.
Because
this is where they kind of divide here, and they both go on their own journey throughout this, and then
we could do what because I mean the Anakin stuff is kind of the crux. So I feel like talking about that last makes the most sense.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Obi-Wan is tasked with tracking down General Grievous. Tracking him to the Utapau system. That's where he's hiding. And it's funny because the Utapauans are the banking clan for the Separatists. So I wonder why Grievous went there. I've never heard this before, but I know the Utapaus, this is where the money comes from for the Separatists. And I wonder if he was going there to kind of just do a little bank heist and then flee, because he has nowhere to go. He runs consistently from battles. I mean, throughout the Clone Wars and this movie, he gets away. And on Utapau, he tries to run away from Obi-Wan, but
I feel like that part of the movie was really half-assed. Like, he shows up to this planet, and then it's like, oh, we're going to go to this planet and spend some time here. Not really. It's just there for a chase scene. And it's like, there was like a lot of potential, but like, I felt like by the time we were done with this section, I'm like, I don't know a thing about this place.
So it's funny because originally they had shot a lot for this, and someone on the team said that it felt like it was its own movie, the whole Utapau section, but they had to obviously cut it up for the release. And it's cool. I love this scene this whole sequence, because Obi-Wan gets to ride on this like lizard dragon thing, and for one, that thing is awesome. I forget the name of it. It starts with a P, I believe.
I love the sound it makes.
It is awesome. The sound design, everything. So 2 things that are really cool about this. This little, not little, but this creature thing, this lizard dragon, is actually native to that land. It's indigenous. It was there before the Utapauans built their civilization into the walls and into the cliffs there, and these dragon things evolved into being able to climb up and be the way that they are. So when Obi-Wan gets there, we don't see this, but there's theories that he basically uses the Force like Anakin did in the second to tame that beast, to then tame it and ride it, which George included because think about Star Wars, it's science fantasy. It's like he always wanted to have a Jedi on a creature with a lightsaber, like almost like in the original trilogy, but just more so. Have him. It's almost like the knight riding his horse with his sword, but it's now Obi-Wan riding a giant lizard creature with his lightsaber out.
Yeah, like I've heard people say that insane. Like that part of the movie is stupid.
It's awesome, and
it's like I don't like. How can you possibly find anything about that to be mad about? Like
it's just fun.
It just doesn't affect. It doesn't affect anything. Like, come on.
So That's what I love about it. I think that's awesome. I love when they get there, and I love the design of the Utapauans. They look so good in episode 3, and they look terrible in Kenobi. We all know that. But anyways, they look awesome, and it's cool how they're kind of lying to Obi-Wan's face, and then he's like, "Yeah, he's here. He's right over there. Go get him." So
Yeah.
Obi-Wan sneaking around, and he drops down, and we get the famous line.
Hello there.
It's famous. It's such a good line too, and obviously it's a callback to Alec Guinness, and Obi-Wan delivers it perfectly. Okay, what do you think about this? Because a lot of people criticize this as Obi-Wan jumping down, and why don't the droids just blast him? That, along with when he fights Grievous right here, people wonder why Grievous doesn't just wipe the floor with Obi-Wan. And I have my thoughts on both of these, but what are your thoughts on the Obi-Wan Grievous fights?
I mean, yeah. On one hand, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, like, sometimes throughout this trilogy, Obi-Wan's characterized as being uncharacteristically headstrong. Like in Attack of the Clones, he jumps out of Padme's window and grabs the droid. When it seems like that's the kind of thing that Anakin would have done, and then Obi-Wan would have been like, "Oh God, I hate it when he does this crap," And then and this, like, he like jumps right into that crowd of droids and stuff. And I mean, I don't know, maybe. See, I could think that maybe, like, the protocol would be if you, like, see a Jedi, like, capture it alive and, I don't know, store it in a freaking dungeon or something. But Grievous does try to kill him, so it makes you wonder, like, yeah, it would have been much faster if he just got shot. And then, yeah, I was surprised because I hadn't, it's been a while since I've seen this movie. At, like, the Obi-Wan Grievous fight, like, he just, like, quickly slices off most of his arms and then force throws him into a thing, like a roof or whatever, and then the other two fall off. And it's like, wow. So General Grievous has 8 arms, wielding 8 lightsabers, but somehow Obi-Wan with lightsaber, like, just disarms him effortlessly. It's like, it kind of makes Grievous look like a chump in a way, because it's like, bro, why do you have all that manpower for what? Like, it's.
So I commented on a YouTube video earlier talking about this, and so Grievous has 2 arms and they split, so he has 4 arms. He has 4 sabers. It looks like they're double-sided when he's spinning them, but they're just single-bladed. But his wrists, I think they, like, spin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he's actually spinning them. Either way, he has 4 sabers, and here's my take. Obi-Wan is a master of the most defensive lightsaber form 3. On top of that, he's just a great Jedi. And this is how I interpret this. And it's fun looking at this fight and then the fight after this with Obi-Wan, because Obi-Wan's using the light side of the Force, which I view as more reserved, more defensive, you know what I mean? More weight for your opponent to attack type of style, just with the light side of the Force in general. It's not power aggressive like the dark side. So you have a master of Form 3 who he is defensive. I mean, when you get into the fight with Anakin, he can hold his own against almost anyone. On top of that, he's just a great Jedi. So if you look at the first thing he does with Grievous is he disarms him. He disarms 2 of his 4 arms. So he doesn't try to kill him. He strategically waits, and you could see him. He's like watching, and he sticks his lightsaber in at the perfect time, disarms 2 of his arms, and then Grievous knows that he's not going to be able to beat him, and then runs, and that's how they get to where they get to. And it's fun because Obi-Wan ends up losing his saber. He gets in a fight and he gets thrown over the edge and he holds on. And it's cool because you get to see a Jedi with a blaster, which is something that they don't use or really believe in. And he ends up killing him with it. And then he's all so uncivilized. And you could really see like the Alec Guinness right there.
Yeah.
It's good.
I love that
Good
moment where he instinctively kicks General Grievous and then he's like,
Oh,
ow.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, I like, you know, seeing these like iconic characters be like fallible and like screw up. You know, we're probably gonna talk about that later with Yoda because I feel like they do a great job showing that with him too. But like in the heat of a battle, yeah, you probably wouldn't remember that the person you're fighting is, you know, a cyborg. You know, like if you don't have your lightsaber, it's like, well, I'm gonna use my feet. So I thought that was like, I mean, you know, like it's a moment of subtle comedy, but I think it also works to just like make Obi-Wan, you know, just a little fallible. Like he makes a mistake. It's like, yeah, because it'd be boring if he made absolutely no mistakes at all.
He's such a good character because he makes mistakes throughout the entire saga. So it's a little difficult because this movie has a lot going on at one time. A lot. I mean, and it even during this fight with Grievous, it's going back and forth between this and Anakin's interaction with Palpatine. So
Yeah.
we skip some, but it's Obi-Wan always has in these movies his own almost side story, side mission that he goes on that they focus on. And with this one, it was him fighting a cyborg, a half machine, half man type being. And we see that he fights him, and then that's over with. He goes back to Coruscant. So while this was going on, let's just stop it there because that's all it really is. It's a fun moment where he just fights Grievous. Anything else you want to say about it, and then we'll go back to the opera scene.
There's a sequence where Obi-Wan's riding on his giant lizard thing, chasing General Grievous, who's driving a giant wheel. And I just think that's one of the greatest moments in cinema. If you don't agree, you have
insane.
No soul. I don't know what to tell you. Like it's just so fun and ridiculous.
I love it. And then obviously at the end of this, Order 66 happens. So Order 66, we're not there yet. Let's go back. So Obi-Wan leaves to go to Utapau, and Anakin stays behind. And Anakin has a lot of conversations with Padme. He has conversations with Palpatine. He has conversations with the Jedi Council. So where are we going to start? Do you have anything to say about him talking to Padme, the Council, or Palpatine before we get into the action? Because at this point, it's showing, because he has a conversation with Padme about she's sounding like a separatist, which is funny. And then the conversations with Palpatine and the Council about the Sith.
Before that, in my notes, because you know, like after Padme tells him she's pregnant, they have that scene on the balcony where it's genuinely one of the worst conversations I've ever seen in any movie. And what they're saying makes no damn sense. Like,
okay,
he's like, "You're so beautiful," and she's like, "It's because I'm so in love." And then he's like, "No, it's because I'm so in love with you." And then she's like, "Oh, so love has blinded you?" Like, I don't understand. Like, how? I don't understand what him being blind has to. Like, I don't really want to talk about that, but I just want to say that I think it sucks. And then soon after that, after his nightmare is when he's when he tells Padme about his nightmare, and she says maybe Obi-Wan can help, and he says we don't need his help. Now, I want to know what your take on that is, because I think that's him, like, you know, because it's clear that like him and Obi-Wan have a pretty good relationship, but I kind of see that as him being like, no, I just want to have this one part of my life where I don't need to rely on other people. You know, like he has to rely on other people for everything else. He just wants to handle his private relationship by himself. And, so like her saying, oh, we should ask your master for help, I feel like that kind of brings up his insecurities about it.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I could do this myself. Like I kind of read it that way. What do you think?
That's perfect. I mean, it's perfect. It doesn't get any more accurate than that, because if you caught a little bit later on, there's a few scenes ahead where Anakin actually goes up to Obi-Wan and he apologizes for the way he's been treating him. And I think that little outburst right there made him kind of realize that, where he might not need Obi-Wan's help, but that he hasn't been appreciative of Obi-Wan's training and everything Obi-Wan has done for him. But it does bring out his insecurities and the fact that he's struggling with not having the power to save her. And I don't think that he thinks that Obi-Wan has that power. There is somebody that he thinks does have that power, though, and it is
Yoda,
Daddy Palps. But he does go to Yoda. He does go to Yoda.
Yeah, I really like this scene because, first of all, like Yoda warning Anakin about, like a premonition that he has about a tragedy happening to people he loves, almost reminds you of an interaction he has with a character related to Anakin in Empire Strikes Back. It's like poetry, so it rhymes. I like this line really stuck out to me when Yoda's talking about, like, I don't remember verbatim, but he's like talking about like possession leads to the dark side, and the shadow of greed. That is like I don't know. There's like something about like like I feel like that kind of sums up part of Anakin's struggle, because like when like when you love people, you can be greedy. Like, I don't want to lose you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Me. And like, yeah, it's because you love them and you want them to be around. But I feel like in Anakin's case, he kind of rides that line between selfless love, and he doesn't want to lose Padme because of how that'll affect his ego. You know what I mean? Like, he'll feel bad about himself if he can't keep her in his life.
And then all I want to add to that is the dream stage of a tragedy, because what we see is Anakin, and this describes it as he sets out on a path to obtain the MacGuffin, which is for him the power to save her. Something occurs that tells us that there is a no turning back situation, and things start to go well for the protagonist. He might be well on his way down the path of evil, but no one is calling him out on it, or no one can stop him, so he proceeds further into the depths. And that's kind of what you see.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all.
Did you think that, cause like I've heard a criticism that, how did Yoda not sense that, Anakin was in love with Padme and stuff? But like, what do you think? Because I kind of agree with that. On one hand, like, it's weird that Yoda wouldn't have like suspected anything, and he never does, or at least we never see him mention like having some kind of intuition about that. But then that's what I was saying about like humanizing some of these characters, is like, like, I like, because in the original trilogy, Yoda was, a flawless, like, wise guy, like speaking in, cryptic riddles and, just being all wise and all powerful. I liked it in this scene, and
he's wrong.
In this entire trilogy, it seems like George wanted to be like, well, no, Yoda wouldn't always have all the answers, because that's not how people are. Duh. So,
and Yoda doesn't even know, because what does he say? Prophecy read wrong.
Yeah. He's the only one we've ever heard say that too.
Exactly. And then what does he say even later on in the movie? Failed I have, in the exile I must go. Which, is something we see later on with someone related to Anakin, but people don't like when that happened.
No. It's like poetry.
It's like poetry.
And then that scene where Obi-Wan's talking to Anakin, saying that the Jedi Council wants you to spy on Palpatine. I thought it was really fascinating, because you know, when Palpatine's telling him to kill Count Dooku, he's like, it's against the Jedi code, you know, and then he violated the Jedi code once, and in that situation, he brings up the Jedi code again. So it's like,
Yeah,
even more tragic.
he's trying,
like,
but
Anakin was trying to do the right thing, but he kept being put in positions where he had to violate his own principles. You know, like it's not like he was like, oh well, I violated the Jedi code once, so screw it. I'm just gonna violate the Jedi code all the time. He's like, no, I don't want to mess up. It just keeps happening to me, and it sucks.
Now, talking about the stages of a tragedy, there's the frustration stage, and that's exactly what you're talking about. The tragic hero hits roadblocks. They might be small annoyances, but in dealing with them, the protagonist commits additional dark acts, which we're talking about breaking the Jedi code, that seal his fate and alert us that the only way this can end is badly. And he basically seals his fate, and the Order knows it. And at this point, I think what the Order does is, instead of, they can't kick him off the council because of Palpatine. Yeah. What can they do to Anakin? It's not like, okay, you're fired, you're done. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they
exactly.
can't. Even though Obi-Wan in Episode 2 does say that you could be expelled from the Order, but I think in this movie, with Palpatine now having this power and putting him in that position, that can't happen to Anakin. So he's kind of almost untouchable.
A thing that I just thought of,
nobody can do anything about it.
It's like, I feel like Anakin's fall could have been prevented. This is just like one way. If at this point he would have just quit being a Jedi. Because I mean, like, when you look at it realistically, like,
doesn't Padme say that?
Say like you're working a job or something, right? Like you really like your job, you know, like you're trying to, you know, get a promotion to, you know, like a bigger level position, you know, where you can make a lot of money and have a lot of benefits. And then your boss wants you to do something that makes you violate your own morals, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of people would just be like, well, I quit. But I feel like the reason Anakin stays a Jedi is partially because he's greedy. He just wants like the satisfaction of being a master. He just wants the satisfaction of being powerful, you know, like, because for him to just walk away from all of this, which is the right thing to do, especially because his wife's pregnant and they're not even supposed to be together, is to just walk away. But he's not going to do that. Why? Because he's too selfish.
I agree. And that comes up later when they're on Mustafar. He mentions something at the very end of his monologue, one of the best monologues in history, honestly. It's really good. He mentions, he says something, and that's along the same lines as he wants the power and can't give it up. And honestly, that's something that is a part of the path of the dark side that Yoda explained in one and it's like the stage of the, you know, of tragedy. It's where he proceeds further into the depths, and there's only one way this can end, and that is badly. And it's like it's a snowball effect, you know what I mean? It's going to get worse and worse.
Right.
And we obviously know, here's the thing, we know the original trilogy. We know where Vader comes, how Vader is when he comes into the scene in A New Hope, but we have no idea of the backstory and how that happens. Now, let me put something out there. Why is Darth Vader the greatest villain in the history of cinema, but Anakin Skywalker is not the greatest tragic hero in cinema? And that's a deep question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Vader seems, I feel like that's more of a hypothetical question than like something I could actually find a response for.
So all I want to put out there is, I guess there's no right answer to it, but all I want to put out there is, it's because George literally did the best job possible at destroying Anakin Skywalker in canon and outside of the Star Wars universe. I'm talking about like in our eyes, and in some things that he does in this. He takes Anakin so far down this path that at the end of this movie, we even know that Vader gets redeemed at the end, but when we're watching this movie, we don't see a way that could ever happen.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just how far he goes down that road of the dark side.
Well, and then that brings us back to that scene you were talking about where Anakin's talking to Padme, and then he's basically like, yeah, I don't know what's happened to the Republic, like it's a shame, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I think he says like he doesn't recognize it anymore or something. I could be just manufacturing that. And then
she says that
she's like,
well, yeah.
She's like, have you ever considered that we might be on the wrong side? And then Anakin,
you're starting to sound like a separatist.
Instead of, because my reading of this scene is that, I mean, I feel like he partially is like, whoa, what are you what the heck? Because
she was questioning
Jedi
who
training.
he was loyal to.
Yeah, maybe, but like, I feel like part of this is just like him. Crap, I forgot what I was going to say. Damn. And that, like, him not wanting to consider a different point of view, which actually brings me to
dogmatic view.
A thing. Yeah, a thing. Like, after this, I took notes about the opera scene, and this is the scene I realized, because like Palpatine, he's like telling him the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, and all that, and I feel like we'll talk about that in more detail because I feel like that's a really layered scene in terms of like writing and what's going on. But
it is, and what I want to do is finish your thought. I want to say something quick about the prophecy, and then we'll start part 2 with Darth Plagueis.
All right, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna flesh this out when we talk about the opera scene, obviously. But I've realized in this movie, Anakin is basically like that kid who's been like part of a religion basically since they were
indoctrinated.
Like they were indoctrinated from birth. Basically, they didn't know any other way. This is basically what they knew for the majority of their lives. And every time he's put in a spot where somebody says something opposite to like his teachings and what he's been indoctrinated to believe, instead of him, just being like, oh, that's interesting, can you tell me why you feel that way? He's immediately like, oh no, but my religion says this. So what you're saying can't be right. No way, because my religion says this and you're bad. And I feel, he's basically,
now he's finally questioning that.
Like he's obviously trying to do the right thing. He thinks being a Jedi is the right thing. But I feel like that's one of his other flaws in this whole trilogy, is that he's so close-minded. But it's not entirely his fault because he was brought up to basically be close-minded. So then when he's around, open-minded people like Padme, Palpatine, he doesn't know how to feel about it. So that just kind of makes him retreat further into his shell, basically.
And he retreats further back into his shell, specifically when he's with Padme, when that's the person that he shouldn't be doing that with, but he doesn't when it comes to Palpatine, which is insane because, like you said, both of them are open-minded, but they're on different ends.
Bro, imagine how much could have been avoided if Anakin would have just had a conversation with Padme about all this stuff. Like he just would have went to her one day or night and been like, look, I got some stuff that I've been thinking about. I just want to talk to you about it. I just want to see what you think. I know you're not going to judge me. I'll try not to judge you, in terms of what you say. I just want to have a conversation. He doesn't do that. He's like, I don't got to talk to you about anything, baby. I got this. Everything's all right. Everything's good. I got this. I'm the big hero. I'm your hubby, baby. I'm your, hero strongman, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. It's all right. You could just put your trust in me. And that obviously blows up in his face.
Now, what was the quote from the novel I told you before we started? One of them.
You mean when he's fighting Obi-Wan?
So it was about it was describing his relationship with Palpatine. I'm trying to find it now, but
he would he told Palpatine things that he never told anyone else, basically.
Yeah, his relationship with Palpatine at this point was greater than his relationship with Padme. It had to be for this, and he could tell Palpatine things that he could never tell Padme and never tell Obi-Wan or the Jedi. And that's what really leads to this. And honestly, retroactively, this kind of makes episode 2 better, in my opinion, with their relationship, with how, like you were saying in that episode, how kind of toxic it was.
I
And
mean, they still had a
that they can't
closeness,
talk
though.
like this. Yes,
They still
but
had a
that he couldn't
closeness
open
in
up.
that movie before they were together, but now they're together. They don't have that, and it's. I mean, I don't want to be like, you know, totally closed-minded, but I feel like that's basically on him. You know, like
Yeah.
they're not as close as they used to be because of him. It's his fault.
It's his fault. And there's two things I want to bring up, which I think one, I don't even know where this came from, but I always thought that this was the case. But in my research, I don't know where it says this. I know it probably says it somewhere, probably a book. Anakin he wanted to get power the right way. And the right way was becoming a master, which is why he was so upset at not being on the council, but not being granted the rank of master. Do you know why?
He was upset at being why
Because
he was upset.
Yes, because okay, he's on the council. What makes a difference if he's granted the rank of master or not? What does the rank of master give him that being on the council doesn't give him? And I forget where this came from. No, I forget where this came from. But apparently, the rank of master gives you access to the most secure, sections of the Jedi archives, and in there is where they keep the Sith information. Anything involving the Sith, only masters can access this. So he wanted the rank of master to go into the archives to discover how to save Padme. So that's why he wanted the rank of master so bad.
See,
I don't know where that came from. I hear that a lot, but
see that's one other way that the Jedi. I didn't know that, so I'm glad you brought that up because that made me think.
I gotta find the source.
Source. That's just source. I made it the fuck up.
I made it.
It's like another way that the Jedi and the Empire, you know, Palpatine are similar because, you know, like Palpatine is essentially, I feel like he kind of represents like the leader of a cult, you know, because what's one thing that they do? Turn people against their families so that they'll get closer to them. You know, like, oh, you don't need that. You know, I got what you need. It's okay. I got what you need. And
he's so good at that.
Well, what you said about what you said about the Jedi remind me of Scientology. The founder, L. Ron Hubbard. He basically like had people do like that whole thing started out as like a branch of psychiatry, but then he basically created a religion so he wouldn't have to pay taxes or like be in trouble for practicing medicine without a license. But he had this like thing where when people reached a certain level in Scientology, he would like tell them this like sci-fi story that he just totally made up, explaining like the origins of the universe and what the religion's about. That feels like what the Jedi are doing. Like, oh,
yeah, the Jedi.
Instead of letting anybody who's training with us have this information that could really be crucial and help us understand the very dark forces we're fighting against, you got to be important. You got to have status. And when you have that status, you can have access to it. But until then, we're going to treat you like an equal, but you're kind of nothing in our eyes. You're inferior to us, and we're, you know, awesome and high and mighty. So they're doing the same thing.
And what does that also do? That just brings out his insecurities even more. It's such a good crafted story and plot right here. And I got to find the source on that, but that does make sense. Last thing I want to say is about the prophecy, and I actually have had a change of mind about this, and I think you'll like it. So the Chosen One prophecy. You know how in episode 1 and 2 you asked me a question and I said, okay, well, the Chosen One prophecy, things had to happen like they did
Oh,
in order
because
for
like some of Palpatine's plan feels like way too convenient.
yes. I actually think that that's wrong. I think the Chosen One prophecy is legit where Anakin, because of his specifically his power and personality, and this is something when you look into tragedy, um I gotta find exactly where it is, but essentially the protagonist has very specific personality traits that lead to their downfall. It's not necessarily that they're in a situation, it's um their their greed or their hubris or their, whatever, their personality that leads them there. So I don't think that him turning to the Sith had to happen for him to bring balance to the Force. I just think that he is the individual that the prophecy was about, and he could have brought balance to the Force without being a Jedi or a Sith. But we're watching the story of Anakin where he does fall to the Sith because of his personality and his specific uh, downfalls, where he does want to save the ones he loves, where he is power hungry and greedy, and all of this, everything we're discussing about his personality. That is his flaw as a character within context of the story. I don't think it had to happen like it did, but we're just watching the story that did
Yeah.
happen. And what happens at the end is his son redeems him, and Anakin ends up bringing balance to the Force anyways. But I don't think that anything necessarily had to happen because it was predestined because of the prophecy. I just think that we're watching what happened because it happened.
Yeah,
And
I feel like the
it's
prophecy is more of like 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 say someone says to you, "Oh, you're gonna become a billionaire." It's not like there isn't a set path in effect for you to obtain that, but
yeah,
the outcome will inevitably be you becoming a billionaire. But you could become a billionaire through hard work, starting a bunch
yeah,
of companies, like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, all that,
yeah.
or by becoming a drug lord. But you're still going to become a billionaire. It's just not necessarily like supposed to be, bad or good. It's just a thing that may or may not happen.
And what's interesting is this is why I believe Luke is the greatest Jedi, because he didn't have that same problem that the Jedi Order had with their Jedi. And it's funny because Anakin was the one to bring balance to the Force and the only one that could have done that, but he didn't do that by himself, and he couldn't have. He needed his son. So it's just, yes, the story is about Anakin and all of that, but Luke is essential and he is the catalyst. And I just we get caught up on the Chosen One prophecy where Anakin, this had to happen. This happened because this was the only way to bring balance to the
Yeah.
Force. It wasn't. It could have all went wrong if Luke didn't step in and step up and take and look out at the twin sons and go out on his quest, which is a basic plot, to redeem and save his father and his family. Then balance wouldn't have been brought to the Force. But this prequel trilogy shows us how Anakin is specifically capable of bringing balance to the Force.
I
And they just
swear,
he goes off in this movie. He does so good.
yeah, I swear I heard a quote from George about like balance to the Force means like it's not like because in the prequels they make it seem like balance to the Force is eliminating
Only the
all
Jedi.
the dark
Yeah.
side users. But I've like seen in videos and stuff. I want to know if you're familiar with this of like George saying that like balance is like equal number of light and dark side.
I've
You
heard
know,
that, and that's I think that's from Dave Filoni, I want to say.
because in Last
Which he would
Jedi,
have got that from George, but
it
yeah.
seems like in Last Jedi when Luke's talking about like when he's training with Rey, he's like
Sam Witwer says
she's
that a
saying
lot
like
too. Yeah.
I feel light and I feel the darkness, and then he's like, yeah, powerful light, powerful darkness. So like that gives me the impression that true balance It's like just everything existing in harmony. But but in the prequels, I don't know, like if they're saying balance is just the light side existing because that's their flawed perspective, or if that's really
That's what I
what
believe.
it's supposed to
That's
be.
what it was in the prequels. And it's funny because at the end, Return of the Jedi, I can't wait for that analysis, man. I can't wait. Vader dies. And then what happens after? Well, Vader dies, Anakin lives, but then what happens? Anakin dies. So it's like
Oh yeah,
the light and the dark die
and
out, and
the spoiler for my thoughts on that episode, but it ends with Luke finding balance where?
yes,
In here.
yeah. And
Maybe that's
funny
what
is,
balance to the Force means. It's not
and what's funny
about
is,
fighting a bunch
yeah,
of people. It's about you just being a level-headed person.
and yeah, and he throws his lightsaber down, refuses to kill him, and that's all symbolic. And he's wearing black, and it's funny because it opens up and it shows light underneath. So he's both, and you get to see it in his style, everything. I love it. So that's a good place for us to leave off. All right, welcome back, everybody. For you guys, there was no break, but for us, there was. So this is part 2 of Revenge of the Sith, and I'm joined, of course, by my apprentice. He's still here. He has not killed me yet. I have. It's coming. And speaking of that, we're actually about to get into the most famous story of the Rule of Two, the Sith Lord and his apprentice. The story that is told to Anakin by Chancellor Palpatine at this point in the opera hall. So we're going to get into that part of the movie. Anything you want to say before we get started with this? What are your thoughts? I know there's something in your head right now.
I mean, is it safe to say that this scene is one of the best moments in the entire saga? Because I think
It is.
that it is. And I appreciated it when I was younger. You know, I had that mind to be like, oh, this is an interesting written and directed scene. But rewatching it now, it's not that long, you know, it's like a few minutes or whatever. But there's so much going on. Like there's so much subtext. Like I literally had in my notes like a small breakdown of just this scene because I think there are like 3 specific purposes that it serves, and I'll talk about that as we go. But
yeah, before you get into that, I want to talk a little bit about this scene first. So the movie is pretty fast paced altogether. And one thing I love about the movie is actually its pacing, because some movies just can't handle doing too much or adding a lot into the context of the movie.
yeah,
I think Revenge of the Sith, obviously there's a lot going on in the context of the movie, and for the most part it handles it pretty well. It could have been an Endgame type movie where it's 3 hours long, 3.5 hours long. And obviously with the deleted scenes and everything from the special editions, we get a lot of that. We see a lot of that footage that was cut out, and it was cut out for pacing purposes. And I think even with this runtime, it's paced pretty good. Long story short, there's a lot of action, a lot of fast-paced scenes going on, but the movie slows down when it gets to this point. This, just with the atmosphere going on in this opera hall that George creates, he kind of thought of it overnight. In the commentary, he says he wanted to switch up just having Anakin have another conversation with Palpatine in Palpatine's office. So he thought of what could be something cool, and like he said, he loves to explore the cultures of people. So he thought about, what about the Mon Calamari, Admiral Akbar's people? What if he had them perform some kind of opera within the within Coruscant, whatever, in an opera hall? It was a cool idea. So he kind of just made this up overnight and got the ball rolling on this pretty quick, because it was just a kind of a spur of the moment idea that he had, and I think it worked out pretty well. And before we get into the opera itself, on the way in, when Anakin's running in, you actually see George Lucas. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah, I saw a video that like showed he has a brief appearance as one of the people standing on the balcony, and like he
So
wore like
yeah,
full like makeup and prosthetics and stuff.
yeah, he was the blue guy. You'll notice
Yeah.
if you watch it, the blue guy. It's cool because his character is actually in Clone Wars as well for some reason. And what's cool is it's him, and he actually has his two daughters there with him.
Oh, that's nice.
In that scene. So it was just cool having him finally in it as a character. So, like I said, Anakin runs into the Opera Hall to meet with Chancellor Palpatine. They sit down, and like I said, immediately the atmosphere changes and it slows down. It slows the movie down instantly when you walk in here and you hear the ominous music. It's hard to explain. It's something you really have to watch. We're gonna try to explain it a little bit to the best of our ability. So it's so weird in the way it's designed. But what's your explanation of this scene and some of your notes for what's about to happen between Anakin and Palpatine? Because this is a critical moment within the story and fall of Anakin.
All right. So first of all, like this scene, it starts. I don't remember. It's essentially, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the exact wording, but it's basically like Palpatine's talking to Anakin, and he's like, "Yeah, I have the feeling that the Jedi are trying to, like take total control of the Senate and stuff." And then Anakin's like, "What? What are you talking about?" And then he's like, no, the Jedi use their power for good, because I mentioned in the first part of this that he's essentially like that indoctrinated religious person, like who was only taught his beliefs, and so anytime somebody challenges them, he's immediately just like, no, that's not, no, you're wrong, that's not, no, that's not what it is, shut up. And then so it's interesting. Palpatine says, search your feelings. Who else tells him to search his feelings? Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm.
That's a interesting parallel that I didn't notice. And then when they're talking about good and evil, Palpatine says good is a point of view. Like again, there's a scene
like
later where when he talks to Anakin in his throne room, and he's like, if you're gonna understand the Force, you can't just view it through the views of the Jedi and their dogma.
You can't look at one
to have
aspect.
It all rounded, So that's interesting. But I feel like this speech, the Palpatine story of Darth Plagueis the Wise. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
It's so okay. So you know how I said Anakin had an amazing monologue at the end? It's only topped by Ian McDiarmid right here.
Oh yeah,
it's fantastic.
So I feel like this story serves three main purposes.
Okay.
So one, because it's interesting, Palpatine only starts telling the story because he's like, like trying to convince Anakin that the Jedi are, like power hungry and stuff. Anakin shuts him down, and then he has this like moment where like he pauses and he has this look in his face like he's kind of annoyed. And then so in my mind he's like, okay, I'm trying to make him share my opinion on this. He ain't buying it. I got it. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell the story. So he tells the story, and one, it's a metaphor for the Jedi, because he talks about how Plagueis became so powerful that he was afraid to lose his power, which is what he says about the Jedi. Two, it entices Anakin with the powers of the dark side, because he's talking about, Plagueis got so powerful that he could save people from dying, huh? Wink, 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 huh? Nudge, nudge. So, he knows that if he brings that up subtly, Anakin
such a slimy dude.
take the bait like a fish, like he'll bite on the worm and then Palpatine can reel him in. And 3, it subtly reveals Palpatine's true nature, which I love. Like, he knows, I feel like he's confident enough to be like, if I hint at who I am, Anakin ain't gonna do anything. He's a little wimp, he pretends to be tough, but he ain't gonna do shit. He's weak, whatever. I got this. So, it's like the scene, there are like so many things happening under the surface, but if you just look at it in its most rudimentary way, it's just exposition. It's just 2 characters talking and then one of them telling a story. But there's so much happening underneath. And I think, I've said in the previous episodes that I have some problems with how George tells his stories when he's in more creative control. Yeah. And I stand by that, but it's moments like this that make me get really mad that people just like criticize him so bad after these movies came out, saying, "Oh, George Lucas ruined Star Wars. George Lucas raped my childhood. He did this, he did that." And it's like, yeah, he did screw some things up, but like, you can't. I don't see how people could watch the prequels and say that he didn't still do a lot of really good things. And I think this is one of the best things he did, in my opinion, and shows that he's not a hack. He lost his way a little bit, but every creative's gonna make some mistakes, miscalculate some stuff, but at the end of the day, he still knows how to tell a damn good story. So that's what this is. I think this is, just like a great example of like what George can do when he's on his A game.
That's I'm thinking of that aspect now of kind of just outside of the context of Star Wars, what George really accomplished with this scene, because he, like I said, he uses a lot of visual exposition, not just by dialogue, but in this he wanted to stop here to insert dialogue, which in this it's an anecdote, or I guess the backstory of,
and then
Darth
there's
Sidious.
an interpretation. I've heard this. I'm pretty sure you have probably too at some point. I think it was kind of shown in a comic or something, but it was like more of like something that Anakin was seeing in his head. Like, it wasn't necessarily like presented as fact, but people kind of ran with it. But like when Palpatine says like Plagueis could influence the Vetachlorians to create life, he looks at Anakin when he says that. So then some people have the theory, because in Phantom Menace, Anakin's mom says he didn't have a dad. I just carried him, and that was it. And she doesn't really know how he came to be. And then some people were like, did Palpatine have something to do with Anakin being born? And I'm curious, like, if you've seen anything about it that, like,
so
it's like
all
yes
I know,
or no, or if it's just one of those things that's just kind of floating in, the ether.
That's a great question to bring up. Really, really good question. So I believe it mentions this in the Plagueis novel. I need to actually read through the novel myself, but what I think it says is that Plagueis was the one that manipulated the midichlorians in Shmi. It could have been Palpatine, but I believe it was Plagueis. I believe, but either way, that is the case. It's a lot of revisionist history, going back and just ignoring that aspect of Anakin, that he was created purely by the Force. But
yeah,
that's the canon for it, I believe.
I think that's actually one of my, I don't know if I've ever brought this up yet in these videos, but that's actually my least favorite thing about the prequels, is that like I don't see like if you want to have the prophecy, that whether it's true or not, I don't love it, but it's interesting to talk about, fine, whatever. But I don't like that Anakin was a immaculate conception, because it's like, why? He didn't have to be like, he
Yeah.
could have just had a dad who left his mom and ran out on them. Maybe he was the one who sold them into slavery, and then he took the money and ran. Something like why did he have to just be like a Jesus Christ birth? Like, that was a strange choice in my opinion.
I think it's a strange choice, and I think what would have been actually even cooler than what you said and what happened in Star Wars is if this wasn't just a one-off a thing where it was, a rare thing to happen, but it did happen, and there were multiple people. Maybe we don't know about almost any of them, but maybe there's a reference to one or two where this has happened across the galaxy.
Yeah.
And it's kind of unexplainable, but it's just something that happens in this world.
Yeah.
Just just makes Star Wars different. The Force, it's something unique to Star Wars. So that's, I mean,
yeah, I feel like the Force has a will of its own, so you could argue, and from what I heard about what George wanted to do with this sequel trilogy was like explore the midichlorian and the microbiotic universe, which I think
that's interesting.
Could have been like really trippy, fun stuff.
That's cool.
But
yeah.
I'm like, I'm gonna bring this up with Ray when we talk about the sequel trilogy. But after watching those,
but I waited.
I
was good.
Started to form the opinion that I think the Force in certain cases can act on its own in order to make things happen that it knows needs to happen. You know what I mean? Like, like I'll briefly touch on it with like Ray, for example, but people are like, oh, how did she randomly get strong with the Force? It's like, that's not exclusive to her in these movies, and it's weird that people say she's a Mary Sue and no one else, but I ain't going to talk about that here. I'll save that for later. But I feel like,
okay,
I don't know, like the Force was like, the midichlorians, the wills were talking to each other, and they were like, we need to do something because there's a rise in the dark side. Okay, let's find somebody who we could
to combat too.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's really that simple.
And I think Sam Witwer is somebody who explains something like that, what you just said. So that is completely valid. So who's a slimy guy that we know that would put his own will over the will of the Force? That is my guy Palpatine. So one of the quotes from the novelization is that he, I believe he's directing this towards Anakin, and he says, the will of the Force doesn't matter. It's our will that matters.
Oh.
Slimy guy. So he uses this Darth Plagueis story, like you just explained, to put an idea in the mind of Anakin. So we only really see, obviously, we don't actually see the whole conversation take place on screen. There's an aspect in the novelization I want to touch on real quick. But what we see on screen is essentially the story, and that's the backstory. We're talking about Darth Plagueis, and then his apprentice would have been, is Darth Sidious. And then Darth Sidious learns what he can learn from his master and then kills him. And he learns the ability of how to cheat death. So Anakin is obviously enticed by that because, like we said, with the stages of a tragedy, he is chasing this MacGuffin, and that is the power to save the one he loves, which Palpatine ends his story with that. He has the power to save the ones that he loves. So go a little bit further in this conversation in the novelization by Anakin questioning a little bit of the story. And I think this is really interesting. So I'm just going to put it out there. Here we go. Anakin says, what about the apprentice? What happened to him? And Chancellor Palpatine says, oh, him? He goes on to become the greatest Dark Lord of the Sith have ever known. And so Anakin murmured, "It's only a tragedy for Plagueis. For the apprentice, the legend has a happy ending." And that's huge because not only does Anakin realize that he as in Palpatine knows the secrets of the Sith to save the one that he loves, Anakin sees this as if he becomes his apprentice, like in the story of Plagueis. The master will die and the apprentice will have the happy ending. So now it's
And
kind of
isn't
rooted in his
that
head.
a great foreshadowing for Return of the Jedi?
It's beautiful.
Dan.
It's like poetry. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. The novelization just enhances it so much. But all right, the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, man. Plagueis, what a guy. Really ugly dude too. If you ever saw a picture of him. So, what's next? We obviously they go back and forth between a lot of scenes. At this point in the movie, they show Obi-Wan and Grievous. Grievous dies, whatnot. So Anakin, after this, has a lot of reservations about Palpatine because he knows that something's up after this. So he confronts Chancellor Palpatine in his office, and this is when Palpatine finally reveals to him that he is the Sith Lord. So
Actually, before that, he talks to Mace Windu, and Mace Windu's basically like, let Palpatine know that we found General Grievous, and then his response will show us what
yeah,
his
so they're kind of testing
intentions
him.
are.
Yeah,
And then I like here's the thing about Mace Windu in this movie, and I'll talk more about him in a bit, but he starts out being pretty level-headed, like, like he's, being like really sly, like, okay, we think Palpatine's sus, but we're gonna handle it in a very logical manner. And then I'm gonna touch on what happens, but he kind of has a tragic fall of his own, which kind of blurs the line between Jedi
yeah,
and Sith. And then so I do like too though that Anakin was like he felt like upset that he couldn't be there with Obi-Wan on Utapau, like, and then that's just another example of like Anakin genuinely cares about Obi-Wan, and he wants to be a hero, but he keeps having situations that kind of stop him from being the hero that he wants to be.
yeah.
So then that's when he talks to Palpatine in his throne room, and I like it's a small thing, but like when Palpatine starts like talking about the dark side and stuff, like he starts
So
walking
good.
in a circle,
Yeah.
and then him and Anakin are essentially like walking in circles.
Circling.
And
yeah.
I feel like that's kind of a metaphor for, well, first of all, like they're circling one another, like they're revolving around one another, because obviously what happens later, their relationship throughout the rest of the saga.
Yeah, just a quick aside. The rule of two is super interesting with the Sith because there's always two. So the master knows that the apprentice is at some point gonna turn on him. So it's not like this partnership. It's this mutual alliance for the time being, I guess you could say. Which is why
Palpatine says something later I'm gonna reference that I feel like kind of fits that mindset a little bit.
And that's just interesting how the Sith work in that way. So it's cool to just see, even though yes, Anakin becomes his apprentice. It's they have this. Anakin always has this kind of animosity towards him. Which I like, and it's cool when you see it explored in canon.
Speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up, because once like Palpatine's like, yeah, I'm the Sith Lord, biatch. What are you gonna do about it? And then Anakin draws his saber, which isn't a Jedi move, even though we see Jedi do it. That's not what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be reactive, not proactive when it comes to violence. And then Palpatine's like, "Are you gonna kill me?" And then, interesting line from Anakin. He says, "I would certainly like to." Now,
I love that line. I
we
love
know
it, but he
that
can't.
we know
He
that he
can't.
sees Palpatine as a friend. You know, he cares about him and wants to protect him. That's why he does what he does, especially later. So I was wondering at that point, why did Anakin say that? Why would he want to kill Palpatine? Well, I had
Okay.
this thought, and it kind of so I've we've been talking about Anakin slowly losing control of things in his life, and
Yeah.
I feel like him saying that, at least partially, I'm curious to know what your take is. Him saying, "I would certainly like to," is kind of him being like, like that, like mindset, like if I could just solve this one problem, if I could just kill this one person, remove this one threat, this one obstacle from my life, I'd finally have peace. Like Palpatine, I love you, but you're whispering things in my ear and you're confusing me and I'm miserable and I hate it and I'm confused. If I could just kill you, everything would be good, And then
Yeah.
Palpatine calls his bluff because when he's like, "I'm going to turn you into the Senate," Palpatine's like, "Well, you certainly should do that, but then who would help you, in your quest or
So,
whatever." So like
real quick,
Palpatine immediately calls his bluff. He's like, "You ain't gonna do, man, shut up, sit down."
because he knows, because he put him in this position to
Yeah.
where the only thing that Anakin needs is the power to save Padme, and the only person he can get that knowledge from is Palpatine. And I have a quote from the book real quick. Palpatine says, "When I die, my knowledge dies with me, unless that is I have the opportunity to teach it to my apprentice." So he says, if you kill me, my knowledge dies with me. But the only way that you will get this knowledge from me is if I teach it to my apprentice. So it's not just like let me live because it's the right thing to do. It's let me live and become my apprentice. There's no situation where he can just let him live and not become his apprentice and learn the power.
Yeah.
So when he says, "I'm going to turn you in," and he leaves and he goes to Mace Windu, I forget exactly what happens in the movie. You'll have to refresh me, but I know in the novelization, he basically begs Mace Windu. He says, "You have to bring him in alive."
And from what I in the he tells Mace Windu that Palpatine might be the Sith Lord that they're looking for, and then
He
Mace
has
is
to stand
like,
trial.
"Well, we have to move quickly, or the Jedi will be in danger." And then they just proceed to walk slowly, and that's a weird
So funny and true.
That's a weird thing, but and like
That's so
Anakin,
true.
it's kind of what you were saying. Anakin's like, "You have to let me come with you," and then Vace is like, "No, wait in the Jedi Temple. We'll let you know when this is done." So like, it just shows, Mace Windu's kind of a prick because he trusts Anakin, to do a job for him, but then he won't do. But like, I feel like if he would have brought Anakin with him, I genuinely feel like this is one of those moments where if Anakin would have been treated as a equal, he would have turned in Palpatine and he would have stayed a Jedi and he wouldn't have turned to the dark side, maybe. But,
I see people with that opinion, and I completely agree.
So like I feel like part of the reason he turned to the dark side is because throughout the entire movie, he can't do anything. Like, he can't be evil. He can't be a Jedi. So he's like, I mean, I'm just going to do me. Yeah. It's interesting writing.
It is, and the part I'm thinking of is whenever they're at the window in his office, and he says he has to stand trial. But in the book, whenever he initially confronts Mace and says he's the Sith Lord we've been looking for, Matthew Stover describes it as it's like it puts Anakin in pain to tell Mace Windu that Chancellor is the Sith Lord, because he knows what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Once he tells him, it's they gotta go get him and most likely kill him because they're not going to take him in alive. Someone's gonna die.
Yeah. Well,
So he
before
basically
that,
begs him to bring him in.
yeah.
Yeah.
Before that scene, there's that moment again in the last episode. I used the phrase visual storytelling a lot.
Yes.
If you're a drinker, listen to that episode and take a drink whenever I say it. You'll have a really fun time. That's what I'll say. But in the scene, Anakin, he does what Mace Windu tells him, kind of reluctantly. He goes back to the Jedi Temple and just chills there, and then he's looking out the window, and then it cuts back and forth between him and Padme looking.
That's
out the
true.
window.
That is a
And
very
it's like
important scene. Yeah.
They're looking at each other, which right there, I feel like how he can sense where she is because of the Force.
I think that too. Yeah.
Is she tapping into the Force a little bit because she can? It seems like she can sense where he is too. Like it's one of those unspoken things. You know what I mean?
This is what I think. Okay. This is just what I think, and this is just I have this conviction. Padme isn't Force sensitive. Okay.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh, okay. I get it. We think Leia's Force sensitive. I get it.
I mean, she basically is.
So
or was.
Okay. What I'm getting at is, I never saw Leia as Force sensitive. This is I'm talking about 1 through 6, just George's. I'm not talking about the sequels because obviously I think in The Last Jedi you could argue she is, but I'm talking about in Empire. At the end of Empire.
Oh, that moment, yeah.
And I'm bringing up this moment for a reason.
They kind of retcon that in Return of the Jedi a little bit, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so I always saw it as whether or not it was Luke reaching out in the Force or the Force kind of doing it for him in that moment.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And I feel the same way in this.
Yeah.
That it was Anakin reaching out to her in the Force, or it was the Force at large connecting them to in that moment.
Yeah.
Not, you know what I mean? That's just how I see it.
That was just like a fun thought that I had.
It's a great
figure
scene,
I'd bring up. Yeah, and then so
real quick on that. In the novelization, just real quick, it says in that moment when he is looking out the window and he's looking at Padme, he is right there. He is weighing the decision between the Jedi Order and Padme, and in his mind, there's no comparison.
Yeah,
there's no debating.
That's what I was about to say. Like, yeah. I'm glad you brought that. Like, like he does what he's told. He goes back to the Jedi Temple and then chills, and then his weakness, his Achilles heel. The tragic hero's Achilles heel is love or passion or pride or something that they can't let go of in themselves, no matter how hard they try. So he senses Padme there, and then, he's like, nah, screw this. I can't do it. I gotta go over there now. Nope. And so then he books it. Like, if he wouldn't have sensed Padme there, again, maybe things would have went differently, and he would have, Mace Windu would have returned, and he would have been like, okay, the job's done. Okay, cool. Now the war is over, and I can just chill. But unfortunately,
what did you say? He is scared. He's paranoid, and all of this. So this is the nightmare stage in the tragedy. And what the nightmare stage is the tragic hero's plan is unraveling, and that is literally this scene. He wants to learn from Palpatine, but he can't because he's a Sith Lord. So he goes and tells Mace Windu, but Mace Windu is going to go kill him, but he wants Mace Windu to bring him in alive. So his plan is completely unraveling. And he can sense that an opposing force or fate is closing in, which obviously the opposing force would either be, however you want to look at it, Mace Windu or Palpatine or the fate. And the fate closing in is Palpatine dying and him not being able to learn that, or him falling to the dark side, or whatever, however you want to look at it. And he's increasingly paranoid and living in fear of what is to come. And that's him in that moment in there until he makes that decision to go to the office.
Yeah, which then he shows up at the office and then sees the aftermath of the fight.
This is so good.
Palpatine's laying on the floor. Mace has his saber. He's dead to rights, and then
real quick.
Okay.
We back up a little bit. We got to talk about when all 3 Jedi Masters walk in the room.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about this with the Palpatine death scream and the Jedi Masters getting slaughtered?
Well, the one green dude, I don't know his name.
Kit Fisto.
It's like a meme at this point.
I love Kit Fisto. No.
He got killed just like looking at something. I don't know, dude, what the hell he was paying attention to. Maybe
he was a beast in the Tarkovsky show.
Yeah, maybe. He's just like they all draw their sabers. Palpatine, draws his saber and initiates a fight. Kit Fisto's like, I think my mom's calling. Oh crap, I'm dead. And it's like, what happened?
Hey, what'd you say?
That's a weird. It's I like this scene, but you could tell, because Ian McDermott was, he's old and stuff, that he can't really do this choreography. So the editing, it's a little weird. Like there are a few frames where you can clearly see CGI model Palpatine for like a few frames, and I mean, it's better than stuff in like Attack of the Clones. I'd say like it's certainly smoother, but I mean,
yeah.
It's still a great, that iconic exchange. Mace is like, in the name of the Senate, and then he's like, I am the Senate.
I am
and
the
then
Senate.
Mace is like, not yet. It's basically yet. Like,
it's so good.
You think you're more powerful than you are, mother effer. No,
you're not. So I want to jump in for this exact moment because there are some explanations out there, some fan theory, some headcanon of what was going on in this scene. So some people say that it is a Sith force power that scream disorients people, which is what happened. That's one. Another one is that Palpatine was moving so fast that the Jedi couldn't react, and that's just how we view it. We viewed it on screen. We basically saw it in slow motion, what was actually happening. I don't think any of this is confirmed. I can't remember what George Lucas said. I think all George Lucas said was basically what I always thought, was that the Jedi were just so caught off guard that he was actually the Sith Lord and that he just started spinning and screaming, that they just got caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, he is acting a little weird in this scene. Like they're those like awkward close-ups of Ian McDermott just like thrusting his saber like it's a little goofy, but I mean, it like if it was like Obi-Wan or somebody being that way, I'd be like, oh god, this sucks. But like it's Palpatine, so I'm
Ian
like,
pulls it
whatever, whatever. Like it's like, I don't care. I've always really liked this scene, even as a kid, because like there's a lot of dramatic weight to it. So they fight, and then Mace disarms him. They slice through the window. They break the window on the balcony area, like, and then he has Palpatine dead to rights. Anakin comes in, and then he's basically like, I need him alive. No, like at first, like Mace is just like he's just has him there just so he doesn't run away, and then Palpatine's like, oh, Anakin, I told you they're trying to take over. Help me, help me kill this guy. And then Mace is like, no, Anakin, don't listen to him. And then,
so can I let me jump in real quick, because you got up to the part where, like you said, Mace disarms him, has him on the ground, dead to rights. Anakin comes in. So what was going through Mace Windu's mind when he walked in and Sidious slayed the other Jedi Masters, and it was just Mace? Mace kind of had it in his head that he was like, it is what it is at this point. With or without the Chosen One, with or without these masters, I will take on the Sith Lord because I have to. And honestly, Mace Windu he's actually such a great Jedi. He really is. But like you said, he comes across so bad towards Anakin in this, this movie specifically. And he really is a driving factor in Anakin making his decision here, which is intentional. And
Yeah.
I love that because
so
there's bad guys on both sides, like this opening crawl put it. So one last thing, when Anakin does run in the room, at this point Mace is on top of Sidious and has his lightsaber pointed down at him and whatever. And before, actually, I got two things to add. Before Anakin even really gets in the frame, Mace Windu can sense in the Force that he's there. And what's going through Mace Windu's mind is, the Chosen One has now shown up, and it's me and the Chosen One. We got this. He's not thinking that Anakin is there to save Palpatine. And really, Anakin didn't think he was there to join Palpatine. He was there to just want to keep him alive.
I feel like Anakin didn't really even know why he was there.
He was so conflicted up to this point. And the reason I stopped you is because we're about to get into the very last stage of the tragedy here with our protagonist. But right before we do that, we're talking about the fighting between Mace Windu and Sidious, Darth Sidious. Two things I want to point out. Mace Windu's style, remember we talked about it last episode. He uses, I want to say Sorsu. It's a variation of Form 7 where he does use the dark side in his fighting, which is one way he was able to actually go toe-to-toe with Darth Sidious. Love it. Love that aspect. Honestly, this is a great duel. There's a lot of duels in the prequels, and especially in Episode 3. There's like a lot of duels. But one of my favorites is actually seeing Mace Windu fight Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious. So
yeah, I mean, he has the upper hand, so like that shows because
that shows his strength.
In Attack of the Clones, Obi-Wan, I think, says, doesn't he say to Anakin something like, or is it Palpatine that's like, if you keep up your training, you could be a better swordsman than Master Windu, or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, he says that in, I think, Attack of the Clones, something like that. Yeah.
Like in Attack of the Clones, we kind of see what he can do with the big fight on Geonosis, but in this movie, it's like George was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna show Mace Windu. You want to see Mace Windu? I'm gonna show some Mace Windu." And we absolutely got some Mace Windu.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because the reason he's such a great duelist is basically every Jedi has their own special, unique thing about them. You know what I mean? Anakin can sense the future. Do you know what Mace Windu's Force ability is? That's kind of specific to him.
Probably not.
It's funny. I actually kind of texted it to you a little bit ago. It is called Shatterpoint.
Oh, okay.
And the book, I recommended you the book, the Star Wars novel Shatterpoint, and it is about Mace Windu, and it goes into him and his Padawan and a little bit of his backstory and whatnot. And Shatterpoint is he views the world as kind of a broken panel of glass where you see the cracks and everything. And he can identify where the shatter point is, to where if you strike at this position, the entire thing breaks apart. So that's what makes him such a great duelist. And you can see it in the fight with Jango, actually. And of course, you can see it in this with the fight against Darth Sidious, where he knows, he just knows where to strike. He knows how to take people out and what to do. And that's cool insight, because you were about to get into when Anakin turns on him. And like I said, what's going through Mace Windu's mind is that Anakin is there to help him out, for them to defeat the Sith together. This is the chosen one. They are about to bring balance to the Force together, and he gets completely blindsided by Anakin here, and this is the turn. So go ahead.
Yeah.
What do you have for this part?
Okay, I have a few things. So like, I'm gonna kind of get my thoughts
Go
on
ahead.
like, that where this moment of conflict where the fight takes a turn, and then I actually want to talk about this fight in the game. So
Yep, go ahead.
So Mace, has Palpatine dead to rights, and then at first, he's not being too aggressive. He just has him there like a Jedi. He apprehended the fugitive, and then so like Anakin, he wants there to be a way to stop Palpatine, but he could still learn the power from Palpatine. Like if they bring him in alive, he's not going to have power, but he could still
He can have his cake and eat it too.
Yeah, exactly. He's I mentioned it in the last episode, but in the Attack of the Clones episode, but he's idealistic, and that's ultimately his downfall. But and then Mace, this is a great callback to the beginning of the movie, something Palpatine says in the beginning of the movie.
Okay.
Mace, is then essentially like, I'm going to kill him. He has control of the Senate and the Republic, I think he says. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
Yeah.
And that's what Palpatine says to Anakin after he kills Dooku. So, you could see right there, Anakin's like, oh, so the Jedi and the Sith aren't different, huh? Okay, well, that makes this easier. And then
that's such a good parallel.
And then, Mace is about to strike. And then so all throughout the prequels, there's been this chess match between Palpatine and Anakin. Like they're moving their pieces around each other, trying to outmaneuver the other one, And then Anakin instinctively chops off Mace Windu's hand, and then Palpatine reveals that he wasn't actually hurt. He was just feigning. Shoots the lightning, throws Mace out the window, and then Anakin's immediately like filled with regret. He's like, what did I just do? And then so that's the moment, Anakin oversteps, makes himself vulnerable, exposes himself, and then Palpatine chooses that moment to be like, checkmate, bitch. Now you're mine. I got you. You're my pawn. I win the game. And real quick, I want to talk about this in the game, because in this sequence, actually, this leads first, Anakin and Mace Windu actually have a fight. It's a boss fight. You play as
That's
Anakin
awesome.
and fight Mace Windu, and they go outside, and they go to different areas, and then they make their way back into the throne room. I mean, Palpatine's office, and then it shows that scene where he chops his hand off and he dies. So I wish Mace and Anakin would have fought. I like that better in the video game.
That would have been cool.
It expands. Hell yeah, dude. Oh god,
that's just sick. Well, you got two of the best.
I love that.
Honestly, honestly, it's like, okay, yeah, Obi-Wan versus Anakin is good, but imagine Anakin versus Mace Windu. I'm
telling you, dude. And then so, it's crazy too, because in the moments leading up to when Mace is about to strike Palpatine, ironically, Anakin is more of a Jedi than Mace Windu. Because Mace
I always thought
really power hungry. He's like,
yeah,
up until this point, he's been following the Jedi code, and then now he's like, I'm just gonna kill him. And then Anakin, rightfully disarms him because he's not following the Jedi code. But then, unfortunately, Palpatine checkmates Anakin, and now Anakin has no choice. And at this point, he's so defeated and just like, so, he's just lost in his mind that Palpatine says, oh, actually, I don't have the power to save people from dying, but if you work with me together, we can figure it out. And instead of Anakin being like, oh, so you lied to me and I did this for nothing? Well, I'm just going to kill you. Screw off. he's like, okay, whatever. So Anakin's so defeated at this point that even when he finds out he was lied to and he was deceived and he did all this for nothing, he's just like, I gotta do what I gotta do. I mean, I can't be a Jedi anymore, so I gotta follow you, whatever.
But that reaction, I love it. It's so realistic though, because he's not doing the rational thing. You know what I mean? He's doing the rational thing, which people blast this movie for. But think about it. You know, just stop and think.
I've heard the criticism.
How would you react?
Oh, why did Anakin? Anakin's so stupid that Palpatine says he was lying, and he's not like, oh, what? Wait, you were lying to me? Okay, well then I'm gonna kill you. Nah, screw this. But like, realistically, if Anakin would have still stayed a Jedi at that moment, eventually he would have been questioned about what happened with Mace Windu, and then he would have had to lie. Eventually he would have gotten found
Palpatine says that.
Yeah. He's like, you were the only one who wasn't supposed to know what happened here. Like if the Jedi find out, they're gonna. It's just like, I feel like Palpatine was just like spewing BS here, because he's like, yeah, if the Jedi find out what's gonna happen,
I think that too. Yeah,
they're gonna kill all the senators, and I'm just like, what are you talking about, my guy?
But Anakin's in such a broken state, he can just do whatever he wants with him, and you get that from Anakin. Yeah. He's yes, master. He's all in at this point. I want to talk real quick.
Wait, real quick, because I like mention like the metaphorical chess match. Yeah. Palpatine won the game. He won the chess match against Anakin, and what does he do immediately after that? He tells Anakin to go and kill the separatist, and he's going to take care of the Jedi. He won the game, and now he's clearing the board.
Yeah, that's so. That's why I say he is the greatest villain ever. Yeah. He is the greatest villain ever. And I'm so glad all you did was just glance over that part that was like, oh yeah, he was just acting. Because people debate that. Whether or not Palpatine really lost to Mace, which he did, but whenever he was firing his lightning and then stopped once Anakin walked in the room and was like, oh no, I'm too weak. Anakin, help me. He's going to kill me.
I mean,
people are saying
maybe see, it's interesting because I always wondered, because as a kid, I rented Knights of the Old Republic 2 for the Xbox, and I didn't have any experience with RPGs, so I had no idea what I was doing, but I had fun playing what I played. And I thought it was cool, like, if you chose to be evil, your character's appearance becomes gradually more and more grotesque because they're being corrupted by the dark side. So I always just, like, thought, oh, Palpatine, the reason he looks the way he does later is because of, the Force. He was slowly corrupted by the dark side. But then when he's firing the lightning, his appearance changes, to the old wrinkly guy. So I want to hear your take now that you brought that up. I'm wondering, was that somehow his true appearance that he was hiding and he's actually really old? Or was he weakened temporarily, but then he tapped into so much dark side power to like strengthen him again that it like rapidly aged him in real time?
So here's my take on this. The dark side is a path of very strange abilities. One of those, I believe, is would be concealing your identity.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, the dark side corrupts, and that is a trait. You get this, literally see it at the end of the movie with Anakin's eyes turning at the very end of the movie. While he's in the lava. If you notice, his eyes turn. So even Anakin, his human, the human aspect of him starts to change. And we know that Sith eyes are a thing, but also the more corrupted you are, the more you're going to look something like a Palpatine or Plagueis or, there's so many examples.
You know, it's funny in the Kingdom Hearts series, the characters that have the power of darkness, they also have yellow eyes.
Yeah,
And
so
Tetsuya Nomura, the creator, is I think he's just. Oh, no, wait, no, it's the Final Fantasy producer who's a Star Wars fan. But still, that's an interesting
Square
parallel
Enix.
between
Yeah,
Star Wars and Kingdom Hearts. I just wanted to throw that in
that's
there. But
that's it's amazing. So I think I don't think it aged him in real time, but I want to say it is a fact though that Mace Windu was directing the lightning back at him,
yeah,
and the lightning was literally burning him, like in literally like affecting his body, because we do get to see when Anakin chops off Mace Windu's hand, the lightning strikes Mace Windu, and you could see the lightning go through his body. So Mace Windu was actually diverting it back and hurting Palpatine, but at the same time, um, Palpatine was really tapping into the dark
yeah,
side and
I think he
revealing
just yeah.
his true Darth Sidious
Yeah, yeah. I think he just like
appearance.
used up like I think he in my head he was weakened, but then he like tapped into that reserve power that he had been using to like hide what he really looked like, and then that's why his true appearance is revealed. Basically, like he kind of like you know what I mean. Like he drained himself of that extra power, and then it's like well, I'm fully exposed now, you know.
So here's the mic. I'm about to drop it. Because in the commentary, George Lucas actually didn't have this scene like this in the initial shooting of the movie. He never had Palpatine there faking it. He actually had Mace Windu completely um, strike him down, and then Sidious got up on his own and defeated Mace Windu. It wasn't until he went back and saw that it made more sense to when Anakin came into the scene, to where Anakin stepped in and stopped Mace Windu. So what he did was he actually made uh, Palpatine fake it, essentially.
Oh.
So he is faking it in this scene. You can go to the commentary and the special features, and George Lucas talks about it. Yes, Mace Windu did actually get him on the ground like that. That's true.
Which is
That's true.
interesting. You know, like that shows like if Mace Windu would have stuck around, maybe he could
Maybe.
have defeated Palpatine at some point.
See, that's where we kind of have to look at what happened, not what we want to happen, because Mace Windu actually did beat him
Yeah.
and probably could have killed him, but at the same time, what would have done more damage to Anakin's uh, psyche? Sidious just getting up and killing Mace Windu in front of Anakin, or faking it and manipulating Anakin into killing Mace Windu?
Yeah, because
You know what I mean?
I feel like if Palpatine would have killed Mace Windu, I think Palpatine knew that Anakin had the potential to be more powerful than him because he basically says that to Yoda later on. So I feel like he had to he had to make Anakin feel weaker than he was, because if he would have let Anakin, you know, like feel totally confident and realize his true potential, he knew he wouldn't have stood a chance. So that's a interesting like multitasking essentially. Like I need to keep this person subservient to me, not because I think they're weak, but because I think they're strong. But I don't want them to know they're strong. Like that's a interesting little layer instead of him just because like we see in a lot of media, like like the villain thinks their sidekick or whatever is just weak, and they're like screw you. They underestimate him like Snoke and Kylo Ren kind of. But I feel like Palpatine, it was the opposite. He's like, I need to make sure that he feels weaker to me because he could kick my ass.
Which is why he gives him the Vader suit. He intentionally makes the suit to where it inhibits Anakin's movement and his breathing to
That's
keep him from being able to actually overthrow him.
Yeah.
I was going to get into that later, but I'll just say it now. And we're about to get to the crowning of Darth Vader himself. But first, I've been wanting to talk about this for so long, and I want to shout out Nick Gillard. He is the fighting choreographer for the prequel trilogy. He is the man. He kills it. He does such a good job with these duels. And him and George Lucas actually had a ranking system for the power of all the people in Star Wars, and they did it by a 1 through 10 scale. So it's funny how you got into that about who's more powerful and whatnot. So you can look it up, whoever can look it up, and you can see that there's power levels for each of these people that they had while filming, because they had to make sure that if one was stronger than the other, they had to make it so, well, if Sidious is this strong and Mace is this strong, how do they make it believable when one beats one another? And then there's factors in that, like the light side and the dark side, because Anakin, I believe he was like a 7 or an 8, but when he tapped into the dark side, it took him to a 10. So they explain it literally with numbers like that. So that's really interesting, and that's something that obviously you can go look into at some point. But yeah, they talk about the power system in that type of way, like you were just talking about. So that's the movie up until this point. Now we have Lord Vader and Darths, the names, Sidious, Plagueis, Bane, Kylo Ren, Revan. You got all these people.
Tyrannus.
Tyrannus. Got all these people, right? They have these weird names. Do you know why it's Darth Vader?
I mean, Vader's means father in German, but I'm not sure if that
German
has
Dutch
anything
for
to do with
father.
it. Yeah,
that's all it is, I believe. That's all George, I guess, wanted it to be. I mean, there's probably some in canon reason or whatever, or not. But yeah, here we get the father, Darth Vader. What do you think about this moment from here on out? We got the duel's over with, so now you got into it a little bit of, Sidious talking about, okay, well, once the Jedi find out what happened, they're going to come kill all the senators.
yeah.
Thanks, Jar Jar, and they're going to kill Anakin and Sidious and whatnot. So what he does is, you're right that he tells him he has to go eliminate the Separatists, clear the board, but he also has to go destroy all of the Jedi.
Yeah, so
and potentially any younglings that may hunt them down in the future. That's what happens.
I had this thought when I was watching this part. So
okay,
I might be I'm somebody that like really likes to look at like the nuance of things, but I could totally be overthinking this, but it's an interesting thing I thought of. So Palpatine, he never specifically tells Anakin, he tells him to kill Jedi, but you would assume he's telling him to kill, the Jedi Masters, anybody who could be a threat. And he does that off screen. Which,
yes, I know.
In the game, actually, you have like a few boss fights with Jedi Masters. That would have been peak. Because imagine, like, like approaching like up and coming actors and actresses, or like people that have been around for a while, and they're like, hey, do you want to have a small role in my Star Wars movie and play a Jedi Master who fights Darth freaking Vader? That would have been amazing.
Why didn't he do this?
I know. I love the game, dude. Like, it adds a lot of really cool stuff. But, so, like, you could assume, oh, well, Anakin kills the youngling Jedi because they're going to grow up and become powerful, and he wants to prevent that from happening. But I noticed one boy talks to him, because he thinks Anakin's still there to help him because he's a Jedi. He's like,
yeah,
Master Skywalker, what are we going to do? He's so cute. And have you noticed that kid looks a little bit like Anakin as a kid?
He does. I noticed.
So
I always thought that. That's crazy.
I had this thought, and it actually like messed me up emotionally, and I want to share that with you because I see you as a really close friend. So I want you to share my pain.
Okay, hit me with it.
What if Anakin killed the kid Jedi to spare them from possibly having to experience what he did? I don't have any reason to think that other than that kid looking like him and it being this like weird kind of parallel that I thought of. It's like, I wonder, you know what I mean?
So that's probably the case. Now, are you saying that to spare? Okay,
because
there's two things.
He knows like being a Jedi to him is, pain and suffering. So maybe he was partially killing them out of mercy in a sense, maybe. Like if I wipe them out, they won't grow up to be a threat, but they won't have to suffer, like I'm suffering right now. I don't know.
Okay. I have to think because all I can think of is Reva from Kenobi and how that played out.
Yeah.
So because Vader did spare her so that she could become an Inquisitor, essentially.
Oh, I forgot that.
But here's the thing. That's something that happened way after the fact. So I'm trying to put myself in 2005. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's something that, like I said, is retcon. It's just when looking back, it's it's not what was going on in 2005 when this was fresh. So I actually like what you're saying better because that makes sense because Palpatine isn't only wiping the board with opposition to the Empire, but Vader or Anakin is wiping the board with anybody that could potentially suffer the same fate as him.
I mean, because because even back when I was a kid, I was like, why do you bother killing these kids? You know what I mean? Like, because I feel like, like they would have, because all the Jedi are getting wiped out by the clone troopers, they would have grown up probably with nobody to train them further. So they probably wouldn't have made it anyway. So, like, I can't think of a reason why somebody is like, I mean, Anakin's not necessarily a smart person, but he knows how to like plan stuff, especially later. So it's like it'd be like I feel like that'd be a really stupid thing for him to do if there wasn't some specific reason why he was doing it. But I mean,
I like that.
Could very well just be way more shallow than I'm thinking that it could be, but I don't know.
No, I like that headcanon a lot, and it makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Now, going to the commentary with George, because why did George do this? Why did this happen? Why did this have to happen? George said that this, was crucial. It was crucial to have Anakin killing the younglings in this. And George said, obviously, he didn't want to show it. He wanted to, obviously, though, allude to it and make sure that we knew that this happened. Because it shows, like I said, if you remember, I said a little bit ago about how Darth Vader is the greatest villain. And why is he? Because George destroyed Anakin. He killed Anakin. And he said that this was crucial to the death of Anakin, to show that there's no coming back. And we see that when Padme comes to him on Mustafar to try to get him out of, love for her to turn back, and he still doesn't. So this is the final final act of violence. So, which I want to get to with the final stage in tragedy. It's the destruction stage or the death wish stage. And our protagonist breathes his last breath, whether at the hands of his enemies or due to some final act of violence. And this, it's, I think in George's head, it was this. I think it was whenever he killed the younglings. And what's, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just thought like you could view him murdering these children, including one who looks like he did as a kid, as a representation of him murdering his remaining innocents.
Yeah. That's what it is, because it's when I read this definition, it is the protagonist breathes his last breath, and essentially that is Anakin Skywalker, even though he's physically still alive. Like you said, even though he's destroying every part of Anakin that is left in him.
Yeah.
By doing this. And with this final act of violence, our protagonist is no more. And I was going to say, we see that in the eyes of Yoda and Obi-Wan when they go to the temple and they look at the footage and the holograms or whatever, and they see the younglings, and they're like, Obi-Wan's like, oh, this someone must have blasted, the clones must have blasted them, and Yoda was like, this is made from a lightsaber, and they look at it, and Obi-Wan's like, I can't, this isn't Anakin, you know what I mean? I can't believe Anakin would do this.
This is something I never noticed before, but Obi-Wan's now having a moment of weakness, and then Yoda is telling him to search his feelings. Like, it's like in this moment, Obi-Wan is kind of still a Padawan, you know what I mean? Like, he's with Yoda having a moment of weakness, and he's, like, we see him, like, at a low point, and now he feels like, a student who is feeling unsure of what he has to, like, he knows what he has to do, but he's scared to do it. And then Yoda's like still being a master and still, saying like, search your feelings and that's where you'll find him. Like, I just thought that was like a really nice moment, like, of drama for Obi-Wan.
So I actually want to add on to that. You just gave me a great thought. Tell me if I'm, if this makes sense or not. Earlier in the movie, Yoda talks to the council. I think it's Yoda, and he says, "Well, Anakin's standing there. For somebody to go fight Grievous, they need a master, and they don't want to send Anakin because he's not a master, and they need somebody with more knowledge and experience. So they want to send Obi-Wan." And Anakin doesn't say anything, but he has this look on his face like, okay.
Yeah.
Like I'm Anakin's like, I'm able to do it. I could beat Grievous. I'm good. I'm the chosen one. But they're like, no, we need a master with more experience who we know can do this. Let's send Obi-Wan. And that almost brings out some of his insecurities, but then he goes and he makes up with Obi-Wan and whatnot. But here's a little philosophy on master-apprentice relationships. A master's job begins when he gets an apprentice, because he can't start to learn how to be a master until he actually learns from his apprentice, if that makes sense.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So Anakin was never granted the rank of master because he still had more to learn from his master. Obi-Wan was at the point where he could be a master because he could now learn from Anakin. And that just goes off of their relationship. And it's actually a quote from the book with the master. Obi-Wan being a master now that he's able to learn from his apprentice. Was able to learn from his apprentice. So I think that's what also puts Obi-Wan in a unique position to be the one to fight Anakin, which I can't wait to dissect that.
Yeah, and so
where are we at right now?
What do you want to get into? He's with Yoda, Yoda's like, I'm going to go fight Palpatine because you're no match for him. And then you go try to find Anakin, search your feelings and you'll know where he is. So he goes to see Padme, which I think is interesting. I think that shows that Obi-Wan was, like more clever than he let on. But I know you mentioned in the Attack of the Clones episode that he like kind of knew that, they were romantic, but he didn't say anything.
So there's yes, and there's a quote in the book where it's actually during this scene when he's talking to Padme, and he's like, man, I wish I could find it real quick, but he basically says, he basically apologizes. He's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I knew about it. I chose to ignore it because you made Anakin happy, more happy than anything ever could make him happy. So I chose to ignore it. It's a great quote. Yeah. So
that
he knew that it was going to lead to this because of the attachment and the fear to lose her.
I think the scene where they talk actually has some pretty good layers to it because he's telling Padme, about what's going on, and then I mentioned in Attack of the Clones that I feel like part of the reason Padme was drawn towards Anakin is because he brings up that innocent,
that was such a good point. Yeah,
idealistic part of her that she had to suppress. So I feel like in this moment it shows that she's clinging to a fantasy life. She's inside, she's a scared little girl playing make-believe. She refuses to accept that maybe the guy she's with isn't who she thinks he is and who he's making himself out to be. And
but
I love that
yeah,
this scene is kind of like Obi-Wan essentially taking a sledgehammer to that house that she's built, this big fantasy house, and it's starting to crack and the foundation's starting to fall down a little bit.
Keep going. Why does she have this fantasy with Anakin? What is Anakin offering her?
Security, protection, love, because throughout the whole movie she basically says multiple times in a few different ways the only thing I want from you is your love. I don't care about the politics. I don't care about the Jedi. That scene where they're talking and he hugs her and she says, hold me like you did on Naboo when there was nothing but our love, no politics, no war. So she keeps clinging to this idealistic picture of love that she has in her head, and then
okay.
This is basically her her like Anakin. Both of them through the movie have this one idea in their head, this one thing that they want to pursue, and they're grasping and they're trying to cling to any remnant of it that they can find, and it's slipping right through their fingers.
So I'm on another level right now. Guess what happens in the novelization? They talk about Padme having someone she was with and in love with before Anakin, which we which we never considered this. We never considered this.
I think they mentioned that in Attack of the Clones a little bit, don't they?
I don't think so.
When they're sitting at the table, I thought because I think there's a deleted scene maybe, but I know she mentions what her type of man is, and then she's like, yeah,
You're
this,
right.
this.
But it talks about she says that who she was with never offered her a life that was greater than her, basically her living out her days on Naboo as a senator. You know what I mean? That Anakin, like you said, offers her that, not just that life, but that that wonder, that childlike, not just innocence, but adventure.
Yeah,
which we see.
No matter what evidence she's presented with, just like Anakin, she doesn't want to let go of this idea that she's built up in her head about the other person. And, she's basically she has this idea of, love and stuff that, she's built up, it's like a fairy tale, And
But
then
what changes this? What changes it in her mind? What changes this in this movie? What happens? What could it be?
well, that's when she goes to visit Anakin on Mustafar,
But before that, what leads to this? What leads to her seeing this finally? She has never seen it up to this point. What changes her perception of this? What happens in this movie? It's at the beginning of the movie. When they meet at the pillars, when he gets back, she breaks the news to him.
yeah. Is it the way he reacts?
No, it's just the fact that now it's not just him and her.
Yeah.
She talks about a family, and then Obi-Wan mentions it. He mentions it, right? When they're on the ship, or I forget when it is.
No,
but,
like when he's about
or was
to
it
leave.
at this scene? Yeah,
I freaking love this moment. It's so freaking sad. Where like he's about to leave, and then he's like, "Anakin's the father, isn't he?" And then she doesn't say anything, and then he's like, "I'm so sorry," and it's like, "Oh my god."
And this is what I was getting to. This is what makes her finally realize it. It's that, and then there's one line. There's one line from Anakin during his monologue that obviously Anakin is no more. They're trying to salvage what they can of Anakin without going, killing him, but they can't. But what really makes her see this is the fact that it's not just her and Anakin anymore. Anakin's gone, and now she, unknowingly, she has twins, but she just knows that she's pregnant, which is interesting because when I watch the movie, I'm like, oh, she's pregnant. It's like, oh, wait, no, she's actually has twins, but you never think about that until the end. You know what I mean? So, but that's such a good scene. I forgot about that. It's actually one of my favorite scenes in the movie because it's so subtle, but it hits so hard because no one has to say anything. But then Obi-Wan's just like, Anakin's the father, isn't he? It's so good. It's so good. I think George shines right there.
And then, speaking of what I was saying about like her kind of like playing make believe, being a princess in, like a big fancy castle, she goes to visit Anakin on Mustafar, and, like they're speaking, he's telling her the truth and stuff. And then what did I say in the Attack of the Clones episode? What quote from Padme did I tell you to remember, to put in your back pocket because we were going to come back?
It was during the arena, right?
No, it was when they were talking. And then he's like, oh, we can be together. We can keep it a secret. And then she says, that would take us down a path we can't come back from.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Here
it is.
Anakin,
here it is.
He senses that he's losing her, like she isn't buying what he's trying to sell. And then he's still trying to hang on, still trying to bargain. He's like, oh, that's okay, because I can overthrow the Emperor and then we can rule the galaxy. So he's presenting her picture perfect idea of him and her, being Mr. and Mrs., Prince Charming, living in a fancy castle is crumbling down, and he offers her a twisted version of that. We can rule the galaxy. We can, be slaves to the dark side. We can rule the galaxy together. And then she backs away from it. And what does she say? You're going down a path I can't follow. Yeah. So, right there, that's one of the biggest tragedies. Anakin did all this, faced all this conflict for her, to stay with her, to keep this woman that he loved because he doesn't want to lose anyone else. And that is the thing that separates them forever.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's such a good monologue. It's so emotional.
In this moment, Padme finally comes into her own. She finally gains that independence, that inner power, and she, lives out her truth, starts thinking for herself, and makes her own decision, and chooses to remove herself from this toxic situation, which is something that Anakin could not do. He could not do it, and she did it. Yeah. And I'm so proud of her for that. Yes, girl.
She's the best. And so do you want to start with this Mustafar section, or is there anything else we got to cover? Because I'm about to just dive into it.
Yeah, I want to. So Obi-Wan
We skipped
sneaks a. What did we skip? When he
Yoda
kills.
palps. Yoda palps.
Do you want to talk about that first, and then transition to him killing the Separatist leaders, and then just going?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Then go from there.
When he
Yoda
kills.
palps. Yoda palps.
Do you want to talk about that first, and then transition to him killing the Separatist leaders, and then just going?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Then go from there.
I love that. Like Yoda walks in, and then Palpatine has these two guards, and then Yoda just force pushes him aside. Like,
I love it.
Get
It
out
makes
of my
no
way,
sense,
bitch.
but it doesn't matter. It's so good.
He just like walks in. He's like, "Get
Yeah.
out of my way, bitch. Sit down." And then he confront. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, real quick.
I'm trying to find my notes.
Yeah, while you're doing that, did you know Darth
I
Sidious
found it.
actually has 2 lightsabers? I don't think we ever actually see both of them at the same time in this movie. But Mace Windu, or somebody who they get rid of his one lightsaber in the first scene, right? Doesn't he hit it out the window or something? He loses one of the lightsabers, and then when he fights Yoda, he has a second lightsaber that's never explained.
Oh yeah.
And Dave Filoni actually explains it in the Clone Wars. They actually show that Sidious has 2 lightsabers in the Clone Wars, and I believe he dual wields them because he fights Maul and Savage Opress at the same time, and he actually dual wields 2 lightsabers.
Oh,
and,
I gotta see that. Oh my god,
it's good, dude.
That
I think
sounds
it's season 4 or 5, but
oh crap, awesome.
It's so good. It's so good. So he actually does have 2 in this movie, but it's never really explained. So yes, Yoda walks in.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Hey, Palpatine, how's it going?" I mean, he doesn't literally, but it's basically that, and then Yoda. So it's interesting. Like we see how powerful Palpatine is because he force pushes Yoda, and Yoda isn't prepared for it, and he flies backwards. So we see that again. Even Yoda's fallible, and there are people that are stronger than Yoda. I think that's interesting. And then Palpatine says something that I never caught before, and it gives him interesting layers. He's like walking over to Yoda as he's laying on the ground, like knocked out. And then he's like, "I've waited a long time for this moment, my little green friend." So that shows, so for some reason, Palpatine kind of always hated Yoda for some reason, and now he's like, "I finally get to kill you, you bastard! I've been waiting for this. I freaking hate you, you son of a," And it's like, it like makes you kind of wonder, like, I wonder why he hates Yoda. You know what I mean? Like, is it like something specific about Yoda that he just hate? It's just like
I think
fun moment.
Yeah, I think Yoda represents the antithesis of Palpatine.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, which I mean, he is in.
Because Palpatine wants to elevate himself, and then Yoda goes into exile in a swamp and just chills.
Yeah, which is Yoda.
I kind of see Yoda as the Star Wars, like Anakin's the center of the prophecy, and he's kind of compared to Jesus. I actually kind of see Yoda as like a analog for Jesus.
That's interesting.
I mean? Like,
Yoda is that.
He could beat ass, but he'd prefer not to. But like if he has to get, like when he gets pissed and he has to do what he has to do, watch out. But he doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just, wants to be peaceful.
Yeah.
And then so the fight between them, it's fun, Palpatine's just like, like cackling madly and stuff. And then it eventually transitions into the Senate room where they have their meetings, and then Palpatine's just like throwing those big podium things at Yoda. And then, like Yoda's like flipping out of the way. Like when I saw this in the theater as a kid, I freaking lost my shit. I'm like, this is what am I looking at right now? Like, this is so cool. And then Yoda gets knocked down, and then Palpatine leaves. And then for some reason, Yoda chooses not to run after him, which I kind of wonder if that was because he realized that he couldn't beat him, or maybe he like kind of lost hope. which is an interesting moment. Yeah, no, because like Yoda of all people, you know, the guy who trains Luke in Empire Strikes Back and is like Mr. Miyagi, you know, like this big figure, kind of loses this fight, and rather than still try and run after him, he's like, I failed, I gotta go into exile, I'm a piece of crap, you know. You know, it's like it, you know, it like makes you wonder, like, was Yoda being logical and just realizing that it was better to just like leave the situation as it was, or was he showing weakness and, you know, not feeling like he had the power to beat him? You know, it's a interesting thing to think about.
So I got three things for this. Three things for this section. Love the fight. Anything else you want to say about the fight?
I mean, it's kind of. I wonder if this
I
is
love the
because
visuals.
Yoda's
It's
CGI, but like the choreography and stuff, like it's fun, but like it, you know, like it's probably, it feels the most like a video game cutscene, not in a bad way, but and then yeah, I think the fight, like you see, like Yoda isn't, he he doesn't have the upper hand all the time, you know, which is like, again, like I said, it just shows how powerful Palpatine is. You know, like even Yoda's having a tough time fighting this guy.
So I want to get into that because Darth Sidious, man, I love Palpatine. He's so good, man. Palpatine, he is an intellectual. He was trained by Plagueis. Um he is truly a villain, and he thought that the Sith had no need for lightsabers because they were so powerful with the Force, and we can obviously see that through him in this movie. However, he's a bad dude, man. He wanted to use lightsabers to mock and ridicule the Jedi, and he did it as a form of disrespect to the Jedi. He didn't need to outduel the Jedi. He could use his powers. So
That's the vibe I get.
Sidious, exactly,
because
Sidious being an
his lightsaber technique, in my opinion, kind of sucks. Like, he doesn't look like he's like specifically trying to do a form as much as just like, I'm gonna stab you. You know what I mean?
So because of that, I have a few things. First, I want to clarify Form 7 is Juyo, which is what he uses primarily. And then also the variation that Mace Windu uses is called Vapod. I believe Source Su is Form 3. I could be wrong, but which is what Obi-Wan uses. But the Sith usually use Form 7. However, Sidious being an intellectual, he studied every form to have a knowledge of the Jedi and how to combat anything. But he wanted to focus on being more of a diplomat, which I guess is more of like Form 6 or something along those lines, where he doesn't even need to pull out his lightsaber to win battles. He can use it by using his brain, by using the Force. He doesn't focus on dueling, but he has studied every style. The thing with this is there's no major advantage to it, but there's also no major drawback. So what happens is in his dueling, he can pretty much go toe to toe with anybody, and it's where his intelligence and the Force come into play to make the difference for this. So I think that's what makes him fighting so much, so much fun to watch. He's awesome.
Yeah.
So there's that. Also, we need to talk about Order 66 because
how did I forget about Order 66?
We just love talking about Anakin. We love talking about Anakin and Obi-Wan and Padme, the trinity of
I think I forgot about it because I didn't write anything down about it, because I mean, I think it speaks for itself. Like, so how does that, so yeah, after Palpatine tells Anakin to go kill the Separatists and first kill the Jedis in the temple and then go to Mustafar and kill the Separatists leaders. After that, he sends a message to the clone troopers, execute Order 66. And then there's just this like haunting ass, Shakespearean ass freaking I can't even think of any words to describe it, montage of clone troopers, being like, okay. And then they turn their guns on Jedi, and the Jedi try to fight back, and they can't. And I think the one that is probably the most emotional, because like it didn't like make me like cry or anything, but it still made me go, oh damn, what's the one dude's name with a eggplant shaped head and the white beard?
Mundi?
Yeah, where he's leading a charge of clone troopers in this planet, and he's like, come on, follow me, and then he starts running, and then they're running after him, and then it like shows their feet, because I think Quentin Tarantino directed this scene, and then they like stop, and then they raise their guns, and then he looks back at them like, well, why do you guys stop? And then they just start firing. Like, it's just like, it's again,
sad, man.
Take a shot. Sad. I'm gonna say it. Visual storytelling.
It's like, so good. It's so sad.
Any dialogue? Yeah, like it's just like
it's emotional. It's emotional.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like like it's that, and then freaking it flashes to Kashyyyk, the planet of the Wookiees, which I have to believe that there was extra stuff filmed for this battle that they had to cut out of the movie, which I'm mad about, because I would have loved to see, this full fight with the Wookiees and the Separatist droid army and stuff.
Yeah.
But Yoda, like they're about to shoot Yoda, and then he has the presence of mind to know something's wrong, and then he flips, jumps onto one of them, and just like slashes him, and it's like, I love that there's no dialogue, like it's just like Yoda, like he has this look on his face, like he's sad that he had to do that, what I mean, like I can't believe what just happened,
Anything else you want to say about it?
Oh, when Bail
I wanted to bring that
Organa, up. Okay. Shows up, and then he like meets some of the clone troopers, and they're like, there's been a rebellion, sir. You don't need to be here or something. And then you need to leave. And then he's like, yeah, I do. Like he's like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna leave. And then a Jedi who's probably like a young teenager.
Did you know that was George Lucas' son?
I think I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember this scene at all, so it shocked me seeing it, because it was like I was seeing it for the first time. He takes some of them out, and then they kill him, and then Bail's like like sad about it. He's like, no, and then it like makes me like, that's a great example of like show don't tell. Like from that you can see like, oh, maybe Bail knew this kid in some way, and he just saw him die in this really messed up situation that's going on.
I agree. I wanted to bring up, Bail Organa. He's such a great character, underrated.
Yeah, for sure.
We get to see George Lucas' son, and when he came out, he did his little somersault. He took out a few of them. I was like, oh, yo, go, and then they kill him. I was like, no, get out of there, run. I love that scene. And Order 66 is it's so critical in Star Wars. It's almost as critical as the Battle of Yavin, Anakin falling to the dark side, the Clone Wars. Order 66 is monumental. It is in so many pieces of Star Wars media. And before I get into some of the background on Order 66, there's some, revisionist history, I guess, of why it's called Order 66. Some people say because on keypads, 66 is FF for friendly fire.
Oh wow.
Okay. That's not confirmed. Or Executive Order 9066 in the US was for Japanese internment to I think execute them or something like that. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know the actual history behind it, but Order 66 was for the clones to execute the Jedi. Now, did you know in Clone Wars that they retconned this to have the clones that they had chips put in their head when they were made on Kamino?
You know
And then it
what?
was
I
basically
don't.
Palpatine flipping a switch.
That doesn't.
I don't agree with that. I think it's terrible.
I mean, well, I don't. Here's the thing. I feel like that would make sense, but the way it's presented in this movie is that, like, because obviously Palpatine orchestrated this whole war, so he had the clones created. So it's presented, at least in my eyes, of like they knew that eventually they were gonna like end up serving Palpatine at some point.
He was
and he would
was
let them
actually in
know.
control.
So then when they got the message, it's like, okay, now we have to do this for Palpatine. Let's do it. It didn't strike me as like them like suddenly being mind controlled and being like and just being like mindless zombies to me. Like
that's how they retconned
shown
it.
that to me at all. But I don't know.
I agree with you. That's how they retconned it in the Clone Wars. I don't know if that was a Dave Filoni thing or a George thing or whatever, but it's a retcon. In the commentary, George didn't say that. Matthew Stover wrote in the book that Commander Cody was a good soldier and he faithfully followed orders and executed Order 66. So they were just following the Jedi General's orders until Supreme Chancellor Emperor Palpatine stepped in and gave them.
I feel like
the order. That's it.
feel like that makes Palpatine kind of less formidable because in this whole trilogy, he's manipulating everyone else. He's having everyone else go along with what he's saying because he's a master manipulator and he knows how to tell people what they want to hear so they can do what he wants them to do. But when it came to these characters, the only way to get them to be subservient was to mind control them. Like, what?
Yeah.
Why? That's weird.
What I will say is, though, if you just kind of ignore that, it leads to some really cool stories in the Clone Wars. Like, basically, because of the chip, someone finds out that there's a clone finds out there's a chip in their head early. I think it was Fives or Echo, one of the clones, and it kind of leads the Jedi on this kind of like, oh, why is there a chip in these clones' heads? And they kind of like go down the rabbit hole and almost discover it, which is a cool story. And then also in season 7 with Ahsoka's unit, it's cool whenever Order 66 happens and bang, they turn. Rex is so like unwilling to turn that he fights the programming in the chip until Ahsoka can get it out of him. And then it just leads. Point is, it leads to some cool stories, even though it does retcon the movie.
I actually, now that I think about it, like what you were saying with Ahsoka, I'm glad. I mean, I think actually the chip could make sense because like he probably did like tell them what he wanted them to do, but like I think maybe he could have put the chips in them as like if they try and rebel, they're still gonna do what I say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to be in complete control.
Like it's essentially Amanda Waller with the Suicide Squad. Like
yeah, that's what I thought.
A lot of them, like they're villains. So like some of them would probably do what she told them to do because they don't want to, be in prison that long, and they don't really give a crap about like, regular people and stuff. Like they're just gonna do a job, but they have the bombs in their necks so that it's like, if you for some reason get the idea that you're not gonna do what I'm telling you to do, you're still gonna do it anyway. So I don't know. I don't really mind it actually now that I think about it, but it's still, I kind of hate when like, this is why like I'm I'm like upset that like George got like criticized by fans and just sold it to Disney and stuff, and then just like left because they could have had him stick around, and then you wouldn't have these weird instances of people like retconning things that he did
Yeah.
in a way that it doesn't seem like he did it. Like
It doesn't serve
I
the
don't like
story.
that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It serves the story that they're trying to tell, not the plot of Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which it is what it is. And I want to talk about Order 66, two things real quick, and not the clones, but the Jedi perspective. And there's two other forms of media. One is a game, one is a TV show that show Order 66. So Jedi Survivor, one of the coolest scenes of Order 66 ever. You actually get to play through it as a young Cal Kestis. I love it. I
We
love
talk
Cal
about
Kestis as a
Jedi
character.
Fallen Order.
Jedi Fallen Order. It's amazing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I was floored in that part of the game, dude. Like,
it's so good.
I'm
It's
just
so
like,
good.
running through the ship and stuff, and then I
So good.
reached that point, and it like pans to the window, and you see the clone trooper getting the message. He's like looking at his holocron, whatever it is, and then holocom, I think, or whatever. And then
Both are a thing.
as soon as I heard that, I'm like, oh, we're doing
Well, I love
this
how his
now?
master can sense it like Yoda did before it happened.
Yeah.
And speaking of ones that could sense it or couldn't sense it, I guess, Plo Koon, R.I.P., he was piloting that ship and he got destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we see
That was
what's
like,
her name on Felucia. She died.
and like
Sad.
he like it's like pretty graphic in terms of like he doesn't just like hit the ground. He crashes into like
yeah.
buildings, and then they essentially blow up. Like it's this like big spectacle.
It's sad, and I love the music that plays during that too. It is tragic. I mean, it's a tragedy. So last thing I want to talk about, you have not watched Mandalorian season 3.
No, not yet.
I'm not going to spoil anything, but we obviously all know Baby Yoda, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Baby Yoda around. We've seen Grogu.
I've heard something about Order 66, but I don't
good.
exactly remember.
I'm not going to spoil anything. Oh, they actually did show Order 66 in Kenobi with the Rebel.
I think like Grogu was at the Jedi Temple.
He was. That's all I'm going to say.
Right there.
I'm just going to
I just want to say, just so my opinion's on the record, I could feel differently when I see it, but that little thing that they did, that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni did with Grogu being at the Jedi Temple when Order 66 happened, is exactly what I hate about Star Wars right now, and that's all I'm going to say. I think it sucks. It might be good, but it sounds like absolute fan pandering horse shit. Sorry.
Okay, so what they do with this is that's kind of what you get. Kind of what you think you're going to get is fan service. But what happens is when you see it, he's at the temple, and it's so interesting what they do with him because they show who rescues him. They show who takes Grogu out of the temple and leaves. And I won't say who, but they redeem a character.
I think I already know, but I'm not going to ask.
It's cool. It's just cool to see Order 66 happen in a show. I actually seen it in 2 shows, but point is, Order 66 was huge. It would have been awesome to see Anakin actually fighting. And I believe in the Clone Wars Season 7, Ahsoka is in the Jedi Temple while Anakin is in the Jedi Temple, but they don't run into each other. I want to say that's a thing. Interesting. But why do I think that's a thing? I haven't watched it in 3 years, but R.I.P. the Jedi and the younglings. So Order 66, we talked about Palpatine and Yoda. Anakin left for Mustafar, and it's funny because he went to go kill the Separatists because they were there, and it's cool because you get to see Mustafar and the culture of I don't know if there was a civilization there, but what they were doing is they were kind of farming the plasma for fuel and energy.
You like see like a few of the creatures there. They like have these like giant hammer thingies, something.
Yeah, there's no explanation. It's just you see it through the visual storytelling.
Yeah, that's what I like about it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
awesome.
forget like when Palpatine sends the Separatists a message, and then he's like, "Yeah, my
Lord Vader.
apprentice will take care of you." He's being
So
cheeky.
he shows up. Yeah, he's being real cheeky. He shows up and he shuts the door and he's like, "Yeah, you boys are done."
Yeah, he like
So
closes the windows with the. He's like, all right, and here we go.
we're gonna set the mood. We'll
Yeah.
turn on some red lights. Get it real
Put
dark
on
in
some
here.
Marvin Gaye, light a few candles. Let's go.
We're gonna turn on that John Williams. Let it slap. He kills everybody, and it's funny because when you get that close up, he turns and looks at the camera, and you get that close up of his eye. Who's in the background is your boy from episode 2, if you ever noticed that, the guy with the electro voice or whatever.
Oh,
He's actually sitting at the end of that table in that exact shot. So that whole sequence is cool. All right, you ready? You ready to dive into the end here? Battle of the Heroes. The Duel of the Fates. Not really, but this is the final fight here. I believe it's the longest sword fight in cinema history. The greatest monologue in the history of cinema.
I mean, I don't know about that, but
It is. So, all right, we actually got into it earlier. You brought up a little bit of him and Padme's discussion, and all I want to do is just kind of piggyback off of what you said, a little bit of him and Padme, and then we can go from there. So, what I wanted to bring up was Anakin Skywalker. I have the monologue right here in front of me. I won't lose you the way I lost my mother. I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of. I am doing it for you, to protect you. Padme says, "Come away with me. Help me raise our child. Leave everything else behind while we still can." And here we get Anakin. He falls to the dark side. He is just power hungry at this point. And what he says is, "Don't you see? We don't have to run away anymore," referring to what she said to him in episode 2. "I have brought peace to the Republic. I am more powerful than the Chancellor." So there's the power. "And I can overthrow him. And together, you and I can rule the galaxy, make things the way we want them to be." And then Padme just responds with, "I don't believe what I'm hearing. Obi-Wan was right." And right there, you see that she notices how he is more loyal to the dark side, and not just not Sidious and not the dark side, but he is more driven and concerned about the power he can get, and then the levels of power he can get than her and his child.
He's like slowly showing his true colors too, because like as like they like talk, he starts like gradually getting more and more like mad, and like, you know, like at first, you know, he's like trying to be, you know, loving like he always is, and then eventually he's just like being more mad, and he's like, "I'm doing this for you. Come away with me. I'm tired of hearing about Obi-Wan." And then Obi-Wan, when he reveals himself,
a liar.
I don't think he should have done that, by the way. I feel like that was a slimy move, but I understand he was desperate. Look bad. Yeah, and then so what does he do
Obi-Wan.
after that? Instead of being like, well, "Why is he here?" He freaking tries to choke Padme. He tries to kill Padme, and then Obi-Wan talks about. So right there, you see, Anakin,
true colors.
At the end of the day, only gives a crap about himself.
And that's the point of this, and that's what Padme notices. And it's funny because I have the script pulled up here, and like you said, you see him get more and more angry. It literally has in brackets, "growing angry." I don't want to hear about Obi-Wan.
I love the
Jedi
face
turned against me.
I love the face Hayden makes right before that, where it's like, you know what, you know, like
Obi-Wan.
You know, like he has this look in his face, like, "You're not listening to me. You're pissing me off." You know.
And he's fed up at this point. He's growing angry. "You're breaking my heart. You're going down a path I can't follow." That's honestly, the acting here is so good. I love this whole monologue.
I was getting choked up with her performance.
It's sad,
it's so heart-wrenching.
So like you said, Obi-Wan kind of makes her look bad because Anakin looks past Padme to see Obi-Wan standing in the ship. Liar. And then Padme turns and she screams, "No." And Anakin instantly says, "You're with him. You brought him here to kill me." And then he begins to choke Padme with the Force. He pulls out his signature move. This is Darth Vader. But this is Darth Vader without the suit. This is him. This is Darth Vader full power and if you don't mind, real quick, I kind of want to go on a little bit of a diatribe here about Obi-Wan.
That's fine.
Because here we get Anakin full power as Darth Vader without the suit. Like I said, this whole time leading up to here, Obi-Wan is here in a unique position to fight Anakin. And there was a quote from the novel that I gave to you. I told you, and it wasn't light versus dark. It wasn't good versus evil. It wasn't even master versus master or apprentice or whatever. It was Anakin versus Obi-Wan. It was brothers. It was them against one another personally. So this wasn't like this. You can't look at it as this is a Jedi versus a Sith. This is
Yeah.
you know what I mean? This is brother versus brother. This is an extremely personal battle, and you can see it in the behind the scenes. You can see it in the deleted scenes. You can see it in the visual storytelling. Everything has led up to this moment. Honestly, this is one of the greatest fights ever. So much exposition here through dialogue and visual storytelling. We can break a lot down, but I want to talk a backstory Obi-Wan real quick because, like I said, he is in a unique spot, not just because he was the Padawan of Qui-Gon, not just because he was the master of Anakin, but I want to point out something I've never really seen. You get 3 movies here. You get Obi-Wan fighting different antagonists, if you will. The first one he fights is Maul. Maul represents the savage, the beast, the aggression that he faces in Anakin. Obi-Wan then, in episode 2 and 3, he fights against Dooku. He loses, but he fights against Dooku. Dooku represents the dueling, the skill, the swordsmanship of Anakin. And then finally, Obi-Wan faces Grievous. Grievous represents the machine that is Anakin, the cyborg that is Anakin, even in this moment. So if you look at Obi-Wan up to this point, and almost the side missions, what he has been doing throughout the movies, not just within the story of the movies, but within the plot of the tragedy of Anakin, Obi-Wan is the only one that can beat Anakin. And it has been shown to us throughout the entirety of the prequels that Obi-Wan is the only one with the experiences and the know-how to go up against somebody like Anakin. Not just because they're brothers, but because he has faced every aspect of what Anakin has become. This is something that I kind of came up with. It doesn't fit perfect, but it makes sense, and even George alludes to it a little bit. And I watched a great video from somebody on YouTube that was talking about how Maul, Dooku, and Grievous represent different aspects of Anakin, which I don't, or Vader. And I don't really like that explanation that much because they weren't made to represent, or Vader wasn't made to represent them in a way. It was the opposite. It was like Grievous was an illusion to Vader. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was just interesting if you kind of look at it from Obi-Wan's perspective, not Anakin's. Obi-Wan fought these different people. You know what I mean? The beast and the savage, the duelist and the swordsman, the cyborg, the machine, and all of these are what Anakin Vader is, and we see that play out in this fight. Not only that, but I would think I was telling you and somebody on Twitter that the forms that they use in the light side versus dark side in this fight, Obi-Wan's a master of the defensive form. Anakin uses form 5, and he uses a very aggressive variation of that form with the dark side. He is extremely aggressive during this fight, and Obi-Wan is actually extremely defensive. And in the novelization, Matthew Stover writes that with every blow that they take to each other, Obi-Wan actually gives up some ground to Anakin because Anakin is that strong fighting against Obi-Wan, that Obi-Wan is on the defense, giving up ground. You can see Anakin actually is the one pushing Obi-Wan through this. It's not Obi-Wan chasing Anakin. Anakin is just from the beginning of the battle when Anakin turns and jumps, he does the backflip and starts attacking him.
Yeah.
Immediately, Anakin the whole time is attacking, and Obi-Wan is blocking. And if you get to the end of this battle, because there's a lot of visual storytelling here, there's a lot going on, a lot of exposition through the fighting, but we can break. You can get to your analysis, but right at the end, they have an exchange, and you underestimate my power. Don't try it, Anakin. I have the high ground. Anakin tries it anyways. Anakin actually leaps, and Obi-Wan doesn't try to disarm him. He actually swings to block. But that's the hubris of Anakin in this moment, and the ego that he has, that he thinks he's more powerful than he is. Obi-Wan went to block, but because Anakin fell short and he couldn't actually get up over him, instead of blocking his saber, he actually cut off his limbs. And I believe I heard that from George, or I forget where I heard that from, but Obi-Wan actually went to block. But anyways, in the book, in novelization, Matthew Stover writes that Anakin jumped and Obi-Wan met him in the air and disarmed him. So either way you want to look at it, it was really the personality traits which we talk about from the protagonist in a tragedy that leads to their downfall. And it was the dogmatic views and the hubris of the Jedi, and not the Jedi indoctrination within Anakin, but also the dark side that's corrupting him and inflating his arrogance in this moment that he loses. He underestimated his own power. He overestimated his own power, not underestimated, like he arrogantly threw out there to Obi-Wan, and it was his fate. And we go from there. But that's my quick, not quick. I went off for like 20 minutes, but that was kind of my rundown of it. So give me what you have in your notes, and we can kind of go off of your thoughts.
Let's try to
I
find.
know I just threw a lot out there.
No, I'm trying to find my story.
This is a crazy moment right here. What a duel.
Oh yeah, it's like I've
So good.
always so before the fight, when Anakin's like, well, if you're not with me, then you're my enemy. And then I can't take credit for this. Like, it's kind of been like memed at this point. Obi-Wan says, only a Sith deals in absolutes. And then people have said, but Obi-Wan, that's an absolute statement. Which I feel like is intentional, probably. It might not be. I don't know. That's interesting. And then I like that part in the fight where like they both like try and force push the other one, and then for like a moment it's like equal.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah.
Like it just shows like how evenly matched they are. Like like Anakin can stand up to his master. And then the other thing that sucks out to me is when they're talking later, and then Obi-Wan says, I have failed you. Yeah, like I feel like I wonder
that hits hard.
I wonder kind of like if that's Obi-Wan like actually like realizing that and like being humble and acknowledging that, or if in this moment like he's just so emotional that he's thinking, is this my fault? That he turned out this way? Is it my fault? Is there something that I could have done? And like I feel like like this entire movie's been a moment of like growth and rebuilding for Obi-Wan, because we like see him at a low point, and now he's like like final, like he's feeling the full burden of being a master, which I'm gonna bring up in Last Jedi, because I love that moment, with Yoda and Luke. And then when Anakin says, "From my point of view, the Jedi are evil." Like, I feel like to me he's taught like everything that he's seen. Again, like he's a closed-minded person. So like, like before he like vehemently protected the Jedi whenever somebody challenged them, and now he has this other negative experience. So he's on the other end of the extreme. He's like, no,
Yeah.
I've seen that the Jedi are evil, and there's nothing you could say, that can make me see otherwise. Like he's like finally resolute in himself, but it's in all the wrong ways, which is tragic. Like he's finally, become secure and confident in who he is, but it's for a negative cause and it's in a negative way. And then when Obi-Wan, he says, well, then you were lost. So like I feel like that's kind of that's pretty rough, because that's seems like him being like, well, I hate to say it, but you're kind of a lost cause. Because I mean, he is, like Obi-Wan,
And that
like
comes
it's so crazy
and that
because
comes in the
like
original trilogy too.
like we see in Kenobi like how like upset he is about everything, and he still like feels like he's responsible for everything. So it's like there's that part of him that feels like he's responsible, and then the other part that's like like he's not sure what his place is in this. You know what I mean? Like how responsible he should feel. He doesn't know how to feel, And then how do you interpret the high ground thing? Because it's become like a meme at this point, because it's like Obi-Wan's like, it's over, Anakin, I have the high ground. And it's like, is he literally talking about the fact that he's on a hill or is it more
I
of
think
like
so,
a
because
metaphor, like morally and spiritually, I have the high ground above you, and like there's nothing you can do to win? Like, what do you think about
I think this is literally a reference to him having higher ground, because remember what I said about Obi-Wan being in this unique position because of the enemies he has fought. This is a complete mirror of what happened with him and Maul. And
Yeah.
Anakin was not there to see that, though. Anakin was there to see him fight Dooku. He didn't miss much with Grievous, but he didn't see what happened with Maul, and Obi-Wan didn't have the high ground with Maul until he realized he needed it, and he got it when he leaped over him, grabbed the saber, and cut him in half. So if you look, Anakin tries to do that same move to Obi-Wan, but Obi-Wan has been there before. Anakin tried to leap over him the same way Obi-Wan tried to do with Maul, and Obi-Wan knew exactly how to deflect it because he had the high ground. It is memeable, but then again, this wasn't dialogue for sake of literally just being like, don't try to have the high ground.
Yeah.
This was more of like visual storytelling to reference the Phantom Menace and Duel of the Fates.
Yeah, that's
what I mean.
I've heard people say that interpretation too. Okay.
Yeah, that's just what I think.
Now, real quick, I want to bring up the game, because when you beat the story mode, you unlock the option to play the final sequence as Anakin. And then so
alternate ending.
In this moment, when Anakin flips over Obi-Wan swings and he misses, and then Anakin, he stabs him, and then he kills him.
Dude, it's kind of bleak.
And then, when the Emperor is, like meets up with him and stuff, and he's like, with the clone troopers, and he's like, Palpatine's like, now the galaxy belongs to us. Palpatine gives him his red lightsaber. He takes it, kills Palpatine, and he's like, no, the galaxy belongs to me. And I really hope that there's a what if story, whether it's like official fan fiction, I don't give a crap, of what that would have looked like, because as a kid, I played that so many times, and I was like Yo, that's so interesting.
Imagine. Well, didn't in that am I tripping here? Was this just a weird dream I had to where Anakin took Obi-Wan's like half body now and made him a cyborg, almost like how Vader was, just to watch how Anakin ruled the galaxy helplessly.
I mean, that ain't in the game. I don't know if that's in something.
Okay,
I wouldn't
I had a
know.
weird dream. I had a premonition like Anakin. So, anyways,
That would be pretty trippy, though.
yeah, crazy. Um, one of my probably my this is my favorite duel in Star Wars. Let's just put it out
It's
there.
definitely one of my favorites, too. Maybe
Yeah, it's so
top
good.
3, probably.
That's fair. That's fair. Um, again, Star Wars, it means so many different things to so many different people, and especially the duels, because like you said, original trilogy is very emotional. I'll just throw this in there. Return of the Jedi was my favorite Star Wars movie for a very long time, up until recently. Very
Oh,
recently,
wow.
probably within the last year, it's become Revenge of the Sith.
Interesting.
But for the longest time, it was Return of the Jedi for that final duel, because it was just, it's so emotional. It's probably the most emotional one. But yeah, I completely see what you're saying there. So anything, what do we got? What else we got to say about Mustafar?
Just about. Well, actually, there's a scene before this that I think is interesting where it's after Palpatine's fight with Yoda. He says to his lackey, I don't know what his name is, that weird looking dude. And
Forget his name.
he's like, prepare the ship. I sense that Lord Vader is in danger. And like how he reacts, in my mind, it seems like he genuinely feels like Anakin could die. And like I
Yeah.
feel like he had this like brief moment where he's like, oh my God,
Uh-oh.
my entire plan might fail.
Uh-oh.
You know, and like I just
Yeah.
wonder like what would have happened if Anakin would have died? Like it really made me wonder, you know what I mean?
And one of the things the prequels accomplishes is making us believe that these are brothers. You know, you are my brother, Anakin. I
Yeah, dude,
loved
that's
you.
such a
Such
emotional,
an
like,
dude.
like, it's what's fascinating about that moment is at first Obi-Wan's like, like you were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. So like at first, he's upset, but he's like, speaking about like, the Jedi prophecy, things relating to the Jedi and all that. And then as he gets more and more
Then, yeah,
emotional, then he
that's
admits
such
that
a good
he
point.
loved Anakin as a brother, which I've heard other people point out Obi-Wan felt about Anakin a way that Jedi aren't supposed to feel about anybody. So that's
Yeah.
a good
Well,
human moment for him, because even he wasn't immune to feeling love for people, and that's just so freaking interesting.
that's referenced in the novelization that Obi-Wan's attachment to Anakin blinded him from what was actually
Yeah,
happening to
because
Anakin.
he
Yeah.
couldn't kill him. He just
Couldn't. Yeah.
figured I'll leave him to die. He couldn't actually kill him.
Now
Even after cutting his limbs off, he couldn't kill him because he loved
to
him.
play off of what you said, just to add to it, that happens in the original trilogy. He tells Luke that his father died, and Obi-Wan genuinely believes that Anakin's dead. And then when Luke realizes that, oh wait, my father's still alive, Obi-Wan, you lied to me. And Obi-Wan's like, no, from a certain point of view, he is dead. So that just shows how Obi-Wan really he couldn't physically kill him, but to Obi-Wan he was really dead. And then when you get to Kenobi, once we're going to do Kenobi at some point, we can obviously deep dive into that, because that whole series is about this specific idea. So but yeah, that's a theme that plays out
Yeah.
throughout the movies with the Skywalkers. So all right, Mustafar, how we feeling on this?
One of the best set pieces moments in the entire saga. It was that thing when I was younger watching this movie, like that was always the thing about it that stuck out to me, like just like this like lava planet, this like really hostile environment, which is
I'm so glad you
obviously
brought up
a
that.
good representation of like rage, passion, which is what this entire trilogy, mostly this movie, is about. And then like I don't know, there was always something about it that like
Looked real.
I just felt the weight of it. Like I
Yeah.
was obsessed with this like section because it was like like throughout this entire movie there's a build, and then this is where like it just like lets loose.
Well, before George wrote Episode 4, the original backstory for Anakin was that he was burning, crawling up the side of a volcano. That was it. No, nothing else.
Oh,
It was
really?
just that he was burning, crawling up the side of a volcano. So it's funny how he ends his last movie with this image. And like I said, it looks real. And there was a volcano going off. I forget where. I want to say Europe. And someone sent George, hey, it's erupting. George flew over with the crew at ILM, and they recorded the real volcano erupting and inserted it into the movie. So
Really?
speaking of passion, like
Huh. I
George
didn't know that.
George there's really nobody like him doing it like he did.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
definitely.
It's heartbreaking. This is a tragedy, and yeah, like I said, Return of the Jedi was always my favorite, but then Revenge of the Sith, I actually just in watching it, I love the tragedy, and I actually relate to Anakin a lot. I relate to Luke, but I think there's a lot to relate with Anakin as well. And the movie is just the performances. Ian McDermott. The movie's just so good. We have a little bit more to go.
Yeah. So then Palpatine comes, and he brings Vader to somewhere. And then like he
Undisclosed location. I think it's on Coruscant.
He like has him operated on. He gets the Darth Vader suit put on him, which is the birth of Darth Vader is juxtaposed with the death of Padme. And Padme having the babies legit made me freaking cry. Like like when like she's like having the babies and stuff, and
So,
she
real
like
quick,
names
just
them
to-
and stuff, and then she tells Obi-Wan there's good in him. That made me cry.
she believed that there was good in him, and that's something that his son also believes, which was, I guess, a unique thing to their family. But as Vader took his first breaths, so did A New Hope in
Yeah.
his son taking his first breath as well. So those
I
were
do
also
wish
juxtaposed.
that like in Return of the Jedi, when Luke tells Vader, there's good in you, I can sense it, and then he says Obi-Wan once thought as you do. That's such a weird thing, because like Obi-Wan never says that we see in any of the prequels, but Padme says it. So I feel like it would have been better for him to say your mother once thought as you do. You know what I mean? But I mean, he wouldn't have known. I mean, he, I guess, probably would have always felt that maybe she believed in him, maybe not. But it's a small thing. But yeah, it's like just that. I don't know. I think part of it's like the idea of like, it's just like so sad. Like like she's having their babies, and that like that when droid says to Obi-Wan, I mean,
She gave up the will.
it's been memed because of how like melodramatic it is. That like like it seems like she just lost the will to live, so she died of a broken heart. Which
Yeah, I have something to say about that.
I've actually heard is a real thing, that like when like people that are that have been married for a long time like lose their loved one, the other one dies not long afterwards. So I do, from like a spiritual perspective, I do think there's like merit to that in a way. Like it's not. It's,
I have
it's
my
a
own
little
interpretation.
cheesy, but it's also
Yeah.
sweet. You know what I mean? Like she, like You know, like it, like even in her dying moments after everything she experienced, there was a part of her that was still with him, and you know, like knowing what happened, she couldn't literally live knowing that, so she died, and that's
So
sad.
I interpret this to when Anakin was force choking her, he didn't just physically damage her, but he basically using the force broke her heart in that moment, and then she actually, I don't believe she gave up the will to live. I believe that she could have died, and it actually says in the script in brackets that she dies when she hits the floor after he chokes her. It says she dies in the script in brackets.
Well,
But
then
I believe that
how?
so she doesn't actually, because obviously she has to have the birth of the kids.
Yeah.
But what I believe is she actually chose to not give up the will to live to have her kids. That it wasn't just her giving up the will to live, but in reality, what does Palpatine say? It seems that you have killed her in your anger. And I think when he first stepped out of being Darth Vader, that he, in his anger, when he screamed out, I think that that's because it's mirrored, that they're happening at the same time. Interpret it how you want. I think that whenever he became Darth Vader and he said, "Is Padme all right?" and then he says, "You killed her in your anger." When all that's happening, I think that he does kill her, basically using the Force, whether it was the choke or whatever. He kills her, and she has enough in her to have the children, and then that's it.
I heard someone say that like maybe he like I guess like absorbed like some of her life force to stay alive, and that's why she died. I mean, probably not on purpose, but it just happened, I guess.
That's revisionist,
I
but
don't know.
it is what it is. If you like it and that's your headcanon, go with it. I have my own. I believe that he basically did kill her on the platform, but she had enough left in her, and maybe it was the Force overall just helping her,
Yeah,
to
maybe.
have the twins. Either way, it's sad, man. It's so sad. Her death is sad. I don't see it as melodramatic. I just see it as just, dude, heartbreaking. But I know what you mean. The way it was executed. They had a story to tell, limited time frame. Should have been a little bit longer, at least 15, 20 minutes longer
Yeah.
for the movie. But okay, we're getting to the very end. We got the twins. Leia, of course, goes with Bail Organa, and we're gonna have a lot to say about that with Kenobi because I love it. And then, of course, Obi-Wan takes Luke to the Lars homestead on Tatooine, and
This is
heads
the other
out
moment that
towards the
made me
sunset.
cry. Because like just like thinking, because like I've like thought about how I would have like rewritten, some things about the prequels, and like in my headcanon, when Lars and Beru are standing there with Luke looking at the suns, like Lars is, essentially like, I saw, what happened to his dad after he lost his mom, and like I sensed how that affected him. And I wasn't there for him. I didn't have the chance to be there for him. Maybe there's something I could have done for him, maybe not. But I'm not gonna fail this kid. I'm gonna do. And
And that hits so hard in Kenobi. I mean, Kenobi. When Kenobi comes to real quick, when Kenobi comes to the Siths and the Inquisitors and whatnot, I don't like it. But when it comes to the children, like Luke and Leia, I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, dude. It like somehow made me, because I never, every time I watched A New Hope, I never really liked Uncle Owen that much. Like I thought he was
Kenobi
kind of a
fixes that.
dickhead.
Yeah.
And then somehow Kenobi made me go, yo, he really loves
He's the
this
man.
kid, and he's a freaking
Yes.
cheat. Yeah.
I love it. So we get to see both of them split. That's pretty much it for that. And then the very last thing is the return of, what's funny is the return of Yoda's now master, Qui-Gon. In the novel, Yoda says, "I have been visited by my master," and Obi-Wan's like, "Who's that?" He said, "It's funny because it's your old master," and he says, "Qui-Gon."
Wait, Qui-Gon
And
trained Yoda?
no, not initially, but when he came back
Oh, yeah,
from
yeah.
the nether of the Force, like they say, he now became Yoda's master, and he's teaching Yoda the ways of returning as a
Uh,
Force ghost and whatnot.
real quick, there's are you familiar with Red Letter Media?
Yes.
Yeah, and they're I watched their prequel reviews when I was younger, and I think like when I was like more like closed minded and I saw those videos, I'm like, oh yeah, the prequels are ass, you know, they're freaking stupid. And then, you know, I've kind of grown past that for the most part. But like
I'll change your mind on
one
that.
of the things from the Revenge of the Sith video that I still remember because it's really funny is like the guy's like, yeah, and then Yoda tells Obi-Wan that he's gonna teach him how to talk to Qui-Gon's ghost. What? It's just like really funny. It's just funny because like
That is hilarious.
you know like it's just like I didn't know like back then I didn't know what this scene meant. I had no idea what Yoda was talking about, and then once I realized it, I'm like, oh, that's okay, that's interesting. But like it's cool like that like you know I kind of feel like maybe because it seems like from how Yoda breaks the news to Obi-Wan that like Qui-Gon is the first Jedi he's like known who's achieved that power. You know, like, oh, Qui-Gon learned the path to immortality, and I'm gonna have you talk to him to learn that because, you know, that's pretty crazy stuff. So what if Qui-Gon learned that because he was because of his like renegade nature, like maybe he was open-minded enough to like see like a way to like navigate through the force instead of just like, you know, becoming a part of it forever and just, you know, kind of vanishing. He's like, no, I'm gonna find a way, you know, to like transcend this, you know, essentially be like a spirit. Like I think that's a cool thing that like it's Qui-Gon who learns that because like it like to me shows that like, you know, as old as Yoda probably is and as wise as he is, there's some
Yeah.
things that he doesn't know and he learned something from Qui-Gon, you know, and then he passed it on to Obi-Wan, and then in, you know, the original trilogy we see him become a Force ghost, Anakin become a Force ghost too, you know, so like maybe when Anakin died because of how powerful he is, maybe he like like Qui-Gon learned how to navigate that by himself. Like I think that's a really like interesting like piece of lore that's not like explained, you know, but
It's not. There
it's
is
there for you
like
to
a
think
little
about.
bit of canon and some head canon from people to explain that, but you're right. It's mysterious, and it's cool that it's Qui-Gon, and it makes sense because it's Qui-Gon because he wasn't as dogmatic.
Yeah, like
So he would look for
somebody
something like
like
this.
Qui-Gon wouldn't be satisfied to just not exist forever. Hell no. He'd find a way to, you know, still be a teacher and stuff and still be around.
Yeah, so that's what we get with Revenge of the Sith. We're gonna wrap it there because a lot more of our discussions will end up taking place in a more fitting episode involving either Kenobi or the original trilogy or something like that. So, in terms of the context of Revenge of the Sith, that's it. Unless there's something you want to add, anything we left out. What do you think? Because we'll give our final thoughts here and then head out. Because this
I
is
mean,
over 4 hours.
yeah, no, I just want to say,
Love it. I don't care. I don't care
this
though.
has
We can keep
always
going.
been one of my favorite Star Wars movie. It's
Yeah, me too.
probably, it's obviously in my top 5. You know, like I've said,
Yeah.
Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, they're not my top 5.
Yeah.
They're not. You know, I like those movies, but there's a lot of trade-off that I have with them, you know, in terms of like, there are things I like and things that I think are kind of bad. But I'd say this movie, I still, you know, look, at the end of the day, if I was writing the prequels, there's a lot of things I wouldn't have done. You know, like I think my prequels would be pretty different to what George wrote. But I mean, at the end of the day, I've always loved this movie. It's always been a part of my life. It's always been like, you know, like influential in terms of like the kinds of stories and art and media that I love, and you know, that I grew to love, and how I grew to interpret like, you know, film and stuff like that. And I think like, you know, for the other two movies, it seems like George was like, you know, was like slowly tweaking his formula, you know, slowly tweaking his technique for making these movies. And I feel like in Revenge of the Sith, he struck not the perfect balance, but he definitely like did
Peak
his best.
form.
You could tell like he did his best. And yeah, it's has a lot of, you know, it's like, it's a sign of, you know, that I'm getting older, that now I really relate to Anakin Skywalker, which makes me very happy. You know, that's great. And yeah, in conclusion, I think this is a great movie. I love it. And yeah, it's definitely one of the most influential movies that I've ever seen. And strangely enough, because I didn't really remember seeing the prequels because I was younger when they came out, this movie, in my mind, was my introduction to Star Wars. And you know, I'll never forget that experience, and the fact that I got to see it with my dad in a theater is just makes it that much more special.
Yeah, I agree. I love this movie. It's actually my favorite movie ever. This and Return of the Jedi are definitely my top 5. Revenge of the Sith just has over the last few years have just shot up of almost of what, not necessarily of how good the movie is, but what it makes me feel, and what it makes me think. You know what I mean? It's not just like, oh, I want to sit down and watch a great movie. It's like, this is deeper. And I think we just explained a good portion of why we think that it's a deep, thought-provoking movie. We wouldn't be doing this if we just thought it was a blockbuster. You know what I mean? So I'm glad I could actually get into the tragedy of Darth Vader, the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker in this. I said a lot. I'm going to continue talking about this movie forever. So I don't know how much I can add now, because it's a lot of things that I'm excited to talk about. We're going to get into with, you know, Kenobi and stuff like that. So one thing I want to leave this with, because this is long, I'm not even sure who would be listening this long, but I put something on Twitter earlier, and I just want to leave it with this, because this movie came out in 2005, and, you know, we haven't seen George Lucas in a very long time in, you know, the capacity he was in, you know, involving Star Wars. But in 2005, there was a Star Wars Fan Fest, and George Lucas came out with an amazing quote. You know what I'm referring to, or no?
I might have
like
seen
I said,
it, but I can't like recall it off the top of my head.
This was his last movie. He has now completed his story. He had a treatment for a sequel, but there was never plans for him to do it. He did have a treatment for it, but he had completed what he had wanted to do from the very beginning. And a lot of people were going crazy, getting up in arms over originals, prequels, even sequels. And a lot of times we get caught up in and attached to things that we're scared to lose in Star Wars. So one thing that George brings up in the Star Wars Celebration was and I quote from George Lucas himself: "Don't let Star Wars take over your lives. The point of the movie is to get on with your lives, to take that challenge, to leave your uncle's moisture farm, go out into the world, change it, and save the universe. And one thing I said is, the main theme of Star Wars is that compassion is the good side and fear is the bad side. So we have to love what we got from George without the fear of losing it. And we can't fall off the path of compassion by being afraid to lose what we love, even if it is Star Wars. So,
wow.
I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss involving that when we get into even more heated topics, controversial topics. But don't fall off the path of compassion by being afraid to lose what you love.
That's the thing I'm
that's
still
from
trying to
George.
learn.
Yeah. If there's anything we can take away from prequels, it's that. Thanks, Anakin.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have to say. What do you got? Final words.
I'm gonna end with bouncing off of that quote that you said. One of the I relate more to the scene in Phantom Menace when Anakin's afraid to leave his mom and he's emotional, like not sure if he'll ever see her again. Because I live with my mom. I have for a while, and she's had her health problems. Pretty long time ago. She actually had cancer, stage 4, and like I was, that was a part of me that's like, my mom could die, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to think about that, but it was always there. And then, so like I relate to Anakin's story, and I find it inspiring in a way, and not because he's inspirational, but like it, like seeing his story, ironically, like shows me like what can happen if you let fear ruin your life and let you
a path you can't follow.
So like I'm gonna eventually have that moment where I leave home, create my own life, and I'm gonna like the whole saga, it just makes me want to embrace that, like want to be ready for that as much as I can, because you never know what you can experience when you get off of your dry desert sandy planet that's coarse and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
It's coarse, it's rough, it gets everywhere, but that can't stop you from going out and into the world, change it and save the universe, as George puts it. So I like it. All right. And dude, man, I love Revenge of the Sith. I could keep going, man. I love it. But we'll leave it at that. Thanks for coming on. Your passion for this is just it makes me even more passion. I have even more passion for it. So I'm glad that you're putting the effort into this and the love into it that you are. It's helping me, and it's nice because this is a passion project for me, but it's, I think, for you as well. So I'm glad we can do this together. It's been fun.
Always a pleasure.
Yep. So thanks for coming on, and until next time, I will do what I must. You will try.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Oh, there it is.